Book 1, Visit of Pallas to Telemachus. A Council of the Gods, Deliberations concerning Ulysses. Mercury dispatched to Calypso to bid her send Ulysses to Ithaca. Visit of Pallas in the shape of Mentor to Telemachus, advising him to repair to Pylos and Sparta in quest of his father, Ulysses. Revels of the suitors of Penelope. Phemius the minstrel and his song of the return of the Grecians, the suitors rebuked by Telemachus. Tell me, O Muse, of that sagacious man, who, having overthrown the sacred town of Ilium, wandered far and visited the capitals of many nations, learned the customs of their dwellers, and endured great suffering on the deep. His life was oft in peril as he labored to bring back his comrades to their homes. He saved them not, though earnestly he strove, they perished all through their own folly. For they banqueted, madmen, upon the oxen of the sun, the all-o'erlooking sun, who cut them off from their return. O goddess, virgin child of Jove, relate some part of this to me. Now all the rest, as many as escaped the cruel doom of death, were at their homes, safe from the perils of the war and sea. While him alone, who pined to see his home and wife again, Calypso, queenly nymph, great among goddesses, detained within her spacious grot, in hope that he might yet become her husband, even when the years brought round the time in which the gods decreed that he should reach again his dwelling place in Ithaca. Though he was with his friends, his toils were not yet ended. Of the gods all pitied him save Neptune, who pursued with wrath implacable the godlike chief Ulysses, even to his native land. Among the Ethiopians was the god far off, the Ethiopians most remote of men. 2 tribes there are, one dwells beneath the rising, one beneath the setting sun. He went to grace a hecatomb of beeves and lambs, and sat delighted at the feast. While in the palace of Olympian Jove, the other gods assembled, and to them the father of immortals and of men was speaking. To his mind arose the thought of that Aegisthus, whom the famous son of Agamemnon, Prince Orestes, slew. Of him he thought, and thus bespake the gods. How strange it is that mortals blame the gods, and say that we inflict the ills they bear, when they, by their own folly and against the will of fate, bring sorrow on themselves. As late Aegisthus, unconstrained by fate, married the queen of Atreus' son and slew the husband just returned from war. Yet well he knew the bitter penalty, for we warned him. We sent the herald Argicide, bidding him neither slay the chief nor woo his queen, for that Orestes, when he came to manhood and might claim his heritage, would take due vengeance for Atrides slain. So Hermes said, his prudent words moved not the purpose of Aegisthus, who now pays the forfeit of his many crimes at once. Pallas, the blue-eyed goddess, thus replied, O father, son of Saturn, king of kings, well he deserved his death, so perish all guilty of deeds like his. But I am grieved for sage Ulysses, that most wretched man, so long detained, repining and afar, from those he loves upon a distant isle, girt by the waters of the central deep, a forest isle where dwells a deity, the daughter of wise Atlas, him who knows the ocean to its utmost depths and holds upright the lofty columns which divide the earth from heaven. The daughter there detains the unhappy chieftain, and with flattering words would win him to forget his Ithaca. Meanwhile, impatient to behold the smokes that rise from hearths in his own land, he pines and willingly would die. Is not thy heart, Olympics, touched by this? And did he not pay grateful sacrifice to thee beside the Argive fleet in the broad realm of Troy? Why then, O Jove, art thou so wroth with him? Then answered cloud-compelling Jove, My child, what words have passed thy lips? Can I forget godlike Ulysses, who in gifts of mind excels all other men, and who has brought large offerings to the gods that dwell in heaven? Yet he who holds the earth in his embrace, Neptune, pursues him with perpetual hate, because of Polypheme, the Cyclops, strong beyond all others of his giant race, whose eye Ulysses had put out. The nymph Thusa brought him forth, a daughter she of Phorcys, ruling in the barren deep, and in the covert of o'erhanging rocks she met with Neptune. For this cause the god who shakes the shores, although he slay him not, sends forth Ulysses wandering far away from his own country. Let us now consult together and provide for his return, and Neptune will lay by his wrath, for vain it were for one like him to strive alone against the might of all the immortal gods. And then the blue-eyed Pallas spake again. O Father, son of Saturn, king of kings, if such the pleasure of the blessed gods that now the wise Ulysses shall return to his own land, let us at once dispatch Hermes, the Argoside, our messenger, down to Ogygia, to the bright-haired nymph, and make our steadfast purpose known to bring the sufferer Ulysses to his home. And I will haste to Ithaca and move his son, that with a resolute heart he call the long-haired Greeks together and forbid the excesses of the suitor train, who slay his flocks and slow-paced beeves with crooked horns. To Sparta I will send him and the sands of Pylos, to inquire for the return of his dear father. So a glorious fame shall gather round him in the eyes of men. She spake, and fastened underneath her feet the fair ambrosial golden sandals worn to bear her over ocean like the wind and o'er the boundless land. In hand she took, well tipped with trenchant brass, the mighty spear, heavy and huge and strong, with which she bears whole phalanxes of heroes to the earth, when she, the daughter of a mighty sire, is angered. From the Olympian heights she plunged and stood among the men of Ithaca, just at the porch and threshold of their chief, Ulysses. In her hand she bore the spear, and seemed the stranger Mentes, he who led the Taphians. There before the gate she found the haughty suitors. Some beguiled the time with draughts, while sitting on the hides of beeves which they had slaughtered. Heralds were with them, in busy menials, some who in the bowls tempered the wine with water, some who cleansed the tables with light sponges, and who set the banquet forth and carved the meats for all. Telemachus the godlike was the first to see the goddess as he sat among the crowd of suitors, sad at heart, and thought of his illustrious father, who might come and scatter those who filled his palace halls, and win new honor, and regain the rule over his own. As thus he sat and mused among the suitors, he beheld where stood Pallas, and forth he sprang. He could not bear to keep a stranger waiting at his door. He came, and taking her right hand, received the brazen spear, and spake these winged words. Hail, stranger, thou art truly welcome here. First come and share our feast and be refreshed. Then say what thou requirest at our hands. He spake and led the way, and in his steps Pallas Athene followed. Entering then the lofty halls, he set the spear upright by a tall column in the armory with polished walls, where rested many a lance of the large-souled Ulysses. Then he placed his guest upon a throne, o'er which he spread a covering many-hued and beautiful, and gave her feet a footstool. Near to her he drew his party-colored seat, aloof from where the suitors sat, that so his guest might not amid those haughty revelers be wearied with the tumult and enjoy his meal the less, and that himself might ask news of his absent father. In a bowl of silver from a shapely ewer of gold, a maid poured water for the hands, and set a polished table near them. Then approached a venerable matron, bringing bread and delicacies gathered from the board, and he who served the feast before them placed chargers with various meats and cups of gold, while round the board a herald moved and poured wine for the guests. The haughty suitors now came in and took their places on the thrones and couches. Heralds poured upon their hands the water. Maidens heaped the canisters with bread, and all put forth their hands to share the banquet on the board, while to the brim boys filled the beakers. When the calls of thirst and hunger were appeased, the suitors thought of other things that well become a feast, song and the dance. And then a herald brought a shapely harp and gave it to the hands of Phemius, who had only by constraint sung to the suitors. On the chords he struck, a prelude to his lay, while as he played, Telemachus, that others might not hear, leaned forward and to blue-eyed Pallas spake. My friend and guest, wilt thou take no offense at what I say? These revelers enjoy the harp and song, for at no cost of theirs they waste the substance of another man. whose white bones now are moldering in the rain upon some mainland, or are tossed about by ocean billows. Should they see him once in Ithaca, their prayers would rather rise for swifter feet than richer stores of gold and raiment. But an evil fate is his, and he has perished. Even should we hear from any of the dwellers upon earth that he is near at hand, we could not hope. For him is no return. But now, I pray, tell me, and frankly tell me, who thou art, and of what race of men, and where thy home, and who thy parents, how the mariners brought thee to Ithaca, and who they claim to be. For well I deem thou couldst not come hither on foot. All this, I pray, relate truly, that I may know the whole. Art thou for the first time arrived, or hast thou been my father's guest? For many a stranger once resorted to our palace, and he knew the way to win the kind regard of men. Pallas, the blue-eyed goddess, answered thus, I will tell all and truly. I am named Mentes. My father was the great in war Aeolus. I rule a people skilled to wield the oar, the Taphians, and I come with ship and crew across the dark blue deep to Circè, and to a race whose speech is different from my own, in quest of brass and bringing bright steel with me. I have left moored at the field behind the town my bark, within the bay of Rhythrus and beneath the woods of Neus. We claim to be guests by descent and from our father's time, as thou wilt learn if thou shouldst meet and ask Laertes, the old hero. It is said he comes no more within the city walls, but in the fields dwells sadly by himself, where an old handmaid sets upon his board his food and drink when weariness unnerves his limbs in creeping o'er the fertile soil of his rich vineyard. I am come because I heard thy father had at last returned, and now am certain that the gods delay his journey hither, for the illustrious man cannot have died, but is detained alone somewhere upon the ocean, in some spot girt by the waters. There do cruel men and savage keep him, pining to depart. Now let me speak of what the gods reveal, and what I deem will surely come to pass, although I am no seer and have no skill in omens drawn from birds. Not long the chief will be an exile from his own dear land, though fettered to his place by links of steel, for he has large invention and will plan a way for his escape. Now tell me this, and truly, tall in stature as thou art thou in fact Ulysses' son? In face and glorious eyes thou dost resemble him exceedingly, for he and I of yore were oftentimes companions ere he sailed for Ilium, whither also went the best among the Argives in their roomy ships, nor have we seen each other since that day. Telemachus the prudent spake, O guest, true answer shalt thou have. My mother says I am his son, I know not, never man knew his own father. Would I were the son of one whose happier lot it was to meet amidst his own estates the approach of age. Now the most wretched of the sons of men is he to whom they say I owe my birth. Thus is thy question answered. Then again spake blue-eyed Pallas, Of a truth the gods ordain not that thy race in years to come should be inglorious, since Penelope hath borne thee such as I behold thee now. But frankly answer me, what feast is here, and what is this assembly? What may be the occasion? Is a banquet given? Is this a wedding, a collation where the guests furnish the meats? I think it cannot be, so riotously goes the revel on throughout the palace. A well-judging man, if he should come among them, would be moved with anger at the shameful things they do. Again Telemachus the prudent spake, Since thou dost ask me, stranger, know that once rich and illustrious might this house be called, while yet the chief was here. But now the gods have grown unkind and willed it otherwise. They make his fate a mystery beyond the fate of other men. I should not grieve so deeply for his loss if he had fallen with his companions on the field of Troy, or midst his kindred when the war was o'er. Then all the Greeks had built his monument, and he had left his son a heritage of glory. Now has he become the prey of harpies, perishing ingloriously, unseen, his fate unheard of, and has left mourning and grief my portion. Not for him alone I grieve, the gods have cast on me yet other hardships. All the chiefs who rule the isles Dulichium, Samos, and the groves that shade Zacynthus, and who bear the sway in rugged Ithaca, have come to woo my mother, and from day to day consume my substance. She rejects not utterly their hateful suit, and yet she cannot bear to end it by a marriage. Thus they waste my heritage, and soon will seek my life. Again in grief and anger Pallas spake, Yea, greatly dost thou need the absent chief Ulysses here, that he might lay his hands upon these shameless suitors. Were he now to come and stand before the palace gate, with helm and buckler and 2 spears, as first I saw him in our house, when drinking wine and feasting, just returned from Ephyre, where Aeolus dwelt, the son of Murmurus. For thither went Ulysses in a bark, to seek a deadly drug with which to taint his brazen arrows. Aeolus gave it not, he feared the immortal gods. My father gave the poison, for exceedingly he loved his guest. Could now Ulysses in such guise once meet the suitors, short would be their lives, and bitter would the marriage banquet be. Yet whether he return or not to take vengeance in his own palace on this crew of wassailers rests only with the gods. Now let me counsel thee to think betimes how thou shalt thrust them from thy palace gates. Observe me and attend to what I say. Tomorrow thou shalt call the Achaean chiefs to an assembly. Speak before them all, and be the gods thy witnesses. Command the suitors all to separate for their homes. And if thy mother's mind be bent to wed, let her return to where her father dwells, a mighty prince, and there they will appoint magnificent nuptials and an ample dower, such as should honor a beloved child. And now, if thou wilt heed me, I will give a counsel for thy good. Man thy best ship with 20 rowers, and go forth to seek news of thy absent father. Thou shalt hear haply of him from some one of the sons of men, or else some word of rumor sent by Jove, revealing what mankind should know. First shape thy course for Pylos, and inquire of noble Nestor. Then at Sparta ask of fair-haired Menelaus, for he came last of the mailed Achaeans to his home. And shouldst thou learn that yet thy father lives and will return, have patience yet a year, however hard it seem. But shouldst thou find that he is now no more, return forthwith to thy own native land, and pile on high his monument, and let the funeral rites be sumptuously performed as may become the dead, and let thy mother wed again. And when all this is fully brought to pass, take counsel with thy spirit and thy heart how to destroy the suitor crew that haunt thy palace, whether by a secret snare or open force. No longer shouldst thou act as if thou wert a boy, thou hast outgrown the age of childish sports. Hast thou not heard what honor the divine Orestes gained with all men when he slew the murderer, the crafty wretch Aegisthus, by whose hand the illustrious father of Orestes died? And then, my friend, for I perceive that thou art of a manly and a stately growth, be also bold, that men hereafter born may give thee praise. And now must I depart to my good ship and to my friends who wait, too anxiously perhaps, for my return. Act wisely now, and bear my words in mind. The prudent youth Telemachus rejoined, Well hast thou spoken, and with kind intent, O stranger, like a father to a son, and ne'er shall I forget what thou hast said. Yet stay, I pray thee, though in haste, and bathe and be refreshed, and take to thy good ship some gift with thee, such as may please thee well, precious and rare, which thou mayst ever keep in memory of me, a gift like those which friendly hosts bestow upon their guests. Then spake the blue-eyed Pallas, Stay me not, for now would I depart. Whatever gift thy heart may prompt thee to bestow, reserve till I come back, that I may bear it home, and thou shalt take some precious thing in turn. So spake the blue-eyed Pallas, and withdrew, ascending like a bird. She filled his heart with strength and courage, waking vividly his father's memory. Then the noble youth went forth among the suitors. Silent all, they sat and listened to the illustrious bard, who sang of the calamitous return of the Greek host from Troy, at the command of Pallas. From her chamber o'er the hall, the daughter of Icarius, the sage queen Penelope, had heard the heavenly strain and knew its theme. Down by the lofty stairs she came, but not alone. There followed her 2 maidens. When the glorious lady reached the threshold of the strong-built hall where sat the suitors, holding up a delicate veil before her face, and with a gush of tears, the queen bespake the sacred minstrel thus: Phemius, thou knowest many a pleasing theme, the deeds of gods and heroes, such as bards are wont to celebrate. Take then thy place, and sing of one of these, and let the guests in silence drink the wine. But cease this strain, it is too sad, it cuts me to the heart, and wakes a sorrow without bounds. Such grief I bear for him, my lord, of whom I think continually, whose glory is abroad through Hellas and through Argos everywhere. And then Telemachus, the prudent, spake: Why, O my mother, canst thou not endure that thus the well-graced poet should delight his hearers with a theme to which his mind is inly moved? The bards deserve no blame. Jove is the cause, for he at will inspires the lay that each must sing. Reprove not, then, the minstrel who relates the unhappy fate of the Greek warriors. All men most applaud the song that has the newest theme, and thou, strengthen thy heart to hear it. Keep in mind that not alone Ulysses is cut off from his return, but that with him at Troy have many others perished. Now withdraw into thy chamber. Ply thy household tasks, the loom, the spindle, bid thy maidens speed their work. To say what words beseem a feast belongs to man, and most to me, for here within these walls the authority is mine. The matron, wondering at his words, withdrew to her own place, but in her heart laid up her son's wise sayings. When she now had reached, with her attendant maids, the upper rooms, she mourned Ulysses, her beloved spouse, and wept till blue-eyed Pallas closed her lids in gentle slumbers. Noisily, meanwhile, the suitors revelled in the shadowy halls, and thus Telemachus the prudent spake: Ye suitors of my mother, insolent and overbearing, cheerful be our feast, not riotous. It would become us well to listen to the lay of such a bard, so like the gods in voice. I bid you all meet in full council with the morrow morn, that I may give you warning to depart from out my palace, and to seek your feasts elsewhere at your own charge, happily to hold your daily banquets at each other's homes. But if it seem to you the better way to plunder one man's goods, go on to waste my substance. I will call the immortal gods to aid me. And if Jupiter allow fit retribution for your deeds, ye die within this very palace unavenged. He spake. The suitors bit their close-pressed lips, astonished at the youth's courageous words, and thus Antinous, Eupathus' son, made answer: Most assuredly the gods, Telemachus, have taught thee how to frame grand sentences and gallantly harangue. Ne'er may the son of Saturn make thee king over the sea-girt Ithaca, whose isle is thy inheritance by claim of birth. Telemachus the prudent thus rejoined: Wilt thou be angry at the word I speak, Antinous? I would willingly accept the kingly station if conferred by Jove. Dost thou indeed regard it as the worst of all conditions of mankind? Not so, for him who reigns, his house grows opulent, and he the more is honored. Many kings within the bounds of sea-girt Ithaca there are, both young and old. Let anyone bear rule, since great Ulysses is no more. But I will be the lord of mine own house, and o'er my servants whom the godlike chief Ulysses brought from war his share of spoil. Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, addressed the youth in turn. Assuredly, what man hereafter of the Achaean race shall bear the rule o'er sea-girt Ithaca rests with the gods, but thou shalt keep thy wealth, and may no son of violence come to make a spoil of thy possessions while men dwell in Ithaca. And now, my friend, I ask, who was thy guest? Whence came he? Of what land claims he to be? Where do his kindred dwell, and where his patrimonial acres lie? With tidings of thy father's near return came he, or to receive a debt? How swift was his departure, waiting not for us to know him, yet in aspect and in air he seemed to be no man of vulgar note. Telemachus the prudent answered thus: My father's coming, O Eurymachus, is to be hoped no more, nor can I trust tidings from whatsoever part they come, nor pay regard to oracles, although my mother sent to bring a soothsayer within the palace and inquire of him. But this man was my father's guest. He comes from Taphos. Mentes is his name, a son of the brave chief Aeolus. He reigns over the Taphians, men who love the sea. He spake, but in his secret heart he knew the immortal goddess. Then the suitors turned, delighted to the dance and cheerful song, and waited for the evening. On their sports the evening with its shadowy blackness came. Then each to his own home withdrew to sleep, while to his lofty chamber, in full view, built high in that magnificent palace home, Telemachus went up and sought his couch, intent on many thoughts. The chaste and sage dame Euryclea by his side went up with lighted torches, she a child of Ops, Pisanor's son. Her in her early bloom Laertes purchased for 100 beeves, and in his palace honored equally with his chaste wife. Yet never sought her bed, he would not wrong his queen. 'Twas she who bore the torches with Telemachus. She loved her young lord more than all the other maids, and she had nursed him in his tender years. He opened now the chamber door and sat upon the couch, put his soft tunic off, and placed it in the prudent matron's hands. She folded it and smoothed it, hung it near to that fair bed, and going quickly forth, pulled at the silver ring to close the door, and drew the thong that moved the fastening bolt. He, lapped in the soft fleeces all night long, thought of the voyage Pallas had ordained. Book 2. Departure of Telemachus from Ithaca. The chief men of Ithaca assembled by Telemachus, his complaint of the suitors, their attempt to justify themselves, prophecy of the return of Ulysses by the seer Halitherses, request of Telemachus for a vessel to visit Pylos and Sparta in quest of his father, granted by the assembly, preparations for his departure. Now when the morning child of dawn appeared, the dear son of Ulysses left his bed and put his garments on. His trenchant sword he hung upon his shoulders and made fast his shapely sandals to his shining feet, and issued from his chamber like a god. At once he bade the clear-voiced heralds call the long-haired Greeks to council. They obeyed. Quickly the chiefs assembled, and when all were at the appointed place, Telemachus went to the council, bearing in his hand a brazen spear, yet went he not alone. 2 swift dogs followed him, while Pallas shed a heavenly beauty over him, and all admired him as he came. He took the seat of his great father, and the aged men made way for him. And then Aegyptius spake, a hero bowed with age who much had seen and known. His son, the warlike Antiphus, went with the great Ulysses in his fleet to courser-breeding Troy, and afterward the cruel Cyclops in the vaulted cave slew him for his last meal. 3 other sons there were, and one of these, Eurynomus, was of the suitor train. The others took charge of their father's acres. Never yet had he forgotten his lost son or ceased to grieve for him. And as he spoke, he wept. Hear, men of Ithaca, what I shall say. No council, no assembly have we held since great Ulysses in his roomy ships departed from our isle. Who now is he that summons us? On which of our young men or elders presses this necessity? Is it belike that one of you has heard of an approaching foe and can declare the tidings clearly? Or would he propose and urge some other matter which concerns the public weal? A just and generous mind I deem is his, and 'tis my hope that Jove will bring to pass the good at which he aims. As thus he spake, Ulysses' son rejoiced in his auspicious words, nor longer kept his seat, but yielding to an inward force, rose midst them all to speak, while in his hand Pisanor, the sagacious counselor and herald, placed the scepter. Then he turned to the old man, Aegyptius, speaking thus, O aged man, not far from thee is he who called this council, as thou soon shalt know. Mine chiefly is the trouble. I have brought no news of an approaching foe, which I was first to hear and would declare to all, nor urge I other matters which concern the public weal. My own necessity, the evil that has fallen on my house, constrains me. It is twofold. First, that I have lost an excellent father who was king among you, and ruled o'er you with a sway as gentle as a father's. Greater yet is the next evil, and will soon o'erthrow my house and waste my substance utterly. Suitors, the sons of those who in our isle hold the chief rank, importunately press round my unwilling mother. They disdain to ask her of Icarius, that the king her father may endow her, and bestow his daughter on the man who best may gain his favor. But with every day they come into our palace, sacrificing here oxen and sheep and fatling goats, and hold high festival, and drink the purple wine unstinted with unbounded waste. For here is no man like Ulysses to repel the mischief from my house. Not such are we as he was to resist the wrong. We pass for weaklings, immature in valor. Yet if I had but the power, assuredly I would resist. For by these men are done insufferable things, nor does my house perish with honor. Ye yourselves should feel shame at these doings. Ye should dread reproach from those who dwell around us, and should fear the offended gods, lest they repay these crimes with vengeance. I beseech you, O my friends, both by Olympian Jove, and her by whom councils of men are summoned and dissolved, the goddess Themis, that ye all refrain, and leave me to my grief alone, unless Ulysses, my great father, may have done wrong in his anger to the gallant Greeks, which ye, by prompting men to acts like these, seek to avenge on me. Far better 'twere, should ye yourselves destroy our goods and slay our herds, since were it so, there might in time be some requital. We, from street to street, would plead continually for recompense, till all should be restored. But now ye heap upon me wrongs for which is no redress. Thus angrily he spake, and clashed to earth the scepter, shedding tears. The people felt compassion, all were silent for a space, and there was none who dared with railing words answer Telemachus, save one alone, Aeolus, who arose and thus replied, Telemachus, thou youth of braggart speech and boundless in abuse, what hast thou said to our dishonor? Thou wouldst fix on us a brand of shame. The blame is not with us, the Achaean suitors. 'Tis thy mother's fault, skilled as she is in crafty shifts. 'Tis now already the 3rd year, and soon will be the 4th, since she began to cozen us. She gives us all to hope, and sends fair words to each by message, yet in her own mind has other purposes. This shrewd device she planned, she laid upon the loom a web, delicate, wide, and vast in length, and said thus to us all, Young princes who are come to woo me since Ulysses is no more, my noble husband, urge me not, I pray, to marriage till I finish in the loom, that so my threads may not be spun in vain. A funeral vesture for the hero chief Laertes, when his fatal hour shall come with death's long sleep. Else some Achaean dame might blame me, should I leave without a shroud him who in life possessed such ample wealth. Such were her words, and easily they wrought upon our generous minds. So went she on, weaving that ample web, and every night unraveled it by torchlight. 3 full years she practiced thus, and by the fraud deceived the Grecian youths. But when the hours had brought the 4th year round, a woman who knew all revealed the mystery, and we ourselves saw her unraveling the ample web. Thenceforth, constrained and with unwilling hands, she finished it. Now let the suitors make their answer to thy words, that thou mayst know our purpose fully, and the Achaeans all may know it likewise. Send thy mother hence, requiring that she wed the suitor whom her father chooses and herself prefers. But if she still go on to treat the sons of Greece with such despite, too confident in gifts which Pallas has bestowed on her so richly, noble arts and faculties of mind and crafty shifts beyond all those of whom we ever heard that lived of yore, the bright-haired ladies of the Achaean race, Tyro, Alcmena, and Mycenae, famed for glossy tresses, none of them endowed, as is Penelope, though this last shift be ill-devised, so long will we consume thy substance and estate as she shall hold her present mood, the purpose which the gods have planted in her breast. She to herself gains great renown, but surely brings on thee loss of much goods. And now we go not hence to our affairs nor elsewhere, till she wed, whichever of the Greeks may please her most. And then rejoined discreet Telemachus, Antinous, grievous wrong it were to send unwilling from this palace her who bore and nursed me. Whether he be living yet or dead, my father is in distant lands, And should I, of my own accord and will, dismiss my mother, I must make perforce Icarius large amends, and that were hard, and he would do me mischief, and the gods would send yet other evils on my head. For then my mother, going forth, would call on the grim furies, and the general curse of all men would be on me. Think not I will ever speak that word. But if ye bear a sense of injury for what is past, go from these halls, provide for other feasts, consuming what is yours, and visiting each other's homes in turn. But if it seem to you the wiser and the better way to plunder one man's goods, go on to waste my substance. I shall call the eternal gods to aid me, and if Jupiter allow fit retribution for your crimes, ye die within this very palace unavenged. So spake Telemachus. The thunderer, Jove, sent flying from a lofty mountain top 2 eagles. First they floated on the wind close to each other, and with wings outspread. But as they came to where the murmuring crowd was gathered just beneath their flight, they turned and clapped their heavy pinions, looking down with deadly omen on the heads below, and with their talons tore each other's cheeks and necks. And then they darted to the right away through Ithaca among its roofs. All who beheld the eagles were amazed, and wondered what event was near at hand. Among the rest an aged hero spake, named Halitherses, Mastor's son. He knew more truly than the others of his age to augur from the flight of birds and read the will of fate, and wisely thus he spake. Hear, men of Ithaca, what I shall say. I speak of what most narrowly concerns the suitors over whom already hangs great peril. For Ulysses will not be long at a distance from his home and friends. Even now he is not far, and meditates slaughter and death to all the suitor train, and evil will ensue to many more of us who dwell in sunny Ithaca. Now let us think what measures may restrain these men, or let them of their own accord desist. The soonest were for them the best. For not as one untaught do I foretell events to come, but speak of what I know. All things that I predicted to our chief, what time the Argive troops embarked for Troy, and sage Ulysses with them, are fulfilled. I said that after many hardships borne and all his comrades lost, the 20th year would bring him back, a stranger to us all. And all that then I spake of comes to pass. Eurymachus, the son of Pallas, answered the seer, Go to thy house, old man, and to thy boys, and prophesy to them, lest evil come upon them. I can act, in matters such as these, a prophet's part better than thou. True, there are many birds that fly about in sunshine, but not all are ominous. Ulysses far away has perished. Well it would have been if thou hadst perished with him. Then thou wouldst not prate idly of things to come, nor wouldst thou stir Telemachus to anger, in the hope of bearing to thy house some gift from him. Now let me say, and be assured my words will be fulfilled, experienced as thou art, if thou by treacherous speeches shalt inflame a younger man than thou to violent deeds, the sharper punishment shall first be his. But we will lay on thee a penalty, old man, which thou shalt find it hard to bear, and bitterly wilt thou repent. And now let me persuade Telemachus to send his mother to her father. They will make a marriage for her there, and give with her a liberal dowry, such as may become a favorite daughter on her wedding day. Else never will the sons of Greece renounce, I think, the difficult suit. We do not fear Telemachus himself, though glib of speech, nor care we for the empty oracle which thou, old man, dost utter, making thee only more hated. Still will his estate be wasted, nor will order e'er return, while she defers her marriage with some prince of the Achaeans. We shall urge our suit for that most excellent of womankind as rivals, nor withdraw to seek the hand of others whom we fitly might espouse. To this discreet Telemachus replied, Eurymachus, and ye the illustrious train of suitors, I have nothing more to ask, no more to say, for now the gods and all the Achaeans know the truth. But let me have a gallant bark and 20 men to make from coast to coast a voyage visiting Sparta and sandy Pylos, to inquire for my long absent father and the chance of his return. If any of mankind can tell me aught, or if some rumor come from Jove, since thus are tidings often brought to human knowledge. Should I learn that yet he lives and may return, I then would wait a 12-month, though impatient. Should I hear that he no longer lives, I shall return homeward, and pile his monument on high with funeral honors that become the dead, and give my mother to a second spouse. He spake and took his seat, and then arose Mentor, once comrade of the excellent chief Ulysses, who, departing with his fleet, consigned his household to the aged man, that they should all obey him, and that he should safely keep his charge. He rose amid the assembly, and addressed them wisely thus: Hear and attend, ye men of Ithaca, to what I say. Let never sceptred king henceforth be gracious, mild, and merciful, and righteous. Rather be he deaf to prayer and prone to deeds of wrong, since no one now remembers the divine Ulysses more, among the people over whom he ruled benignly like a father. Yet I bear no envy to the haughty suitors here, moved as they are to deeds of violence by evil counsels, since in pillaging the substance of Ulysses, who they say will never more return, they risk their lives. But I am angry with the rest, with all of you who sit here mute, nor even with words of stern reproof restrain their violence, though ye so many are, and they so few. Leocritus, Evenor's son, rejoined, Malicious Mentor, foolish man, what talk is this of holding us in check? 'Twere hard for numbers even greater than our own to drive us from a feast, and should the prince of Ithaca, Ulysses, come himself, thinking to thrust the illustrious suitors forth that banquet in these palace halls, his queen would have no cause for joy at his return, greatly as she desired it. He would draw sure death upon himself in strife with us who are so many. Thou hast spoken ill. Now let the people who are gathered here disperse to their employments. We will leave Mentor and Halitherses, who were both his father's early comrades, to provide for the youth's voyage. He will yet remain a long time here, I think, to ask for news in Ithaca, and never will set sail. Thus having said, he instantly dismissed the people. They departed to their homes. The suitors sought the palace of the prince. Then to the ocean side, apart from all, went forth Telemachus, and washed his hands in the grey surf, and prayed to Pallas thus: Hear me, thou deity who yesterday, in visiting our palace, didst command that I should traverse the black deep to learn news of my absent father and the chance of his return. The Greeks themselves withstand my purpose, the proud suitors most of all. Such was his prayer, and straightway Pallas stood, in form and voice like Mentor, by his side, and thus accosted him with winged words: Telemachus, thou henceforth shalt not lack valor or wisdom. If with thee abides thy father's gallant spirit, as he was in deed and word, thou wilt not vainly make this voyage. But if thou be not in truth the son of him and of Penelope, then I rely not on thee to perform what thou dost meditate. Few sons are like their fathers, most are worse, a very few excel their parents. Since thou wilt not lack valor and wisdom in the coming time, nor is thy father's shrewdness wanting quite in thee, great hope there is that happily this plan will be fulfilled. Regard not then the suitor train, their purposes and plots. Senseless are they, as little wise as just, and have no thought of the black doom of death now drawing near to sweep them in a day to their destruction. But thy enterprise must suffer no delay. So much am I thy father's friend and thine, that I will cause a swift bark to be fitted out for sea, and will myself attend thee. Go now hence among the suitors, and make ready there the needful stores, and let them all be put in vessels, wine in jars, and meal, the strength of man, in close thick skins, while I engage among the people here a willing crew. Ships are there in our sea-girt Ithaca full many, new and old, and I will choose the best of these and see it well equipped. Then will we drag it down to the broad sea. Thus Pallas spake, the child of Jupiter. Telemachus obeyed the heavenly voice, and stayed not. Home he hastened, where he saw sadly the arrogant suitors in the hall, busily flaying goats and roasting swine. Antinous, laughing, came to meet the youth, and fastened on his hand, and thus he spake: Telemachus, thou youth of lofty speech and boundless in abuse, let neither word nor deed that may displease thee vex thy heart, but gaily eat and drink as thou wert wont. The Achaeans generously will provide whatever thou requirest, ship and men, all chosen rowers, that thou mayst arrive sooner at sacred Pylos, there to learn tidings of thy illustrious father's fate. Then spake discreet Telemachus in turn, Antinous, never could I sit with you, arrogant ones, in silence, nor enjoy the feast in quiet. Is it not enough, O suitors, that while I was yet a child, ye wasted on your revelries my large and rich possessions? Now that I am grown, and, when I hear the words of other men, discern their meaning, now that every day strengthens my spirit, I will make the attempt to bring the evil fates upon your heads. Whether I go to Pylos or remain among this people, I shall surely make this voyage, and it will not be in vain. Although I go a passenger on board another's ship, since neither ship have I, nor rowers, ye have judged that so were best. He spake, and quickly from the suitor's hand withdrew his own. The others who prepared their banquet in the palace scoffed at him, and flung at him their bitter taunts, and one among the insolent youths reviled him thus, Telemachus is certainly resolved to butcher us. He goes to bring allies from sandy Pylos or the Spartan coast. He is so bent on slaughter. Or perhaps he visits the rich land of Ephyre in search of deadly poisons to be thrown into a cup and end us all at once. Then said another of the haughty youths, Who knows but, wandering in his hollow bark, he too may perish, far from all his friends, just as Ulysses perished. This would bring increase of labor. It would cast on us the trouble to divide his goods and give his palace to his mother, and to him who takes the woman as his wedded wife. So spake they, but Telemachus went down to that high-vaulted room, his father's, where lay heaps of gold and brass and garments store in chests and fragrant oils, and there stood casks of delicate old wine and pure a drink for gods in rows against the wall, to wait if ever after many hardships borne, Ulysses should return. Upon that room close-fitting double doors were shut, and there was one who night and day kept diligent watch, a woman, Euryclea, child of Ops, Pisenor's son. Telemachus went in and called her to him, and bespake her thus, Nurse, let sweet wine be drawn into my jars, the finest next to that which thou dost keep, expecting our unhappy lord, if yet the nobly born Ulysses shall escape the doom of death and come to us again. Fill 12 and fit the covers close, and pour meal into well-sewn skins, and let the tale be 20 measures of the flour of wheat. This none but thou must know. Let all these things be brought together. Then, as night shuts in, when to her upper chamber seeking rest, my mother shall withdraw, I come and take what thou providest for me. I am bound for Sparta and for Pylos in the sands, to gather news concerning the return of my dear father, if I haply may. So spake the youth, and his beloved nurse sobbed, wept aloud, and spake these winged words. Why should there come, dear child, a thought like this into thy heart? Why wouldst thou wander forth to distant regions, thou an only son and dearly loved? Ulysses, nobly born, has perished from his native land afar, mid a strange race. These men, when thou art gone, at once will lay their plots to take thy life and share thy wealth among them. Stay thou here among thy people. Need is none that thou shouldst suffer, roaming o'er the barren deep. Then spake discreet Telemachus again, Be of good cheer, O nurse, for my design is not without the sanction of a god. But swear thou not to let my mother know of my intent until the 11th day or 12th shall pass, or till, in missing me, she learn of my departure, lest she weep and stain with tears the beauty of her face. He spake, the ancient woman solemnly swore by the gods, and when the rite was o'er, drew wine into the jars and poured the meal into the well-sewn skins. Telemachus entered the hall and joined the suitor train. Then did the blue-eyed goddess turn her thoughts to other plans, and taking on herself the semblance of Telemachus, she ranged the city, speaking to each man in turn, and bidding him at nightfall to repair to where the good ship lay. That gallant ship she begged of the renowned Noëmon, son of Phronius, who with cheerful grace complied. The sun went down, the city streets lay all in shadow. Then she drew the good ship down into the sea, and brought and put on board the appointments every well-built galley needs, and moored her at the bottom of the port, where in a throng, obedient to the word of Pallas, round her came her gallant crew. With yet a new device the blue-eyed maid went to the palace of the godlike chief Ulysses, where she poured a gentle sleep over the suitors. As they drank, she made their senses wander, and their hands let fall the goblets. Now no longer at the board they sat, but sallied forth, and through the town went to their slumbers, for the power of sleep had fallen heavily upon their lids. Then blue-eyed Pallas from those sumptuous halls summoned Telemachus. She took the form and voice of Mentor, and bespake him thus: Telemachus, already at their oars sit thy well-armed companions and await thy coming. Let us go without delay. Thus having spoken, Pallas led the way with rapid footsteps, which he followed fast, till having reached the galley and the sea, they found their long-haired comrades at the beach, and thus the gallant prince Telemachus bespake them: Hither, comrades, let us bring the sea stores from the dwelling where they lie. My mother knows not of it, nor her maids. The secret has been told to one alone. He spake, and went before them. In his steps they followed. To the gallant bark they brought the stores, and, as the well-beloved son of King Ulysses bade, they laid them down within the hull. Telemachus went up the vessel's side, but Pallas first embarked, and at the stern sat down, while next to her Telemachus was seated. Then the crew cast loose the fastenings and went all on board, and took their places on the rowers' seats, while blue-eyed Pallas sent a favoring breeze, a fresh wind from the west that murmuring swept the dark blue main. Telemachus gave forth the word to wield the tackle. They obeyed, and raised the fir-tree mast, and, fitting it into its socket, bound it fast with cords, and drew and spread with firmly twisted ropes the shining sails on high. The steady wind swelled out the canvas in the midst. The ship moved on, the dark sea roaring round her keel, as swiftly through the waves she cleft her way. And when the rigging of that swift black ship was firmly in its place, they filled their cups with wine, and to the ever-living gods poured out libations, most of all to one, Jove's blue-eyed daughter. Thus through all that night and all the ensuing morn they held their way. Book 3, Interview of Telemachus with Nestor. Arrival of Telemachus with Pallas in the shape of Mentor at Pylos. His interview with Nestor. Nestor's narrative of his return from Troy. History of the death of Agamemnon and the revenge of Orestes. Departure of Pallas to heaven. Telemachus sent by Nestor with his son Pisistratus to Menelaus at Sparta. Now from the fair broad bosom of the sea, into the brazen vault of heaven the sun rose shining for the immortals and for men upon the foodful earth. The voyagers arrived at Pylos, nobly built, the town of Neleus. There, upon the ocean side, they found the people offering coal-black steers to dark-haired Neptune. On 9 seats they sat, 500 on each seat. 9 steers were slain for each 500 there. While they performed the rite and tasting first the entrails, burned the thighs to ocean's god, the Ithacans touched land, and lifting up the good ship's sail, furled it and moored the keel, and then stepped out upon the shore. Forth from the galley came Telemachus, the goddess guiding him, and thus to him the blue-eyed Pallas said, Telemachus, there now is no excuse, not even the least, for shame-faced backwardness. Thou hast come hither o'er the deep to ask for tidings of thy father, what far land conceals him, what the fate that he has met. Go then at once to Nestor, the renowned in horsemanship, and we shall see what plan he hath in mind for thee. Entreat him there that frankly he declare it. He will speak no word of falsehood, he is truly wise. And thus discreet Telemachus replied, O Mentor, how shall I approach the chief, and with what salutation? Little skill have I in courtly phrase, and shame becomes a youth in questioning an aged man. Pallas, the blue-eyed goddess, spake again, In part thy mind will prompt thy speech, in part a god will put the words into thy mouth. For well I deem that thou wert neither born nor trained without the favor of the gods. Thus having said, the blue-eyed Pallas moved with hasty pace before, and in her steps he followed close until they reached the seats of those assembled Pylians. Nestor there sat with his sons, while his companions stood around him and prepared the feast, and some roasted the flesh at fires, and some transfixed the parts with spits. As they beheld the approach of strangers, they advanced and took their hands, and bade them sit. Pisistratus, a son of Nestor, came the first of all, and took a hand of each, and placed them at the feast on the soft hides that o'er the ocean sand were spread beside his brother Thrasymedes and his own father, brought for their repast parts of the entrails, poured for them the wine into a golden goblet, held it forth in his right hand, and with these words bespake Pallas, the child of aegis-bearing Jove, "Pray, stranger, to King Neptune, ye have chanced upon his feast in coming to our coast, and after thy libation poured and prayer made to the god, give over to thy friend the goblet of choice wine, that he may make libation also. He, I question not. Praise to the gods, we all have need of them. A younger man is he than thou, and seems in age to be my equal. Therefore I will give the golden goblet first to thee." He spake, and in the hands of Pallas placed the goblet of choice wine. Well pleased was she with one so just and so discreet, well pleased that first to her he reached the cup of gold, and thus she prayed to Neptune fervently. "Hear, Neptune, thou who dost embrace the earth, and of thy grace disdain not to bestow these blessings on thy suppliants. First of all, vouchsafe to Nestor and his sons increase of glory. On the Pelian people next bestow, for this most sumptuous hecatomb, large recompense, and lastly, grant to us, Telemachus and me, a safe return to our own country, with the end attained which brought us hither in our gallant bark." Thus did she pray while she fulfilled the prayer, and then she handed to Telemachus the fair round goblet, and in words like hers, the dear son of Ulysses prayed. Meanwhile, the Pylians, having roasted well the flesh and drawn it from the spits, distributing to each his portion, held high festival. And when the calls of hunger and of thirst were silenced, Nestor, the Gerenian knight, began discourse, and thus bespake his guests. "The fitting time is come to ask our guests who they may be, since now their feast is o'er. Say then, O strangers, who ye are, and whence ye come along the pathway of the deep. Have ye an errand here, or do ye roam the seas at large, like pirates braving death, and visiting with ravage foreign states?" And then discreet Telemachus replied boldly, for Pallas strengthened in that hour his heart that he might confidently ask news of his absent father, and so win a worthy fame among the sons of men. "O Nestor, son of Neleus, pride of Greece, thou bidst us tell thee whence we came, and I will faithfully declare it. We are come from Ithaca beneath the Narratus, and private and not general is the cause of which I am to speak. I came to ask concerning my great father, the large-souled and nobly born Ulysses, who 'tis said, with thee, his friend in arms, laid waste the town of Ilium. We have heard where all the rest who warred against the Trojans were cut off, and died sad deaths. His fate alone the son of Saturn hath not chosen to reveal. Whether he fell on land by hostile hands, or while at sea was whelmed beneath the waves of Amphitrite. Wherefore to thy knees I come, to ask that thou, if so thou wilt, relate the manner of his mournful death, as thou didst see it with thine eyes, or else as thou from other wanderers hast heard its history. For she who brought him forth bore him to be unhappy. Think thou not to soften aught through tenderness to me in thy recital, but in faithful words tell me the whole, whatever thou hast seen. And I conjure thee that if, in his life, my father, great Ulysses, ever gave promise of word or deed for thee, and kept his promise in the realm of Troy, where ye Achaeans bore such hardships, that thou now remember it and speak without disguise." And Nestor the Gerenian knight replied, "My friend, since thou recallest to my mind the sufferings borne by us the sons of Greece, although of peerless valor in that land, both when we ranged in ships the darkling sea, for booty wheresoe'er Achilles led, and when around King Priam's populous town we fought, where fell our bravest, know thou then, that there the valiant Ajax lies, and there Achilles, there Patroclus, like the gods in council, there my well-beloved son, blameless and brave, Antilochus, the swift of foot and warlike. Many woes beside we bore, and who of mortal birth could give their history. Nay, though thou shouldst remain 5 years or 6, and ask of all the griefs endured by the brave Greeks, thou wouldst depart outwearied to thy home, ere thou hadst heard the whole. 9 years in harassing the foe we passed, beleaguering them and planning wiles innumerable. Saturn's son at last with difficulty seemed to close the war. Then was there none who might presume to vie in wisdom with Ulysses. That great man excelled in every kind of stratagem. Thy father, if indeed thou be his son, I look on thee amazed. All thy discourse is just like his, and one would ne'er believe a younger man could speak so much like him. While we were there, Ulysses and myself, in council or assembly, never spake on different sides, but with a like intent. We thoughtfully consulted how to guide the Achaeans in the way we deemed the best. But after we had overthrown and spoiled King Priam's lofty city, and set sail for home, and by some heavenly power the Greeks were scattered, Jupiter ordained for them a sad return. For all were neither wise nor just, and many drew upon themselves an evil doom. The fatal wrath of her, the blue-eyed maid, who claims her birth from Jove. 'Twas she who kindled strife between the sons of Atreus. They had called the Achaeans all to an assembly, not with due regard to order, at the setting of the sun. And thither came the warriors overpowered with wine. The brother kings set forth the cause of that assembly. Menelaus first bade all the Greeks prepare for their return o'er the great deep. That counsel little pleased King Agamemnon, who desired to keep the people longer there, that he might soothe by sacred hecatombs the fiery wrath of Pallas. Fool, who could not see how vain were such persuasion, for the eternal gods are not soon won to change their purposes. They stood disputing thus with bitter words, till wrangling noisily on different sides, rose up the well-armed Greeks. The ensuing night we rested, but we cherished in our breasts a mutual hate. So for our punishment had Jove ordained. With early morn we drew our ships to the great deep, and put our goods and our deep-bosomed women all on board. Yet half the host went not, but on the shore remained with Agamemnon, Atreus' son, and shepherd of the people. All the rest embarked, weighed anchor, and sailed swiftly thence. A deity made smooth the mighty deep, and when we came to Tenedos, we paid our offerings to the gods and longed for home. Vainly, it pleased not unpropitious Jove to favor our return, and once again he sent among us strife. A part of us, led by Ulysses, that sagacious prince, to please Atrides Agamemnon turned their well-oared galleys back. But I, with all the vessels of the fleet that followed me, fled on my way, perceiving that some god was meditating evil. With us fled, encouraging his men, the warlike son of Tydeus. Fair-haired Menelaus came later to us in Lesbos, where we planned for a long voyage, whether we should sail around the rugged Chios toward the Isle of Syria, keeping that upon the left, or under Chios pass beside the steeps of windy Mimas. We besought the god that he would show a sign, and he complied, and bade us to Euboea cross the deep, right in the midst, the sooner to escape all danger. Then the wind blew strong and shrill, and swiftly o'er the fishy gulfs our fleet flew on and reached Gerestus in the night. There, having passed the mighty deep, we made to Neptune offerings of many a thigh of beeves. The 4th day dawned, and now the men of Diomed, the mighty horseman, son of Tydeus, stopped at Argos with their fleet, while I went on to Pylos with the wind, which never, from the moment that the god first sent it o'er the waters, ceased to blow. So, my dear child, I reached my home, nor knew nor heard from others who among the Greeks was saved, or who had perished on the way. Yet what I since have heard while here I sit, within my palace, thou shalt duly learn. nor is it what I ought to keep from thee. 'Tis said the Myrmidonian spearmen, led by great Achilles' famous son, returned happily home, as happily the son of Pallas, Philoctetus the renowned. Idomeneus brought also back to Crete all his companions who survived the war. The sea took none of them, but ye have heard, though far away, the fate of Atreus' son, how he came home, and how Aegisthus laid a plot to slay him, yet on his own head drew heavy punishment. So fortunate it is when he who falls by murder leaves a son, for 'twas the monarch's son who took vengeance upon the crafty murderer Aegisthus, by whose hand Atrides died. Thou too, my friend, for thou art large of frame and of a noble presence, be thou brave, that men in time to come may give thee praise. Then spake discreet Telemachus again. O Nestor, son of Neleus, pride of Greece, ample was his revenge, and far and wide the Greeks will spread his fame to be the song of future times. O might the gods confer on me an equal power to avenge myself on that importunate, overbearing crew of suitors who insult me and devise evil against me. But the gods deny such fortune to my father and to me, and all that now is left me is to bear. Again spake Nestor the Gerenian knight. Since thou, my friend, hast spoken words which bring what I have heard to mind, the rumor goes that in thy palace many suitors wait about thy mother, and in spite of thee do grievous wrong. Now tell me, dost thou yield willingly, or because the people, swayed by oracles, regard thee as their foe? Thy father yet may come again, who knows, alone or with the other Greeks, to take the vengeance which these violent deeds deserve. Should blue-eyed Pallas deign to favor thee, as once she watched to guard the glorious chief Ulysses in the realm of Troy, where we, the Achaeans, bore such hardships, for I ne'er have seen the gods so openly befriend a man as Pallas there befriended him. Should she thus deign to favor thee and keep watch over thee, then haply some of these will never think of marriage rites again. Then spake discreet Telemachus again. O aged man, I cannot think thy words will be fulfilled, for they import too much, and they amaze me. What thou say'st I wish may come to pass, but know it cannot be, not even though the gods should will it so. Then thus the blue-eyed goddess Pallas spake. Telemachus, what words have passed thy lips? Easily can a god, whene'er he will, in the most distant regions safely keep a man, and I would rather reach my home securely after many hardships borne than perish suddenly on my return, as Agamemnon perished by the guile of base Aegisthus and the queen. And yet the gods themselves have not the power to save whom most they cherish from the common doom, when cruel fate brings on the last long sleep. Discreet Telemachus made answer thus. Let us, O Mentor, talk no more of this. Though much we grieve, he never will return, for his is the black doom of death ordained by the great gods. Now suffer me to ask of Nestor further, since to him are known, beyond all other men, the rules of right and prudence. He has governed, so men say, 3 generations, and to me he seems in aspect like the ever-living gods. O Nestor, son of Neleus, truly say, how died the monarch over mighty realms, Atrides Agamemnon? Where was then his brother Menelaus? By what arts did treacherous Aegisthus plan his death and slay a braver warrior than himself? Was not the brother in the Achaean town of Argos, or was he a wanderer in other lands, which made the murderer bold? The knight, Gerenian Nestor, answered thus, I will tell all and truly. Thou hast guessed rightly and as it happened. Had the son of Atreus, fair-haired Menelaus, come from Troy, and found Aegisthus yet alive within the palace, he had never flung the loose earth on his corpse, but dogs and birds had preyed upon it, lying in the fields far from the city, and no woman's voice of all the Greeks had raised the wail for him. Great was the crime he plotted. We were yet afar, enduring the hard toils of war, while he, securely couched in his retreat at Argos, famed for steeds, with flattering words corrupted Agamemnon's queen. At first the noble Clytemnestra turned away with horror from the crime, for yet her heart was right, and by her side there stood a bard, with whom Atrides, when he went to Troy, had left his wife with many an earnest charge. But when the gods and fate had spread a net for his destruction, then Aegisthus bore the minstrel to a desert isle, and there left him to be devoured by birds of prey, and led the queen as willing as himself to his own palace. Many a victim's thigh upon the hallowed altars of the gods he offered, many a gift of ornaments, woven or wrought in gold, he hung within their temples, since at length the mighty end, for which he hardly dared to hope, was gained. We sailed together from the coast of Troy, Atrides, Menelaus, and myself, friends to each other. When the headland height of Athens' hallowed Sunium met our eyes, Apollo smote with his still shafts and slew Phrontis, Onetor's son, who steered the bark of Menelaus, holding in his hands the rudder as the galley scudded on. And skilled was he beyond all other men to guide a vessel when the storm was high. So there did Menelaus stay his course, though eager to go on, that he might lay his friend in earth and pay the funeral rites. But setting sail again with all his fleet upon the dark blue sea, all-seeing Jove decreed a perilous voyage. He sent forth his shrill-voiced hurricane and heaped on high the mountain waves. There, scattering the barks far from each other, part he drove to Crete, where the Ciconians dwell, beside the stream of Jardanus. A smooth and pointed rock just on the bounds of Gortys stands amidst the dark blue deep. The south wind thitherward sweeps a great sea towards Faustus and against the headland on the left, where that small rock meets and withstands the mighty wave. The ships were driven on this, and scarce the crews escaped with life. The ships were dashed against the crags and wrecked, save 5, and these, with their black prows, were swept toward Egypt by the winds and waves. Thus adding to his wealth and gathering gold, he roamed the ocean in his ships among men of strange speech. Aegisthus meantime planned his guilty deeds at home. He slew the king Atrides, and the people took his yoke. 7 years in rich Mycenae he bore rule, and on the 8th to his destruction came the nobly born Orestes, just returned from Athens, and cut off that man of blood, the crafty wretch Aegisthus, by whose hand fell his illustrious father. Then he bade the Argives to the solemn burial feast of his bad mother and the craven wretch Aegisthus. Menelaus, that same day, the great in war, arrived and brought large wealth, so large his galleys could contain no more. And thou, my friend, be thou not long away, wandering from home, thy rich possessions left, and in thy palace halls a lawless crew, lest they devour thy substance and divide thy goods, and thou have crossed the sea in vain. Yet must I counsel and enjoin on thee to visit Menelaus, who has come just now from lands and nations of strange men, whence one could hardly hope for a return, whom once the tempest's violence had driven into that great wide sea, o'er which the birds of heaven could scarce fly hither in a year. Such is its fearful vastness. Go thou now, thou with thy ship and friends, or if thou choose the way by land, a car and steeds are here, and here my sons to guide thee to the town of hallowed Lacedaemon, there to find the fair-haired Menelaus. Earnestly beseech of him that he declare the truth. Falsely he will not speak, for he is wise. He spake, the sun went down, the darkness crept over the earth, and blue-eyed Pallas said, Most wisely hast thou spoken, ancient man. Now cut ye out the tongues and mingle wine, that we to Neptune and the other gods may pour libations, and then think of rest. For now the hour is come, the light is gone, nor at a feast in honor of the gods should we long sit, but in good time withdraw. Jove's daughters spake, they hearkened to her words. The heralds came to them, and on their hands poured water. Boys began to fill the bowls to the hard brim, and ministered to each from left to right. Then threw they to the flames the victims' tongues, and rising poured on earth wine to the gods. And when that rite was paid, and when their thirst was satiate, Pallas rose with nobly born Telemachus to go to their good ship. But Nestor still detained the twain, and chidingly bespake them thus. Now Jove and all the other gods forbid that ye should go from me to your good ship, as from some half-clad wretch too poor to own mantles and blankets, in whose soft warm folds he and his guests might sleep. But I have both, mantles and blankets, beautifully wrought, and never shall the son of that great man Ulysses lie upon a galley's deck while I am living. After me I hope my sons, who dwell within my palace halls, will duly welcome all who enter here. And thus again the blue-eyed Pallas spake, Well hast thou said, my aged friend, and well doth it become Telemachus to heed thy words, for that were best. Let him remain with thee and sleep in thine abode, while I repair to our black ship, encouraging the crew, and setting them their proper tasks, for I am eldest of them all. The rest are young men yet, and moved by friendship joined our enterprise. The peers in age are they of the large-souled Telemachus. Tonight I sleep within the hull of our black ship, and sail with early morning for the land of the Ciconians, large of soul, from whom a debt is due me, neither new nor small. Send meantime from thy palace in a car, and with thy son this youth, and be the steeds the fleetest and the strongest in thy stalls. The blue-eyed Pallas, having spoken thus, passed like an eagle out of sight, and all were seized with deep amazement as they saw. The aged monarch, wondering at the sight, took by the hand Telemachus, and said, Of craven temper and unapt for war, O friend, thou canst not be, since thus the gods attend and guide thee in thy youth. And this, of all the gods whose dwelling is in heaven, can be no other than the spoiler queen Pallas, the child of Jove, who also held thy father in such eminent esteem among the Grecians. Deign to favor us, O queen, bestow on me and on my sons, and on my venerable spouse the meed of special glory. I will bring to thee a sacrifice, a broad-horned yearling steer, which never man hath tamed or led beneath the yoke. Her will I bring with gilded horns, and lay an offering on thine altar fires. Such were his words, and Pallas heard the prayer, and then Gerenian Nestor led the way, and with his sons and sons-in-law approached his glorious palace. When they came within, the monarch's sumptuous halls each took his place in order on the couches and the thrones. The old man mingled for them as they came a bowl of delicate wine, 11 years old, drawn by the damsel cupbearer who took its cover from the jar. The aged chief mingled it in the bowl, and pouring out a part to Pallas, offered earnest prayer to her, who sprang from Aegis bearing Jove. When due libations had been made, and all drank till they wished no more, most went away, each to his home to sleep. But Nestor made Telemachus, the son of the great chief Ulysses, rest upon a sumptuous couch within the echoing hall, and near to him the chief of squadrons, skilled to wield the spear, Pisistratus, who only of his sons abode in Nestor's halls unwedded yet, while in an inner room of that tall pile the monarch slumbered on a bed of state, decked for him by the labors of his queen. Soon as the daughter of the dawn appeared, the rosy-fingered morning, Nestor left his bed and went abroad, and took his seat on smooth white stones before his lofty doors, that glistened as with oil, on which before sat Neleus, wise in counsel as the gods. But he had yielded to the will of fate, and passed into the underworld. Now sat Gerenian Nestor in his father's place, the guardian of the Greeks. Around his seat, just from the chambers of their rest, his sons Echephron, Stratius, and Aretus came, Perseus and Thrasymedes. After these came brave Pisistratus, the sixth and last. They led Telemachus, the godlike youth, and placed him near them. The Gerenian knight Nestor began, and thus bespake his sons. Do quickly what I ask, dear sons, and aid, to render Pallas, first of all the gods, propitious. Pallas, who has deigned to come, and at a solemn feast to manifest herself to me. Let one of you go forth among the fields, and bring a heifer thence, led by the herdsman. To the dark-hulled ship of the large-souled Telemachus I bid another son repair, and bring the crew, save only 2, and let another call Laerceus hither, skilled to work in gold, that he may plate with gold the heifer's horns. Let all the rest remain to bid the maids within prepare a sumptuous feast, and bring seats, wood, and limpid water from the fount. He spake, and all were busy. From the field the bullock came, from the swift-sailing bark came the companions of the gallant youth Telemachus, with all his implements, hammer and anvil and well-jointed tongs, with which he wrought. The goldsmith also came, and to be present at the sacred rites, Pallas came likewise. Nestor, aged knight, brought forth the gold, the artisan prepared the metal, and about the bullock's horns wound it, that Pallas might with pleasure see the victim so adorned. Then Stratius grasped the horns, and aided by Echephron, led the bullock. From his room Aretus brought a laver filled with water in one hand, and in the other hand a canister of cakes, while Thrasymedes, great in war, stood near with a sharp axe about to smite the victim. Perseus held a vase to catch the blood, while Nestor, aged horseman, took water and cakes, and offering first a part, and flinging the shorn forelock to the flames, prayed to the goddess Pallas fervently. And now, when they had prayed and flung the cakes, the large-souled Thrasymedes, Nestor's son, struck where he stood the blow. The bullock's strength gave way. At once the daughters of the king and his sons' wives and Queen Eurydica, Nestor's chaste wife and daughter eldest born of Clymenus, broke forth in shrilly cries. From the great earth the sons then lifted up and held the victim's head. Pisistratus, the chief of squadrons, slew it. When the blood had ceased to flow and life had left its limbs, they quickly severed joint from joint. They hewed the thighs away and duly covered them with caul, a double fold, on which they laid raw strips of flesh. The aged monarch burned these over the cleft wood and poured dark wine upon them, while beside him stood the youths with 5-pronged spits, and when the thighs were burned and entrails tasted, all the rest they carved into small portions and transfixed with spits, and roasted, holding the sharp spits in hand. Meantime, fair Polycaste, youngest born of Nestor's daughters, gave Telemachus the bath, and after he had bathed, she shed a rich oil over him, and in a cloak of noble texture and a tunic robed the prince, who, like a god in presence, left the bath and took his place where Nestor sat, the shepherd of the people. When the youths had roasted well and from the spits withdrawn the flesh, they took their places at the feast. Then rose up chosen men and poured the wine into the cups of gold, and when at length the thirst and appetite were both allayed, the knight Gerenian Nestor thus began. Rise now, my sons, join to the bright-haired steeds my car, and let Telemachus depart. He spake. They hearkened and obeyed, and straight yoked the swift horses to the car. Then came the matron of the household, laying bread and wine within the car, and dainties such as make a prince's fare. Telemachus then climbed into the sumptuous seat. The son of Nestor and the chief of armed bands, Pisistratus, climbed also, took his place beside him, grasped the reins, and with the lash urged on the coursers. Not unwillingly they darted toward the plain, and left behind the lofty Pylos. All that day they shook the yoke on both their necks. The sun went down, the highways lay in darkness when they came to Pherae and the abode of Diocles, son of Orsilochus, who claimed to be the offspring of Alphaeus. They with him found welcome there, and there that night they slept. And when the rosy-fingered morn appeared, they yoked the horses, climbed the shining car, and issued from the palace gate beneath the sounding portico. Pisistratus wielded the lash to urge the coursers on, and not unwillingly they flew and reached a land of harvests. Here the travelers found their journey's end, so swiftly those fleet steeds had borne them on. And now the sun went down, and darkness gathered over all the ways. Book 4, Conference of Telemachus and Menelaus, Arrival of Telemachus and his companion at Sparta, a wedding, the marriage of the daughter of Menelaus, Helen in Sparta, entertainment of the guests, Helen's account of her return to her husband, the Trojan horse, narrative of the visit of Menelaus to Egypt in order to consult the sea god Proteus, Menelaus informed by him that Ulysses is detained by Calypso in her island. Plot of the suitors to lie in wait for Telemachus on his voyage and destroy him. Penelope visited and consoled by Pallas in a dream. They came to Lacedaemon's valley, seamed with dells, and to the palace of its king, the glorious Menelaus, whom they found within, and at a wedding banquet made both for his blameless daughter and his son, and many guests. Her he must send away, bride of the son of that invincible chief, Achilles. He betrothed her while in Troy, and gave his kingly word, and now the gods fulfilled it by the marriage. He was now sending her forth with steeds and cars to reach the noble city of the Myrmidons, where ruled her consort. From the Spartan coast he brought Alector's daughter for his son, the gallant Megapenthus, born to him by a handmaiden in his later years. For not to Helen had the gods vouchsafed yet other offspring after she had brought a lovely daughter forth, Hermione, like golden Venus both in face and form. So banqueting the neighbors and the friends of glorious Menelaus sat beneath the lofty ceiling of those spacious halls, delighted with the feast. A sacred bard amidst them touched the harp and sang to them, while, as the song began, 2 dancers sprang into the midst and trod the measure there. But they, the hero youth Telemachus and Nestor's eminent son, were at the gate, and standing in the entrance with their steeds, the worthy Ithaca coming forth, the trusty servant of the glorious son of Atreus, saw, and hastening thence to tell the shepherd of the people, through the hall he came to him and spake these winged words: O Menelaus, foster child of Jove, 2 strangers have arrived, 2 men who seem descended from almighty Jupiter. Shall we then loose the harness from their steeds, or bid them elsewhere seek a friendly host? The fair-haired king indignantly replied, Nay, Eteoneus, thou hast not been wont. Son of Boethus, thus to play the fool, thou pratest idly like a child. Ourselves have sat as guests at generous banquets given by other men, when journeying hitherward in hope that Jove might grant a respite here from our disasters. Hasten then to loose the steeds and bring the strangers to the feast. He spake, the attendant hastened forth and called the other trusty servitors with charge to follow. They unyoked the sweaty steeds and bound them to the stalls and gave them oats, with which they mingled the white barley grains, and close against the shining wall they placed the car, and then they led the guests within the sumptuous palace. Entering, these admired the palace of the foster child of Jove, for like the splendor of the sun and moon its glory was. They with delighted eyes gazed, and descending to the polished baths, they bathed. The attendant maids who at the bath had ministered, anointing them with oil, arrayed the stranger guests in fleecy cloaks and tunics. Each sat down upon a throne near to Atrides. Now a handmaid brought a beautiful ewer of gold and laver wrought of silver, and poured water for their hands, and spread a polished table near their seat. The reverend matron of the household came with bread, and set before them many a dish gathered from all the feast. The carver next brought chargers lifted high, and in them meats of every flavor, and before them placed beakers of gold. The fair-haired monarch gave his hand to each, and then bespake them thus: Now taste our banquet and rejoice, and when ye are refreshed with food, we will inquire who ye may be. For ye are not of those whose race degenerates, ye are surely born of sceptred kings, the favorites of Jove. Ignoble men have never sons like you. Thus having said, and taking in his hands a fatling bullock's chine, which menials brought, roasted, and placed beside the king in sign of honor, this he laid before his guests, and they put forth their hands and banqueted. And when the calls of hunger and of thirst at length were stilled, Telemachus inclined his head toward Nestor's son, that no one else might listen to his words, and thus he said, See, son of Nestor, my beloved friend, in all these echoing rooms the sheen of brass, of gold, of amber, and of ivory. Such is the palace of Olympian Jove within its walls. How many things are here of priceless worth! I wonder as I gaze. The fair-haired Menelaus heard him speak, and thus accosted both with winged words: Dear sons, no mortal man may vie with Jove, whose palace and possessions never know decay. But other men may vie or not in wealth with me. 'Twas after suffering and wandering long that in my fleet I brought my wealth with me and landed on this coast in the 8th year. For I had roamed afar to Cyprus and to Phoenice, and where the Egyptians dwell, and Ethiopia's sons, and the Sidonians and the Erymbian race, and to the coast of Libya, where the lambs are yeaned with budding horns. There do the ewes thrice in the circle of the year bring forth their young. There both the master of the herd and herdsman know no lack of cheese or flesh or of sweet milk, for there the herds yield milk the whole year round. While I was roaming thus and gathering store of wealth, another slew my brother, unforewarned, and through the fraud of his own guilty consort. Therefore small is the content I find in bearing rule o'er these possessions. Ye have doubtless heard this from your parents, be they who they may. For much have I endured, and I have lost, a palace, a most noble dwelling place, full of things rare and precious. Even now would I possessed within my palace here but the third part of these, and would that they were yet alive who perished on the plain of Troy afar from Argos and its steeds. Yet while I grieve and while I mourn them all, here sitting in my palace, I by turns indulge my heart in weeping, and by turns I pause, for with continual sorrow comes a weariness of spirit. Yet, in truth, for none of all those warriors, though their fate afflicts me sorely, do I so much grieve as for one hero. When I think of him, the feast and couch are joyless, since of all the Achaean chiefs, none brought so much to pass as did Ulysses, both in what he wrought and what he suffered. Great calamities fell to his lot in life, and to my own grief for his sake that cannot be consoled. Long has he been divided from his friends, and whether he be living now or dead we know not. Old Laertes, the sage queen Penelope, and young Telemachus, whom when he went to war he left newborn at home, are sorrowing somewhere for his sake. He spake, and woke anew the young man's grief for his lost father. From his eyelids fell tears at the hearing of his father's name, and with both hands he held before his eyes the purple mantle. Menelaus saw his tears and pondered, doubting which were best, to let the stranger of his own accord speak of his father, or to question him at first and then to tell him all he knew. As thus he pondered, Helen, like in form to Dian of the golden distaff, left her high-roofed chamber, where the air was sweet with perfumes, and approached. Adrasta placed a seat for her of costly workmanship. Alcippe brought a mat of soft light wool, and Philo with a silver basket came, given by Alcandra, wife of Polybus, who dwelt at Thebes in Egypt, and whose house was rich in things of price. 2 silver baths he gave to Menelaus, tripods 2, and talents 10 of gold. His wife bestowed beautiful gifts on Helen, 1 of gold, a distaff, 1 a silver basket edged with gold and round in form. This Philo brought, heaped with spun yarn, and placed before the queen. Upon it lay the distaff, wrapped in wool of color like the violet. Helen there sat down, a footstool at her feet, and straight questioned with earnest words her husband thus: Say, Menelaus, foster child of Jove, is it yet known what lineage these men claim, these visitants? And what I now shall say, will it be false or true? Yet must I speak. Woman or man, I think I never saw so like another as this youth, on whom I look with deep astonishment, is like Telemachus, the son whom our great chief Ulysses left at home a tender babe, when ye Achaeans for my guilty sake went forth to wage the bloody war with Troy. And fair-haired Menelaus answered her, Yea, wife, so deem I as it seems to thee. Such are his feet, his hands, the cast of the eye, his head, the hair upon his brow. Just now, in speaking of Ulysses, as I told how he had toiled and suffered for my sake, the stranger held the purple cloak before his eyes, and from the lids dropped bitter tears. Pisistratus, the son of Nestor, spake in answer, Menelaus, foster child of Jove and son of Atreus, sovereign king. He is, as thou hast said, that hero's son. But he is modest, and he deems that ill it would become him, on arriving here, if he should venture in discourse while thou art present, in whose voice we take delight as if it were the utterance of a god. The knight Gerenian Nestor sent me forth to guide him hither, for he earnestly desired to see thee, that thou mightest give counsel in what he yet should say or do. For bitterly a son who finds at home no others to befriend him must lament the absence of a father. So it is with young Telemachus. For far away his father is, and in the land are none who have the power to shelter him from wrong. The fair-haired Menelaus answered thus, O wonder! Then the son of one most dear, who for my sake so oft has braved and borne the conflicts of the battlefield, hath come beneath my roof. I thought that I should greet his father with a warmer welcome here than any other of the Argive race, when Jove the Olympian thunderer should grant a safe return to us across the deep in our good ships. I would have founded here for him a city in Argos, and have built dwellings, and would have brought from Ithaca him and his son, and all his wealth and all his people. To this end I would have caused some neighboring district where my sway is owned to be dispeopled. Dwelling here, we oft should then have met each other, and no cause would e'er have parted us, two faithful friends delighting in each other, till at last came death's black cloud to wrap us in its shade. A god, no doubt, hath seen in this a good too great for us, and thus to him alone, unhappy man, denied a safe return. He spake, his words awoke in every heart grief for the absent hero's sake. Then wept the Argive Helen, child of Jove, then wept Telemachus, nor tearless were the eyes of Nestor's son, for to his mind arose the memory of the good Antilochus, slain by the bright Aurora's imminent son. Of him he thought, and spake these winged words, O son of Atreus, aged Nestor saith, when in his palace we discourse of thee, and ask each other's thought, that thou art wise beyond all other men. Now, if thou mayst, indulge me, for not willingly I weep thus at the evening feast, and soon will mourn, child of the dawn appear. I do not blame this sorrow for whoever meets his fate and dies. The only honors we can pay to those unhappy mortals is to shred our locks away and wet our cheeks with tears. I lost a brother, not the least in worth among the Argives, whom thou must have seen. I knew him not. I never saw his face, yet is it said Antilochus excelled the others, swift of foot and brave in war. The fair-haired Menelaus answered him, Since thou, my friend, hast spoken thus, as one discreet in word and deed, of riper years than thou might speak and act, for thou art born of such a father, and thy words are wise, and easy is it to discern the son of one on whom Saturnius has bestowed, both at the birth hour and in wedded life, his blessing, as he gives to Nestor now a calm old age that lapses pleasantly within his palace halls from day to day, and sons wise-minded, mighty with the spear. Then let us lay aside the sudden grief that has o'ertaken us, and only think of banqueting. Let water now be poured upon our hands. There will be time enough tomorrow for discourse. Telemachus and I will then engage in mutual talk. He spake, Asphalion, who with diligent heed served the great Menelaus, on their hands poured water, and they shared the meats that lay upon the board. But Helen, Jove-born dame, had other thoughts, and with the wine they drank mingled a drug, an antidote to grief and anger, bringing quick forgetfulness of all life's evils. Whoso drinks, when once it is infused and in the cup, that day shall never wet his cheeks with tears, although his father and his mother lie in death, nor though his brother or beloved son fall butchered by the sword before his eyes. Such sovereign drugs she had, that child of Jove, given her by Polydamna, wife of Thon, a dame of Egypt, where the bounteous soil brings forth abundantly its potent herbs, of healing some and some of bane, and where dwell the physicians who excel in skill all other men, for they are of the race of Paeon. Now when Helen in the cups had placed the drug, and bidden them to pour the wine upon it, thus she spake again, Atrides Menelaus, reared by Jove, and ye the sons of heroes, Jupiter, the sovereign, gives at pleasure good and ill to one or to another, for his power is infinite. Now sitting in these halls, feast and enjoy free converse. I will speak what suits the occasion. I could not relate, I could not even name the many toils borne by Ulysses, stout of heart. I speak only of what that valiant warrior did and suffered once in Troy, where ye of Greece endured such hardships. He had given himself unseemly stripes, and o'er his shoulders flung vile garments like a slave's, and entered thus the enemy's town, and walked its spacious streets. Another man he seemed in that disguise, a beggar, though when at the Achaean fleet so different was the semblance that he wore. He entered Ilium thus transformed, and none knew who it was that passed, but I perceived, and questioned him. He turned my quest aside with crafty answers. After I had seen the bath administered, anointed him, and clothed him, and had sworn a solemn oath not to reveal his visit to the men of Ilium till he reached again the tents and galleys, then he opened to me all the plans of the Achaeans. Leaving me, on his return, he slew with his long spear full many a Trojan, and in safety reached the Argive camp with tidings for the host. Then wept aloud the Trojan dames, but I was glad at heart, for I already longed for my old home, and deeply I deplored the evil fate that Venus brought on me, who led me thither from my own dear land, and from my daughter and my marriage bower, and from my lawful spouse, in whom I missed no noble gift of person or of mind. Then fair-haired Menelaus said to her, All thou hast spoken, woman, is most true. Of many a valiant warrior I have known the counsels and the purposes, and far have roamed in many lands, but never yet my eyes have looked on such another man as was Ulysses, of a heart so bold and such endurance. Witness what he did and bore, the heroic man, what time we sat, the bravest of the Argives, pent within the wooden horse, about to bring to Troy slaughter and death. Thou earnest to the place, moved as it seemed by some divinity who thought to give the glory of the day to Troy. Deiphobus, the godlike chief, was with thee. Thrice about the hollow frame that held the ambush thou didst walk and touch its sides, and call the Achaean chiefs by name, and imitate the voices of the wives of all the Argives. Diomed and I sat with the great Ulysses in the midst, and with him heard thy call, and rose at once to sally forth or answer from within. But he forbade, impatient as we were, and so restrained us. All the Achaean chiefs kept silence save Anticlus, who alone began to speak, when with his powerful hands Ulysses pressed together instantly the opening lips, and saved us all, and thus held them till Pallas lured thee from the spot. Then spake discreet Telemachus again, Atrides Menelaus, reared by Jove, ruler of tribes, the harder was his lot, since even thus he could not shun the stroke of death, not though a heart of steel were his. But now dismiss us to our beds, that there, couched softly, we may welcome balmy sleep. He spake, and Argive Helen called her maids to make up couches in the portico, and throw fair purple blankets over them, and tapestry above, and cover all with shaggy cloaks. Forth from the palace halls they went with torches, and made ready soon the couches. Thither heralds led the guests. There in the vestibule Telemachus, the hero, and with him the eminent son of Nestor, took their rest. Meanwhile the son of Atreus lay within an inner room of that magnificent pile, and near to him the glorious lady, long-robed Helen, slept. But when at length the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morning, brought her light, then Menelaus, great in battle, rose, put on his garments, took his trenchant sword, and, having hung it on his shoulder, laced the shapely sandals to his shining feet, and issued from his chamber like a god in aspect. Near Telemachus he took his seat, and calling him by name he spake, What urgent cause, my brave Telemachus, brings thee to sacred Lacedaemon o'er the breast of the great ocean? Frankly say, is it a private or a public need? And thus discreet Telemachus replied, Atrides Menelaus, reared by Jove, ruler of nations, I am come to ask news of my father, if thou knowest aught. My heritage is wasting, my rich fields are made a desolation. Enemies swarm in my palace, and from day to day slaughter my flocks and slow-paced horned herds. My mother's suitors they, and measureless their insolence. And therefore am I come to clasp thy knees, and pray thee to relate the manner of my father's sorrowful death, as thou hast seen it with thine eyes, or heard its story from some wandering man. For sure his mother brought him forth to wretchedness beyond the common lot. I ask thee not to soften aught in the sad history through tenderness to me or kind regard, but tell me plainly all that thou dost know. And I beseech thee, if at any time my father, good Ulysses, brought to pass aught that he undertook for thee in word or act while ye were in the realm of Troy, where the Greeks suffered sorely, bear it now in mind, and let me have the naked truth. Then Menelaus of the amber locks drew a deep sigh, and thus in answer said, Heavens, they would climb into a brave man's bed, these craven weaklings. But as when a hart has hid her newborn suckling fawns within the lair of some fierce lion, and gone forth herself to range the mountainsides and feed among the grassy lawns, the lion comes back to the place and brings them sudden death, so will Ulysses bring a bloody fate upon the suitor crew. O Father Jove, and Pallas and Apollo, I could wish that now, with prowess such as once was his when he of yore in Lesbos nobly built, rising to strive with Philomela's son, in wrestling through him heavily, and all the Greeks rejoiced, Ulysses might engage the suitors. Short were then their term of life, and bitter would the nuptial banquet be. Now for the questions thou hast put and craved from me a true reply. I will not seek to pass them by with talk of other things, nor yet deceive thee, but of all that once was told me by the Ancient of the Deep, whose words are truth. I shall keep nothing back. In Egypt still, though longing to come home, the gods detained me, for I had not paid the sacrifice of chosen hecatombs, and ever do the gods require of us remembrance of their laws. There is an isle within the billowy sea before you reach the coast of Egypt. Pharos is its name. At such a distance as a ship could pass in one whole day with a shrill breeze astern. A sheltered haven lies within that isle, whence the good ships go forth with fresh supplies of water. There the gods constrained my stay for 20 days, and never in that time blew favoring winds across the waters, such as bear the galley over the great deep. Now would our stores of food have been consumed. Now would the courage of my men have died. Had not a goddess pitied me and come to my relief, by name Eidothea, born to the great Proteus, ancient of the deep. For she was moved by my distress, and came to me while I was wandering alone, apart from all the rest. They through the isle roamed everywhere from place to place, and pinched with hunger, threw the hook for fish. She came, and standing near, accosted me and said, Stranger, thou art an idiot, or at least of careless mood, or else art willingly neglectful, and art pleased with suffering, that thou dost linger in this isle so long, and find no means to leave it, while the hearts of thy companions faint with the delay. She spake, and I replied, Whoe'er thou art, goddess, let me say, not willingly I linger here. I surely must have sinned against the immortal dwellers of high heaven, but tell me, for the gods know all things, who of all the immortals holds me windbound here, hindering my voyage? Tell me also how to reach my home across the fishy deep. I ended, and the glorious goddess said in answer, Stranger, I will truly speak. The deathless ancient of the deep, whose words are ever true, Egyptian Proteus, oft here makes his haunt. To him are fully known, for he is Neptune's subject, all the depths of the great ocean. It is said I owe to him my birth. If him thou canst ensnare and seize, he will disclose to thee thy way and all its distances, and tell thee how to reach thy home across the fishy deep, and further will reveal, if so he choose. O foster child of Jove, whate'er of good or ill has in thy palace come to pass, while thou wert wandering long and wearily. So said the goddess, and I spake again. Explain by what device to snare and hold the aged deity, lest he foreknow or else suspect our purpose and escape. 'Twere hard for mortals to constrain a god. I ended, and the glorious goddess thus made answer. When the climbing sun has reached the middle heaven, the ancient of the deep, who ne'er deceives, emerges from the waves, and covered with the dark scum of the sea, walks forth, and in a cavern vault lies down. Thither fair Halcyona's progeny, the sea calves from the hoary ocean throng, rank with the bitter odor of the brine, and slumber near him. With the break of day I will conduct thee thither and appoint thy place, but thou shalt choose to go with thee 3 of the bravest men in thy good ships. And let me now relate the stratagems of the old prophet. He at first will count the sea calves, going o'er them all by 5s, and when he has beheld and numbered all, amidst them all will he lie down, as lies a shepherd midst his flock. And then, as soon as ye behold him stretched at length, exert your utmost strength to hold him there, although he strive and struggle to escape your hands. For he will try all stratagems and take the form of every reptile on the earth, and turn to water and to raging flame. Yet hold him firmly still, and all the more make fast the bands. When he again shall take the form in which thou sawest him asleep, desist from force, and loose the bands that held the ancient prophet. Ask of him what god afflicts thee thus, and by what means to cross the fishy deep and find thy home again. Thus having said, the goddess straightway sprang into the billowy ocean, while I sought the galleys, where they rested on the sand, with an uneasy spirit. When I reached the ship and shore, we made our evening meal. The hallowed night came down, we lay and slept upon the sea beach. When the morning came, the rosy-fingered daughter of the dawn, forth on the border of the mighty main I went, and prayed the immortals fervently. I led 3 comrades whom I trusted most in all adventures. Entering the depths of the great sea, the goddess brought us thence 4 skins of sea calves newly flayed, that thus we might deceive her father. Then she scooped beds for us in the sea sand, and sat down to wait his coming. We were near to her, and there she laid us duly down, and threw a skin o'er each. Now did our ambush seem beyond endurance, for the noisome smell of those sea-nourished creatures sickened us, and who could bear to sleep beside a whale? But she bethought her of an antidote, a sovereign one, and so relieved us all. To each she brought ambrosia, placing it beneath his nostrils, and the sweets it breathed o'ercame the animal odor. All the morn we waited patiently. The sea calves came from ocean in a throng, and laid themselves in rows along the margin of the sea. At noon emerged the aged seer, and found his well-fed sea calves. Going o'er them all, he counted them, ourselves among the rest, with no misgiving of the fraud, and then he laid him down to rest. We rushed with shouts upon him suddenly, and in our arms caught him, nor did the aged seer forget his stratagems. And first he took the shape of a maned lion, of a serpent next, then of a panther, then of a huge boar, then turned to flowing water, then became a tall tree full of leaves. With resolute hearts we held him fast, until the aged seer was wearied out in spite of all his wiles, and questioned me in speech at last, and said, O son of Atreus, who of all the gods hath taught thee how to take me in this snare, unwilling as I am? What wouldst thou have? He spake. I answered, Aged prophet, well thou knowest, why deceitfully inquire? It is that I am held a prisoner long within this isle, and vainly seek the means of my escape, and grief consumes my heart. Now, since the gods know all things, tell me this, what deity it is that, hindering thus my voyage, keeps me here, and tell me how to cross the fishy deep and reach my home. Such were my words, and he in answer said, But thou to Jove and to the other gods shouldst first have paid acceptable sacrifice, and shouldst have then embarked to reach with speed thy native land across the dark blue deep. Now it is not thy fate to see again thy friends, thy stately Pallas, and the land that saw thy birth, until thou stand once more beside the river that through Egypt flows from Jove, and offer sacred hecatombs to the ever-living gods inhabiting the boundless heaven, and they will speed thee forth upon the voyage thou dost long to make. He spake, my heart was broken as I heard his bidding to recross the shadowy sea to Egypt, for the way was difficult and long. And yet I answered him and said, Duly will I perform, O aged seer, what thou commandest, but I pray thee tell, and truly, whether all the sons of Greece, whom Nestor and myself, in setting sail, left on the Trojan coast, have since returned safe with their galleys, or have any died untimely in their ships or in the arms of their companions, since the war was closed. I spake, again he answered me and said, Why dost thou ask, Atrides, since to know thou needest not, nor is it well to explore the secrets of my mind? Thou canst not, sure, refrain from tears when thou shalt know the whole. Many are dead, and many left in Troy. 2 leaders only of the well-armed Greeks were slain returning. In that combat thou didst bear a part. One living yet is kept far in the mighty main from his return. Amid his well-oared galleys Ajax died, for Neptune first had driven him on the rocks of Gyrae, yet had saved him from the sea. And he, though Pallas hated him, had yet been rescued, but for uttering boastful words, which drew his fate upon him. He had said that he, in spite of all the gods, would come safe from those mountain waves. When Neptune heard the boaster's challenge, instantly he laid his strong hand on the trident, smote the rock and cleft it to the base. Part stood erect, part fell into the deep. There Ajax sat and felt the shock, and with the falling mass was carried headlong to the billowy depths below, and drank the brine and perished there. Thy brother in his roomy ships escaped the danger, for imperial Juno's aid preserved him. But when near Malia's heights, about to land, a tempest seized and swept the hero thence across the fishy deep, lamenting his hard lot to that far cape, where once abode Thyestes, and where now his son Aegisthus dwelt. But when the gods sent other winds, and safe at last appeared the voyage, they returned and reached their home. With joy he stepped upon his native soil, and kissed the earth that bore him, while his tears at that most welcome sight flowed fast and warm. Him from a lofty perch a spy beheld, whom treacherous Aegisthus planted there, bribed by 2 golden talents. He had watched the whole year through, lest, coming unobserved, the king might make his prowess felt. The spy flew to the royal palace with the news, and instantly Aegisthus planned a snare. He chose among the people 20 men, the bravest, whom he stationed out of sight, and gave command that others should prepare a banquet. Then with chariots and with steeds, and with a deadly purpose in his heart, he went, and meeting Agamemnon bade the shepherd of the people to the feast, and slew him at the board as men might slay a bullock at the crib. Of all who went with Agamemnon thither, none survived, and of the followers of Aegisthus none, but all were slaughtered in the banquet hall. He spake, my heart was breaking, and I wept, while sitting on the sand, nor in my heart cared I to live, or longer to behold the sweet light of the sun. But when there came respite from tears and writhing on the ground, the ancient of the deep, who ne'er deceives, spake yet again, Atrides, lose no time in tears, they profit nothing. Rather seek the means by which thou mayst the soonest reach thy native land. There thou perchance mayst find Aegisthus yet alive, or haply first Orestes may have slain him, and thyself arrive to see the funeral rites performed. He spake, and though afflicted still, my heart was somewhat comforted, my spirit rose, and thus I answered him with winged words. These men I know, name now the 3rd, who still is kept from his return afar within the mighty main, alive perchance or dead. For, though I dread to hear, I long to know. I spake, and Proteus answered me again. It is Laertes' son, whose dwelling stands in Ithaca. I saw him in an isle, and in the cavern palace of the nymph Calypso, weeping bitterly. For she constrains his stay. He cannot leave the isle, for his own country. Ship arrayed with oars and seamen has he none to bear him o'er the breast of the great ocean. But for thee 'tis not decreed that thou shalt meet thy fate, and die, most noble Menelaus, where the steeds of Argos in her pastures graze. The gods will send thee to the Elysian plain, into the end of earth, the dwelling place of fair-haired Rhadamanthus. There do men lead easiest lives. No snow, no bitter cold, no beating rains are there. The ocean deeps with murmuring breezes from the west refresh the dwellers. Thither shalt thou go, for thou art Helen's spouse and son-in-law of Jove. He spake, and plunged into the billowy deep. I to the fleet returned in company with my brave men, revolving as I went 1,000 projects in my thought. I reached my galley by the sea, and we prepared our evening meal. The hallowed night came down, and there upon the ocean beach we slept. But when the rosy-fingered morn appeared, the daughter of the dawn, we drew our ships to the great deep, and raised the masts and spread the sails. The crews, all entering, took their seats upon the benches, ranged in order due, and beat the foaming water with their oars. Again to Egypt's coast I brought the fleet, and to the river that descends from Jove, and there I offered chosen hecatombs. And having thus appeased the gods, I reared a tomb to Agamemnon, that his fame might never die. When this was done, I sailed for home. The gods bestowed a favoring wind. But now remain thou till the 11th day, or till the 12th, beneath my roof, and then will I dismiss thee with magnificent gifts. 3 steeds, a polished chariot, and a cup of price, with which to pour from day to day wine to the gods in memory of me. Then spake discreet Telemachus again. Atrides, seek not to detain me long, though I could sit contentedly a year beside thee, never longing for my home, nor for my parents. Such delight I find in listening to thy words. But even now, in hallowed Pylos, my companions grow weary, while thou delayest my return. The gifts, whate'er thou choosest to bestow, let them be such as I can treasure up. The steeds to Ithaca I may not take, I leave them to adorn thy retinue. For thou art ruler o'er a realm of plains, where grows much lotus and sweet grasses spring, and wheat and rye and the luxuriant stalks of the white barley. But in Ithaca are no broad grounds for coursing, meadows none. Goats graze amid its fields, a fairer land than those where horses feed. No isle that lies within the deep has either roads for steeds or meadows, least of all has Ithaca. He spake, the valiant Menelaus smiled, and kindly touched him with his hand and said, Dear son, thou comest of a generous stock, thy words declare it. I will change my gifts, as well I may. Of all that in my house are treasured up, the choicest I will give, and the most precious. I will give a cup wrought all of silver, save its brim of gold. It is the work of Vulcan. Phaedamus, the hero, king of Sidon, gave it me, when I was coming home, and underneath his roof was sheltered. Now it shall be thine. So talked they with each other. Meantime came those who prepared the banquet to the halls of the great monarch. Bringing sheep they came, and strengthening wine. Their wives, who on their brows wore showy fillets, brought the bread, and thus within the house of Menelaus all was bustle, setting forth the evening meal. But in the well-paved court which lay before the palace of Ulysses, where of late their insolence was shown, the suitor train amused themselves with casting quoits and spears, while by themselves Alcinoüs and the youth of godlike mien, Eurymachus, who both were eminent above the others, sat. To them Noëmon, son of Phronius, went, drew near, bespake Alcinoüs, and inquired, Is it among us known, or is it not, Alcinoüs, when Telemachus returns from sandy Pylos? Thither he is gone, and in my galley, which I need to cross to spacious Elis, there I have 12 mares and hardy mule colts with them yet untamed, and some I must subdue to take the yoke. He spake, and they were both amazed, for they had never thought of him as visiting Nilian Pylos, deeming that the youth was somewhere in his fields among the flocks, or haply with the keeper of the swine. Then did Alcinoüs, Eupeithes' son, make answer, Tell me truly when he sailed, and what young men of Ithaca he chose to go with him. Were they his slaves, or hired to be his followers? Tell, for I would know the whole. Took he thy ship against thy will, or didst thou yield it at his first request? Noëmon, son of Phronius, thus replied, Most willingly I gave it, for what else would anyone have done when such a man desired it in his need? It would have been hard to deny it. For the band of youths who followed him, they are the bravest here of all our people. And I saw embark, as their commander, Mentor or some god, like Mentor altogether. One thing moves my wonder. Only yesterday, at dawn, I met with Mentor here, whom I before had seen embarking for the Pylian coast. Noëmon spake, and to his father's house departed. Both were troubled at his words, and all the suitors took at once their seats, and ceased their pastimes. Then Antinous spake, son of Euaethus, greatly vexed, his heart was darkened with blind rage, his eyes shot fire. Strange doings these, a great and proud exploit performed, this voyage of Telemachus, which we had called impossible. The boy, in spite of us, has had his will and gone, and carried off a ship, and for his crew chosen the bravest of the people here. He yet will prove a pest. May Jupiter crush him ere he can work us further harm. Now give me a swift bark and 20 men, that I may lie in ambush and keep watch for his return within the straits between this isle and rugged Samos. Then I deem he will have sought his father to his cost. He spake, they praised his words and bade him act, and rose and left their places, entering the palace of Ulysses. Brief the time that passed before Penelope was warned of what the suitors treacherously planned. The herald Medon told her all. He heard in the outer court their counsels, while within they plotted, and he hastened through the house to bring the tidings to Penelope. Penelope perceived him as he stepped across the threshold, and bespake him thus, Why, herald, have the suitor princes sent thee hither? Comest thou to bid the maids of great Ulysses leave their tasks and make a banquet ready? Would their wooing here and elsewhere were but ended, and this feast were their last feast on earth. Ye who in throngs come hither and so wastefully consume the substance of the brave Telemachus, have ye not from your parents, while ye yet were children, heard how once Ulysses lived among them, never wronging any man in all the realm by aught he did or said, as mighty princes often do through hate of some and love of others? Never man endured injustice at his hands but you. Your vile designs and acts are known. Ye bear no grateful memory of a good man's deeds. And then in turn experienced Medon spake, O queen, I would this evil were the worst. The suitors meditate a greater still, and a more heinous far. May Jupiter never permit the crime. Their purpose is to meet Telemachus on his return, and slay him with the sword, for thou must know that on a voyage to the Pylian coast and noble Lacedaemon he has sailed, to gather tidings of his father's fate. He spake, and her knees failed her, and her heart sank as she heard. Long time she could not speak, her eyes were filled with tears, and her clear voice was choked. Yet finding words at length, she said, O herald, wherefore should my son have gone? There was no need that he should trust himself to the swift ships, those horses of the sea, with which men traverse its unmeasured waste. Was it that he might leave no name on earth? And then again experienced Medon spake, I know not whether prompted by some god or moved by his own heart thy son has sailed for Pylos, hoping there to hear some news of his returning father or his fate. Thus having said, the herald, traversing the palace of Ulysses, went his way, while a keen anguish overpowered the queen, nor could she longer bear to keep her place upon her seat, and many seats were there, but on the threshold of her gorgeous rooms lay piteously lamenting. Round her came her maidens wailing, all both old and young, who formed her household. These Penelope, sobbing in her great sorrow, thus bespake, Hear me, my friends. The heavens have cast on me griefs heavier than on any others born and reared with me who had lost by death already a most gracious husband, one who bore a lion heart, and who was graced with every virtue, greatly eminent among the Greeks, and widely famed abroad, through Hellas and all Argos. Now my son, he whom I loved, is driven before the storms from home, inglorious, and I was not told of his departure. Ye too, worthless crew, ye took no thought, not one of you, to call me from my sleep, although ye must have known full well when he embarked in his black ship. and if it had been told me that he planned this voyage, then, impatient as he was to sail, he would have certainly remained, or else have left me in these halls a corpse. And now let one of my attendants call the aged Dolius, whom, when first I came to this abode, my father gave to me to be my servant, and who has in charge my orchards. Let him haste and take his place beside Laertes, and to him declare all that has happened, that he may devise some fitting remedy, or go among the people to deplore the dark designs of those who now are plotting to destroy the heir of great Ulysses and his own. Then Euryclea, the beloved nurse, answered, Dear lady, slay me with the sword, or leave me here alive. I will conceal nothing that has been done or said. I gave all that he asked, both bread and delicate wine, and took a solemn oath, which he required, to tell thee naught of this till 12 days past, or till thou shouldst thyself inquire and hear of his departure, that those lovely cheeks might not be stained with tears. Now bathe and put fresh garments on, and to the upper rooms ascending, with thy handmaids offer prayer to Pallas, daughter of the god who bears the aegis. She will then protect thy son even from death. Grieve not the aged man, already much afflicted. Sure I am the lineage of Arcesius has not lost the favor of the gods, but someone yet surviving will possess its lofty halls and its rich acres, stretching far away. She spake, the queen repressed her grief, and held her eyes from tears. She took the bath and put fresh garments on, and to the upper rooms ascending with her maidens, heaped with cakes a canister, and prayed to Pallas thus. Daughter invincible of Jupiter, the aegis-bearer, hear me. If within thy courts the wise Ulysses ever burned fat thighs of beeves or sheep, remember it, and rescue my dear son, and bring to naught the wicked plots of the proud suitor crew. She spake and wept aloud. The goddess heard her prayer. Meantime the suitors filled with noise the shadowy palace halls, and there were some among that throng of arrogant youths who said, Truly the queen, whom we have wooed so long, prepares for marriage. Little does she know the bloody death we destined for her son. So spake they, unaware of what was done elsewhere. Antinous then stood forth and said, Good friends, I warn you all that ye refrain from boasts like these, lest someone should report your words within. Now let us silently rise up, and all conspire to put in act the counsel all so heartily approve. He spake, and chose a crew of 20 men, the bravest. To the seaside in the ship they went, and down to the deep water drew the ship, and put the mast and sails on board, and fitted duly to their leathern rings the oars, and spread the white sail overhead. Their nimble-handed servants brought them arms, and there they moored the galley, went on board, and supped and waited for the evening star. Now in the upper chamber the chaste queen, Penelope, lay fasting. Food or wine she had not tasted, and her thoughts were still fixed on her blameless son. Would he escape the threatened death, or perish by the hands of the insolent suitors? As a lion's thoughts, when midst a crowd of men he sees with dread the hostile circle slowly closing round, such were her thoughts when balmy sleep at length came creeping over her as on her couch she lay reclined, her limbs relaxed in rest. Now Pallas framed a new device. She called a phantom up, in aspect like the dame Iphthyme, whom Eumelus had espoused in Pherae, daughter of the high-souled chief Icarius. Her she sent into the halls of great Ulysses, that she might beguile the sorrowful Penelope from tears and lamentations. By the thong that held the bolt she slid into the royal bower, and standing by her head bespake the queen, Penelope, afflicted as thou art thou asleep? The ever-blessed gods permit thee not to grieve and weep. Thy son, who has not sinned against them, shall return. And then discreet Penelope replied, still sweetly slumbering at the gate of dreams, Why, sister, art thou here, who ne'er before hast come to me? The home is far away in which thou dwellest. Thou exhortest me to cease from grieving, and to lay aside the painful thoughts that crowd into my mind, and torture me who have already lost a noble-minded, lion-hearted spouse, one eminent among Achaea's sons for every virtue, and whose fame was spread through Hellas and through Argos. Now my son, my best beloved, goes to sea, a boy unused to hardships and unskilled to deal with strangers. More I sorrow for his sake than for his father's. I am filled with fear, and tremble lest he suffer wrong from those among whom he is gone, or on the deep, where he has enemies who lie in wait to slay him ere he reach his home again. And then the shadowy image spake again. Be of good courage, let not fear o'ercome thy spirit, for there goes with him a guide, such as all others would desire to have beside them ever, trusting in her power, Pallas Athene, and she looks on thee with pity. From her presence I am sent, her messenger, declaring this to thee. Again discreet Penelope replied, If then thou be a goddess and hast heard a goddess speak these words, declare, I pray, of that ill-fated one, if yet he live and look upon the sun, or else have died and passed to the abodes beneath the earth. Once more the shadowy image spake. Of him will I say nothing, whether living yet or dead. No time is this for idle words. She said, and from the chamber glided forth, beside the bolt, and mingled with the winds. Then quickly from her couch of sleep arose the daughter of Icarius, for her heart was glad, so plainly had the dream conveyed its message in the stillness of the night. Meanwhile the suitors on their ocean path went in their galley, plotting cruelly to slay Telemachus. A rocky isle far in the middle sea, between the coast of Ithaca and craggy Samos, lies named Asteris, of narrow bounds, yet there a sheltered haven is to which two straits give entrance. There the Achaeans lay in wait. Book 5. Departure of Ulysses from Calypso. Mercury dispatched by Jupiter to Calypso with a message commanding her to send away Ulysses. A raft constructed by Ulysses. His departure on the raft, a storm raised by Neptune, and the raft destroyed. Escape of Ulysses from the tempest, and his landing on the Isle of Circè, inhabited by the Phaeacians. Aurora, rising from her couch beside the famed Tithonus, brought the light of day to men and to immortals. Then the gods came to their seats in council. With them came high-thundering Jupiter, amongst them all the mightiest. Pallas, mindful of the past, spake of Ulysses and his many woes, grieved that he still was with the island nymph. O Father Jove, and all ye blessed ones who live forever, let not sceptred king henceforth be gracious, mild, and merciful, and righteous. Rather be he deaf to prayer and prone to deeds of wrong, since no one now remembers the divine Ulysses more among the people over whom he ruled benignly like a father. Still he lies, weighed down by many sorrows, in the isle and dwelling of Calypso, who so long constrains his stay. To his dear native land depart he cannot. Ship arrayed with oars and seamen has he none, to bear him o'er the breast of the broad ocean. Nay, even now, against his well-beloved son a plot is laid, to slay him as he journeys home from Pylos the divine, and from the walls of famous Sparta, whither he had gone to gather tidings of his father's fate. Then answered her the ruler of the storms, My child, what words are these that pass thy lips? Was not thy long-determined counsel this, that in good time Ulysses should return to be avenged? Guide then Telemachus wisely, for so thou canst, that all unharmed he reach his native land, and in their barks, homeward the suitor train retrace their way. He spake and turned to Hermes his dear son. Hermes, for thou in this my messenger art, as in all things to the bright-haired nymph make known my steadfast purpose, the return of suffering Ulysses. Neither gods nor men shall guide his voyage. On a raft made firm with bands he shall depart and reach, after long hardships, on the 20th day, the fertile shore of Circè, on whose isle dwell the Phaeacians, kinsmen of the gods. They like a god shall honor him, and thence send him to his loved country in a ship, with ample gifts of brass and gold, and store of raiment. Wealth like which he ne'er had brought from conquered Ilion, had he reached his home safely, with all his portion of the spoil. So is it preordained that he behold his friends again, and stand once more within his high-roofed palace on his native soil. He spake, the herald Argoside obeyed, and hastily beneath his feet he bound the fair ambrosial golden sandals, worn to bear him over ocean like the wind, and o'er the boundless land. His wand he took, wherewith he softly seals the eyes of men, and opens them at will from sleep. With this in hand the mighty Argus queller flew, and lighting on Pieria, from the sky plunged downward to the deep, and skimmed its face, like hovering seamew that on the broad gulfs of the unfruitful ocean seeks her prey, and often dips her pinions in the brine. So Hermes flew along the waste of waves. But when he reached that island far away, forth from the dark blue ocean swell he stepped upon the sea beach, walking till he came to the vast cave in which the bright-haired nymph made her abode. He found the nymph within. A fire blazed brightly on the hearth, and far was wafted o'er the isle the fragrant smoke of cloven cedar burning in the flame, and cypress wood. Meanwhile, in her recess, she sweetly sang, as busily she threw the golden shuttle through the web she wove, and all about the grotto alders grew, and poplars and sweet-smelling cypresses, in a green forest, high among whose boughs birds of broad wing, wood owls and falcons built their nests, and crows with voices sounding far, all haunting for their food the ocean side. A vine with downy leaves and clustering grapes crept over all the cavern rock. 4 springs poured forth their glittering waters in a row, and here and there went wandering side by side. Around were meadows of soft green o'ergrown with violets and parsley. 'Twas a spot where even an immortal might awhile linger and gaze with wonder and delight. The herald Argus queller stood and saw, and marveled, but as soon as he had viewed the wonders of the place, he turned his steps, entering the broad-roofed cave. Calypso there, the glorious goddess, saw him as he came and knew him, for the ever-living gods are to each other known, though one may dwell far from the rest. Ulysses, large of heart, was not within. Apart upon the shore he sat and sorrowed, where he oft in tears and sighs and vain repinings passed the hours, gazing with wet eyes on the barren deep. Now, placing Hermes on a shining seat of state, Calypso, glorious goddess, said, "Thou of the golden wand, revered and loved, what Hermes brings thee hither? Passing few have been thy visits. Make thy pleasure known. My heart enjoins me to obey, if aught that thou commandest be within my power. But first accept the offerings due a guest." The goddess, speaking thus, before him placed a table where the heaped ambrosia lay, and mingled the red nectar. Ate and drank the herald Argus queller, and refreshed answered the nymph, and made his message known. "Art thou a goddess, and dost ask of me, a god, why came I hither? Yet since thou requirest, I will truly tell the cause. I came unwillingly, at Jove's command, for who of choice would traverse the wide waste of the salt ocean, with no city near, where men adore the gods with solemn rites and chosen hecatombs? No god has power to elude or to resist the purposes of aegis-bearing Jove. With thee abides, he bids me say, the most unhappy man of all who round the city of Priam waged the battle through 9 years, and in the 10th, laying it waste, departed for their homes. But in their voyage they provoked the wrath of Pallas, who called up the furious winds and angry waves against them. By his side sank all his gallant comrades in the deep. Him did the winds and waves drive hither. Him Jove bids thee send away with speed, for here he must not perish, far from all he loves. So is it preordained that he behold his friends again, and stand once more within his high-roofed palace on his native soil." He spake, Calypso, glorious goddess, heard, and shuddered, and with winged words replied, "Ye are unjust, ye gods, and envious far beyond all other beings, cannot bear that ever goddess openly should make a mortal man her consort. Thus it was, when once Aurora, rosy-fingered, took Orion for her husband. Ye were stung, amid your blissful lives, with envious hate, till chaste Diana of the golden throne smote him with silent arrows from her bow, and slew him in Ortygia. Thus, again, when bright-haired Ceres, swayed by her own heart, in fields which bore 3 yearly harvests, met Aesion as a lover, This was known ere long to Jupiter, who flung from high a flaming thunderbolt and laid him dead. And now ye envy me, that with me dwells a mortal man. I saved him as he clung, alone upon his floating keel, for Jove had cloven with a bolt of fire from heaven his galley in the midst of the Black Sea, and all his gallant comrades perished there. Him kindly I received, I cherished him, and promised him a life that ne'er should know decay or death. But since no god has power to elude or to withstand the purposes of aegis-bearing Jove, let him depart. If so the sovereign moves him and commands, over the barren deep I send him not, for neither ship arrayed with oars have I, nor seamen o'er the boundless waste of waves to bear him hence. My counsel I will give, and nothing will I hide that he should know, to place him safely on his native shore. The herald Argus Queller answered her, Dismiss him thus, and bear in mind the wrath of Jove, lest it be kindled against thee. Thus having said, the mighty Argoside departed, and the nymph, who now had heard the doom of Jove, sought the great-hearted man, Ulysses. Him she found beside the deep, seated alone, with eyes from which the tears were never dried. For now no more the nymph delighted him, he wasted his sweet life in yearning for his home. Night after night he slept constrained within the hollow cave, the unwilling by the fond, and day by day he sat upon the rocks that edged the shore, and in continual weeping and in sighs and vain repinings wore the hours away, gazing through tears upon the barren deep. The glorious goddess stood by him and spake, Unhappy, sit no longer sorrowing here, nor waste life thus. Lo, I most willingly dismiss thee hence. Rise, hew down trees, and bind their trunks with brazen clamps into a raft, and fasten planks above a lofty floor, that it may bear thee o'er the dark blue deep. Bread will I put on board, water and wine, red wine that cheers the heart, and wrap thee well in garments, and send after thee the wind, that safely thou attain thy native shore, if so the gods permit thee, who abide in the broad heaven above, and better know by far than I, and far more wisely judge. Ulysses, the great sufferer, as she spake, shuddered, and thus with winged words replied, Some other purpose than to send me home is in thy heart, O goddess, bidding me to cross this frightful sea upon a raft. This perilous sea, where never even ships pass with their rapid keels, though Jove bestow the wind that glads the seamen. Nay, I climb no raft against thy wish, unless thou swear the great oath of the gods that thou in this dost meditate no other harm to me. He spake. Calypso, glorious goddess, smiled, and smoothed his forehead with her hand, and said, Perverse, and slow to see where guile is not. How could thy heart permit thee thus to speak? Now bear me witness, earth, and ye broad heavens above us, and ye waters of the Styx that flow beneath us, mightiest oath of all, and most revered by all the blessed gods, that I design no other harm to thee, but that I plan for thee, and counsel thee what I would do were I in need like thine. I bear a juster mind. My bosom holds a pitying heart, and not a heart of steel. Thus having said, the glorious goddess moved away with hasty steps, and where she trod he followed till they reached the vaulted cave, the goddess and the hero. There he took the seat whence Hermes had just risen. The nymph brought forth whatever mortals eat and drink to set before him. She right opposite to that of great Ulysses took her seat. Ambrosia there her maidens laid, and there poured nectar. Both put forth their hands and took the ready viands till at length the calls of hunger and of thirst were satisfied. Calypso, glorious goddess, then began, Son of Laertes, man of many wiles, high-born Ulysses, thus wilt thou depart home to thy native country. Then farewell, but couldst thou know the sufferings fate ordains for thee ere yet thou landest on its shore, thou wouldst remain to keep this home with me, and be immortal, strong as is thy wish to see thy wife, a wish that day by day possesses thee. I cannot deem myself in face or form less beautiful than she, for never with immortals can the race of mortal dames in form or face compare. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered her, Bear with me, gracious goddess, well I know all thou couldst say. The sage Penelope in feature and in stature comes not nigh to thee, for she is mortal, deathless thou, and ever young. Yet day by day I long to be at home once more, and pine to see the hour of my return. Even though some gods smite me on the black ocean, I shall bear the stroke, for in my bosom dwells a mind patient of suffering. Much have I endured, and much survived in tempests on the deep, and in the battle. Let this happen too. He spake, the sun went down, the night came on, and now the twain withdrew to a recess deep in the vaulted cave, where side by side they took their rest. But when the child of dawn, Aurora, rosy-fingered, looked abroad, Ulysses put his vest and mantle on. The nymph, too, in a robe of silver white, ample and delicate and beautiful, arrayed herself, and round about her loins wound a fair golden girdle, drew a veil over her head, and planned to send away magnanimous Ulysses. She bestowed a heavy axe of steel and double-edged, well fitted to the handle wrought of olive wood, firm set and beautiful. A polished adze she gave him next, and led the way to a far corner of the isle, where lofty trees, alders and poplars stood, and firs that reached the clouds, sapless and dry long since, and fitter thus to ride the waves. Then, having shown where grew the tallest trees, Calypso, glorious goddess, sought her home. Trees then he felled, and soon the task was done. 20 in all he brought to earth, and squared their trunks with the sharp steel, and carefully he smoothed their sides, and wrought them by a line. Calypso, gracious goddess, having brought wimbles, he bored the beams, and fitting them together, made them fast with nails and clamps. As when some builder skillful in his art frames for a ship of burden the broad keel, such ample breadth Ulysses gave the raft. Upon the massy beams he reared a deck, and floored it with long planks from end to end. On this a mast he raised, and to the mast fitted a yard. He shaped a rudder next, to guide the raft along her course, and round with woven work of willow boughs he fenced her sides against the dashings of the sea. Calypso, gracious goddess, brought him store of canvas, which he fitly shaped to sails, and rigging her with cords and ropes and stays, heaved her with levers into the great deep. 'Twas the 4th day, his labors now were done, and on the 5th the goddess from her isle dismissed him, newly from the bath, arrayed in garments given by her, that shed perfumes. A skin of dark red wine she put on board, a larger one of water, and for food a basket stored with viands such as please the appetite. A friendly wind and soft she sent before. The great Ulysses spread his canvas joyfully to catch the breeze, and sat and guided with nice care the helm, gazing with fixed eye on the Pleiades, Oedus setting late, and the Great Bear, by others called the Wain, which wheeling round looks ever toward Orion, and alone dips not into the waters of the deep. For so Calypso, glorious goddess, bade that on his ocean journey he should keep that constellation ever on his left. Now 17 days were in the voyage past, and on the 18th shadowy heights appeared, the nearest point of the Phaeacian land, lying on the dark ocean like a shield. But mighty Neptune, coming from among the Ethiopians, saw him. Far away he saw, from mountain heights of Solyma, the voyager, and burned with fiercer wrath, and shook his head and said within himself, "Strange! Now I see the gods have new designs for this Ulysses, formed while I was yet in Ethiopia. He draws near the land of the Phaeacians, where it is decreed he shall o'erpass the boundary of his woes. But first, I think, he will have much to bear." He spake, and round about him called the clouds, and roused the ocean, wielding in his hand the trident, summoned all the hurricanes of all the winds, and covered earth and sky at once with mists, while from above the night fell suddenly. The east wind and the south pushed forth at once with the strong blowing west, and the clear north rolled up his mighty waves. Ulysses trembled in his knees and heart, and thus to his great soul lamenting said, "What will become of me, unhappy man? I fear that all the goddess said was true, foretelling what disasters should o'ertake my voyage ere I reach my native land. Now are her words fulfilled. How Jupiter wraps the great heaven in clouds and stirs the deep to tumult. Wilder grow the hurricanes of all the winds, and now my fate is sure. Thrice happy, 4 times happy, they who fell on Troy's wide field, warring for Atreus' sons. Oh, had I met my fate and perished there, that very day on which the Trojan host around the dead Achilles hurled at me their brazen javelins, I had then received due burial and great glory with the Greeks. Now must I die a miserable death. As thus he spake, upon him from on high a huge and frightful billow broke. It whirled the raft around, and far from it he fell. His hands let go the rudder, a fierce rush of all the winds together snapped in twain the mast. Far off the yard and canvas flew into the deep. The billow held him long beneath the waters, and he strove in vain quickly to rise to air from that huge swell of ocean. For the garments weighed him down, which fair Calypso gave him. But at length, emerging, he rejected from his throat the bitter brine that down his forehead streamed. Even then, though hopeless with dismay, his thought was on the raft, and struggling through the waves, he seized it, sprang on board, and seated there, escaped the threatened death. Still to and fro the rolling billows drave it, as the wind in autumn sweeps the thistles o'er the field, clinging together, so the blasts of heaven hither and thither drove it o'er the sea. And now the south wind flung it to the north to buffet, now the east wind to the west. Leucothea saw him clinging there, the delicate-footed child of Cadmus, once immortal, speaking with a mortal voice, though now within the ocean gulfs she shares the honors of the gods. With pity she beheld Ulysses struggling thus distressed, and rising from the abyss below in form a cormorant, the sea-nymph took her perch on the well-banded raft, and thus she said, "Ah, luckless man, how hast thou angered thus earth-shaking Neptune, that he visits thee with these disasters? Yet he cannot take, although he seek it earnestly, thy life. Now do my bidding, for thou seemest wise. Laying aside thy garments, let the raft drift with the winds, while thou, by strength of arm, makest thy way in swimming to the land of the Phaeacians, where thy safety lies. Receive this veil, and bind its heavenly woof beneath thy breast, and have no further fear of hardship or of danger. But as soon as thou shalt touch the island, take it off, and turn away thy face, and fling it far from where thou standest into the black deep." The goddess gave the veil as thus she spoke, and to the tossing deep went down in form a cormorant. The black wave covered her, but still Ulysses, mighty sufferer, pondered, and thus to his great soul he said, "Ah me, perhaps some god is planning here some other fraud against me, bidding me forsake my raft. I will not yet obey, for still far off I see the land in which 'tis said my refuge lies. This will I do, for this seems wisest. While the fastenings last that hold these timbers, I will keep my place and bide the tempest here. But when the waves shall dash my raft in pieces, I will swim, for nothing better will remain to do." As he revolved this purpose in his mind, earth-shaking Neptune sent a mighty wave, horrid and huge and high, and where he sat it smote him. As a violent wind uplifts the dry chaff heaped upon a threshing floor, and sends it scattered through the air abroad, so did that wave fling loose the ponderous beams. To one of these, Ulysses, clinging fast, bestrode it like a horseman on his steed. And now he took the garments off, bestowed by fair Calypso, binding round his breast the veil, and forward plunged into the deep, with palms outspread, prepared to swim. Meanwhile Neptune beheld him, Neptune, mighty king, and shook his head and said within himself, "Go thus, and laden with mischances roam the waters till thou come among the race cherished by Jupiter, but well I deem thou wilt not find thy share of suffering light." Thus having said, he urged his coursers on with their fair flowing manes until he came to Aegae, where his glorious Pallas stands. But Pallas, child of Jove, had other thoughts. She stayed the course of every wind beside, and bade them rest, and lulled them into sleep, but summoned the swift north to break the waves, that so Ulysses, the high-born, escaped from death and from the fates, might be the guest of the Phaeacians, men who love the sea. 2 days and nights among the mighty waves he floated, oft his heart foreboding death. But when the bright-haired Eos had fulfilled the third day's course, and all the winds were laid, and calm was on the watery waste, he saw that land was near, as lifted on the crest of a huge swell he looked with sharpened sight. And as a father's life preserved makes glad his children's hearts, when long time he has lain sick, wrung with pain, and wasting by the power of some malignant genius, till at length the gracious gods bestow a welcome cure. So welcome to Ulysses was the sight of woods and fields. By swimming on, he thought to climb and tread the shore. But when he drew so near that one who shouted could be heard from land, the sound of ocean on the rocks came to his ear. For there huge breakers roared and spouted fearfully, and all around was covered with the sea foam. Haven here was none for ships, nor sheltering creek, but shores beetling from high, and crags and walls of rock. Ulysses trembled both in knees and heart, and thus to his great soul lamenting said, Now woe is me, as soon as Jove has shown what I had little hoped to see, the land, and I through all these waves have plowed my way, I find no issue from the hoary deep. For sharp rocks border it, and all around roar the wild surges. Slippery cliffs arise close to deep gulfs, and footing there is none, where I might plant my steps and thus escape. All effort now were fruitless to resist the mighty billow hurrying me away, to dash me on the pointed rocks. If yet I strive, by swimming further, to descry some sloping shore or harbor of the isle, I fear the tempest, lest it hurl me back, heavily groaning, to the fishy deep, or huge sea monster from the multitude which sovereign Amphitrite feeds, be sent against me by some god, for well I know the power who shakes the shores is wroth with me. While he revolved these doubts within his mind, a huge wave hurled him toward the rugged coast. Then had his limbs been flayed, and all his bones broken at once, had not the blue-eyed maid Minerva prompted him. Borne toward the rock, he clutched it instantly with both his hands, and panting clung till that huge wave rolled by, and so escaped its fury. Back it came, and smote him once again, and flung him far seaward. As to the claws of Polypus, plucked from its bed, the pebbles thickly cling, so flakes of skin from off his powerful hands were left upon the rock. The mighty surge o'erwhelmed him, he had perished ere his time. Hapless Ulysses, but the blue-eyed maid, Pallas, informed his mind with forecast. Straight, emerging from the wave that shoreward rolled, he swam along the coast and eyed it well, in hope of sloping beach or sheltered creek. But when, in swimming, he had reached the mouth of a soft-flowing river, here appeared the spot he wished for, smooth without a rock, and here was shelter from the wind. He felt the current's flow, and thus devoutly prayed, Hear me, O sovereign power, whoe'er thou art. To thee, the long-desired, I come. I seek escape from Neptune's threatenings on the sea. The deathless gods respect the prayer of him who looks to them for help, a fugitive, as I am now, when to thy stream I come, and to thy knees from many a hardship past. O thou that here art ruler, I declare myself thy suppliant. Be thou merciful. He spoke. The river stayed his current, checked the billows, smoothed them to a calm, and gave the swimmer a safe landing at his mouth. Then dropped his knees and sinewy arms at once, unstrung, for faint with struggling was his heart. His body was all swollen, the brine gushed forth from mouth and nostrils. All unnerved he lay, breathless and speechless, utter weariness o'ermastered him. But when he breathed again, and his flown senses had returned, he loosed the veil that Ino gave him from his breast, and to the salt flood cast it. A great wave bore it far down the stream. The goddess there in her own hands received it. He, meanwhile, withdrawing from the brink, lay down among the reeds and kissed the harvest-bearing earth, and thus to his great soul, lamenting, said, Ah me, what must I suffer more? What yet will happen to me? If by the river's side I pass the unfriendly watches of the night, the cruel cold and dews that steep the bank, may in this weakness end me utterly, for chilly blows this river air at dawn. But should I climb this hill to sleep within the shadowy wood, among thick shrubs, if cold and weariness allow me, then I fear that while the pleasant slumbers o'er me steal, I may become the prey of savage beasts. Yet as he longer pondered, this seemed best. He rose and sought the wood, and found it near the water, on a height, or looking far the region round. Between two shrubs that sprang both from one spot he entered, olive trees, one wild, one fruitful. The damp blowing wind ne'er pierced their covert, never blazing sun darted his beams within, nor pelting shower beat through, so closely intertwined they grew. Here entering, Ulysses heaped a bed of leaves with his own hands. He made it broad and high, for thick the leaves had fallen around. 2 men and 3 in that abundant store might bide the winter storm, though keen the cold. Ulysses, the great sufferer, on his couch looked and rejoiced, and placed himself within, and heaped the leaves high o'er him and around, as one who, dwelling in the distant fields, without a neighbor near him, hides a brand in the dark ashes, keeping carefully the seeds of fire alive, lest he, perforce, to light his hearth must bring them from afar. So did Ulysses in that pile of leaves bury himself, while Pallas o'er his eyes poured sleep, and closed his lids, that he might take, after his painful toils, the fitting rest. Book 6, Ulysses discovered by Nausicaä. Nausicaä, daughter of Alcinoüs, king of the Phaeacians, directed by Pallas to go to the river and wash her marriage robes. Sports of her maidens after the washing is performed. Ulysses, awakened by the noise, relieved and clothed by Nausicaä, and bidden to follow her into the city, and there make his suit to the queen, the wife of Alcinoüs. Thus overcome with toil and weariness, the noble sufferer Ulysses slept, while Pallas hastened to the realm and town peopled by the Phaeacians, who of yore abode in spacious Hypereia near the insolent race of Cyclops, and endured wrong from their mightier hands. A godlike chief, Nausithous, led them to a new abode, and planted them in Scheria, far away from plotting neighbors. With a wall he fenced their city, built them dwellings there, and reared faunes to the gods, and changed the plain to fields. But he had bowed to death, and had gone down to Hades, and Alcinoüs, whom the gods endowed with wisdom, governed in his stead. Now to his palace, planning the return of the magnanimous Ulysses, came the blue-eyed goddess Pallas, entering the gorgeous chamber where a damsel slept. Nausicaä, daughter of the large-souled king Alcinoüs, beautiful in form and face, as one of the immortals. Near her lay, and by the portal, one on either side, fair as the Graces, 2 attendant maids. The shining doors were shut, but Pallas came as comes a breath of air, and stood beside the damsel's head and spake. In look she seemed the daughter of the famous mariner Dymas, a maiden whom Nausicaä loved, the playmate of her girlhood. In her shape the blue-eyed goddess stood, and thus she said, Nausicaä, has thy mother then brought forth a careless housewife? Thy magnificent robes lie still neglected, though thy marriage day is near, when thou art to array thyself in seemly garments, and bestow the like on those who lead thee to the bridal rite. For thus the praise of men is won, and thus thy father and thy gracious mother both will be rejoiced. Now with the early dawn, let us all hasten to the washing place. I too would go with thee, and help thee there, that thou mayst sooner end the task, for thou not long wilt be unwedded. Thou art wooed already by the noblest of the race of the Phaeacians, for thy birth, like theirs, is of the noblest. Make thy suit at morn to thy illustrious father, that he bid his mules and car be harnessed, to convey thy girdles, robes, and mantles marvelous in beauty. That were seemlier than to walk, since distant from the town the lavers lie. Thus having said, the blue-eyed Pallas went back to Olympus, where the gods have made, so saith tradition, their eternal seat. The tempest shakes it not, nor is it drenched by showers, and there the snow doth never fall. The calm, clear ether is without a cloud, and in the golden light that lies on all, days after day the blessed gods rejoice. Thither the blue-eyed goddess, having given her message to the sleeping maid, withdrew. Soon the bright morning came. Nausicaa rose, clad royally, as marveling at her dream, she hastened through the palace to declare her purpose to her father and the queen. She found them both within. Her mother sat beside the hearth with her attendant maids, and turned the distaff loaded with a fleece dyed in sea purple. On the threshold stood her father, going forth to meet the chiefs of the Phaeacians in a council where their noblest asked his presence. Then the maid, approaching her beloved father, spake, "I pray, dear father, give command to make a chariot ready for me, with high sides and sturdy wheels, to bear to the river brink, there to be cleansed the costly robes that now lie soiled. Thee likewise it doth well beseem at councils to appear in vestments fresh and stainless. Thou hast also in these halls 5 sons, 2 wedded, 3 in boyhood's bloom, and ever in the dance they need attire new from the wash. All this must I provide," she ended, for she shrank from saying aught of her own hopeful marriage. He perceived her thought and said, "Mules I deny thee not, my daughter, nor aught else. Go then, my grooms shall make a carriage ready with high sides and sturdy wheels and a broad rack above." He spake and gave command, the grooms obeyed, and making ready in the outer court the strong-wheeled chariot, led the harnessed mules under the yoke and made them fast. And then appeared the maiden, bringing from her bower the shining garments. In the polished car she piled them, while with many pleasant meats and flavoring morsels for the day's repast her mother filled a hamper, and poured wine into a goatskin. As her daughter climbed the car, she gave into her hands a cruse of gold with smooth anointing oil for her and her attendant maids. Nausicaa took the scourge and showy reins and struck the mules to urge them onward. Onward with loud noise they went, and with a speed that slackened not, and bore the robes and her, yet not alone, for with her went the maidens of her train. Now, when they reached the river's pleasant brink, where lavers had been hollowed out to last perpetually, and freely through them flowed pure water that might cleanse the foulest stains, they loosed the mules and drove them from the wain, to browse the sweet grass by the eddying stream, and took the garments out and flung them down in the dark water, and with hasty feet trampled them there in frolic rivalry. And when the task was done, and all the stains were cleansed away, they spread the garments out along the beach, and where the stream had washed the gravel cleanest. Then they bathed, and gave their limbs the delicate oil, and took their meal upon the river's border, while the robes beneath the sun's warm rays were growing dry. And now, when they were all refreshed by food, mistress and maidens laid their veils aside, and played at ball. Nausicaa, the white-armed, began a song, as when the archer queen Diana going forth among the hills, the sides of high Taygetus or slopes of Erymanthus, chases joyously boars and fleet stags, and round her in a throng frolic the rural nymphs. Latona's heart is glad, for over all the rest are seen her daughter's head and brow, and she at once is known among them, though they all are fair. Such was this spotless virgin midst her maids. Now when they were about to move for home, with harnessed mules and with the shining robes, carefully folded, then the blue-eyed maid, Pallas, bethought herself of this, to rouse Ulysses and to bring him to behold the bright-eyed maiden, that she might direct the stranger's way to the Phaeacian town. The royal damsel at a handmaid cast the ball. It missed and fell into the stream, where a deep eddy whirled. All shrieked aloud. The great Ulysses started from his sleep, and sat upright, discoursing to himself. Ah me, upon what region am I thrown? What men are here, wild, savage, and unjust, or hospitable, and who hold the gods in reverence? There are voices in the air, womanly voices, as of nymphs that haunt the mountain summits and the river founts, and the moist grassy meadows. Or perchance am I near men who have the power of speech? Nay, let me then go forth at once and learn. Thus having said, the great Ulysses left the thicket. From the close-grown wood he rent with his strong hand a branch well set with leaves, and wound it as a covering round his waist. Then like a mountain lion he went forth, that walks abroad, confiding in his strength. In rain and wind his eyes shoot fire, He falls on oxen or on sheep or forest deer, for hunger prompts him even to attack the flock within its closely guarded fold. Such seemed Ulysses when about to meet those fair-haired maidens, naked as he was, but forced by strong necessity. To them his look was frightful, for his limbs were foul with sea foam yet. To right and left they fled along the jutting river banks. Alone the daughter of Alcinoüs kept her place, for Pallas gave her courage and forbade her limbs to tremble. So she waited there. Ulysses pondered whether to approach the bright-eyed damsel and embrace her knees and supplicate, or, keeping yet aloof, pray her with soothing words to show the way townward and give him garments. Musing thus, it seemed the best to keep at distance still, and use soft words, lest, should he clasp her knees, the maid might be displeased. With gentle words, skillfully ordered, thus Ulysses spake, "O Queen, I am thy suppliant, whether thou be mortal or a goddess. If perchance thou art of that immortal race who dwell in the broad heaven, thou art, I deem, most like to Dian, daughter of imperial Jove, in shape, in stature, and in noble air. If mortal and a dweller of the earth, thrice happy are thy father and his queen. Thrice happy are thy brothers, and their hearts must overflow with gladness for thy sake, beholding such a scion of their house enter the choral dance. But happiest he beyond them all, who, bringing princely gifts, shall bear thee to his home a bride. For sure I never looked on one of mortal race, woman or man, like thee, and as I gaze I wonder. Like to thee I saw of late, in Delos, a young palm tree growing up beside Apollo's altar. For I sailed to Delos, with much people following me, on a disastrous voyage. Long I gazed upon it wonderstruck, as I am now, for never from the earth so fair a tree had sprung. So marvel I, and am amazed at thee, O lady, and in awe forbear to clasp thy knees. Yet much have I endured. It was but yestereve that I escaped from the Black Sea upon the 20th day. So long the billows and the rushing gales farther and farther from Ogygia's isle had borne me. Now upon this shore some god casts me, perchance, to meet new sufferings here. For yet the end is not, and many things the gods must first accomplish. But do thou, Queen, have pity on me, since to thee I come the first of all. I do not know a single dweller of the land beside. Show me, I pray, thy city, and bestow some poor old robe to wrap me, if indeed in coming hither thou hast brought with thee aught poor or coarse. And may the gods vouchsafe to thee whatever blessing thou canst wish, husband and home and wedded harmony. There is no better, no more blessed state than when the wife and husband in accord order their household lovingly. Then those repine who hate them, those who wish them well rejoice, and they themselves the most of all." And then the white-armed maid Nausicaä said, "Since then, O stranger, thou art not malign of purpose nor weak-minded, yet in truth Olympian Jupiter bestows the goods of fortune on the noble and the base, to each one at his pleasure. And thy griefs are doubtless sent by him, and it is fit that thou submit in patience. Now that thou hast reached our lands, and art within our realm, thou shalt not lack for garments, nor for aught due to a suppliant stranger in his need. The city I will show thee, and will name its dwellers. The Phaeacians, they possess the city. All the region lying round is theirs, and I am daughter of the prince Alcinoüs, large of soul, to whom are given the rule of the Phaeacians and their power." So spake the damsel, and commanded thus her fair-haired maids, "Stay, whither do ye flee, my handmaids, when a man appears in sight? Ye think perhaps he is some enemy. Nay, there is no man living now, nor yet will live, to enter bringing war the land of the Phaeacians. Very dear are they to the great gods. We dwell apart, afar within the unmeasured deep, amid its waves, the most remote of men. No other race hath commerce with us. This man comes to us a wanderer and unhappy, and to him our cares are due. The stranger and the poor are sent by Jove, and slight regards to them are grateful. Maidens, give the stranger food and drink, and take him to the riverside to bathe where there is shelter from the wind. So spake the mistress, and they stayed their flight, and bade each other stand, and led the chief under a shelter as the royal maid, daughter of stout Alcinoüs, gave command, and laid a cloak and tunic near the spot to be his raiment, and a golden cruse of limpid oil. Then, as they bade him bathe in the fresh stream, the noble chieftain said, "Withdraw, ye maidens, hence, while I prepare to cleanse my shoulders from the bitter brine, and to anoint them. Long have these my limbs been unrefreshed by oil. I will not bathe before you. I should be ashamed to stand unclothed in presence of these bright-haired maids." He spake, they hearkened and withdrew, and told the damsel what he said. Ulysses then washed the salt spray of ocean from his back, and his broad shoulders in the flowing stream, and wiped away the sea froth from his brows. And when the bath was over, and his limbs had been anointed, and he had put on the garments sent him by the spotless maid, Jove's daughter, Pallas, caused him to appear of statelier size and more majestic mien, and bade the locks that crowned his head flow down, curling like blossoms of the hyacinth. As when some skillful workman trained and taught by Vulcan and Minerva in his art, binds the bright silver with a verge of gold, and graceful is his handiwork. Such grace did Pallas shed upon the hero's brow and shoulders as he passed along the beach, and glorious in his beauty and the pride of noble bearing, sat aloof. The maid admired, and to her bright-haired women spake, "Listen to me, my maidens, while I speak. This man comes not among the godlike sons of the Phaeacian stock against the will of all the gods of heaven. I thought him late of an unseemly aspect. Now he bears a likeness to the immortal ones whose home is the broad heaven. I would that I might call a man like him my husband, dwelling here, and here content to dwell. Now hasten, maids, and set before the stranger food and wine." She spake, they heard and cheerfully obeyed, and set before Ulysses food and wine. The patient chief Ulysses ate and drank full eagerly, for he had fasted long. White-armed Nausicaä then had other cares. She placed the smoothly folded robes within the sumptuous chariot, yoked the firm-hoofed mules, and mounted to her place, and from the seat spake kindly, counseling Ulysses thus, "Now, stranger, rise and follow to the town, and to my royal father's palace I will be thy guide, where, doubt not, thou wilt meet the noblest men of our Phaeacian race. But do as I advise, for not inapt I deem thee. While we traverse yet the fields among the tilth, keep thou among my train of maidens, following fast behind the mules and chariot. I will lead thee in the way. But when our train goes upward toward the town, fenced with its towery wall, and on each side embraced by a fair haven, with a strait of narrow entrance, where our well-oared barks have each a mooring place along the road, and there round Neptune's glorious fane extends a marketplace, surrounded by huge stones, dragged from the quarry hither, where is kept the rigging of the barks, sailcloth and ropes, and oars are polished there, for little reck Phaeacians of the quiver and the bow, and give most heed to masts and shrouds and ships well poised, in which it is their pride to cross the foamy deep. When there I would not bring rude taunts upon myself, for in the crowd are brutal men. One of the baser sort, perchance, might say, on meeting us, "What man, handsome and lusty-limbed, is he who thus follows Nausicaä? Where was it her luck to find him? Will he be her husband yet? Perhaps she brings some wanderer from his ship, a stranger from strange lands, for we have here no neighbors, or perhaps it is a god called down by fervent prayer from heaven to dwell henceforth with her. 'Tis well if she have found a husband elsewhere, since at home she meets her many noble wooers with disdain. They are Phaeacians," thus the crowd would say, "and it would bring reproach upon my name. I too would blame another who should do the like, and, while her parents were alive, without their knowledge should consort with men before her marriage. Stranger, now observe my words, and thou shalt speedily obtain safe conduct from my father, and be sent upon thy voyage homeward. We shall reach a beautiful grove of poplars by the way, sacred to Pallas. From it flows a brook, and round it lies a meadow. In this spot my father has his country grounds, and here his garden flourishes, as far from town as one could hear a shout. There sit thou down, and wait till we are in the city streets, and at my father's house. When it shall seem that we are there, arise and onward fare to the Phaeacian city, and inquire where dwells Alcinoüs, the large-souled king, my father. 'Tis not hard to find. A child might lead thee thither. Of the houses reared by the Phaeacians, there is none like that in which Alcinoüs the hero dwells. When thou art once within the court and hall, go quickly through the palace till thou find my mother where she sits beside the hearth, leaning against a column in its blaze, and twisting threads, a marvel to behold, of bright sea purple, while her maidens sit behind her. Near her is my father's throne, on which he sits at feasts and drinks the wine like one of the immortals. Pass it by and clasp my mother's knees, so mayst thou see soon and with joy the day of thy return, although thy home be far. For if her mood be kindly toward thee, thou mayst hope to greet thy friends once more and enter yet again thy own fair palace in thy native land. Thus having said, she raised the shining scourge and struck the mules that quickly left behind the river. On they went with easy pace and even steps. The damsel wielded well the reins and used the lash with gentle hand, so that Ulysses and her train of maids on foot could follow close. And now the sun was sinking when they came to that fair grove sacred to Pallas. There the noble chief Ulysses sat him down, and instantly prayed to the daughter of imperial Jove. O thou unconquerable child of Jove, the aegis-bearer, hearken to me now, since late thou wouldst not listen to my prayer. What time the mighty shaker of the shores pursued and wrecked me, grant me to receive pity and kindness from Phaeacia's sons. So prayed he, supplicating. Pallas heard the prayer, but came not to him openly. Awe of her father's brother held her back, for he would still pursue with violent hate Ulysses till he reached his native land. Book 7, Reception of Ulysses by Alcinoüs. Return of Nausicaä to the city, followed by Ulysses, palace and garden of Alcinoüs. Reception of Ulysses by the queen and her husband. Narrative given by Ulysses of his voyage and shipwreck. So prayed Ulysses, the great sufferer. The strong mules bore the damsel toward the town, and when she reached her father's stately halls, she stopped beneath the porch. Her brothers came around her, like in aspect to the gods, and loosed the mules and bore the garments in. She sought her chamber, where an aged dame attendant there, an epirote, and named Eurymedusa, lighted her a fire. She by the well-oared galleys had been brought before time from Epirus, and was given to King Alcinoüs, ruler over all Phaeacia's sons, who hearkened to his voice as if he were a god. 'Twas she who reared white-armed Nausicaä in the royal halls, tended her hearth, and dressed her evening meal. Now rose Ulysses up, and townward turned his steps, while friendly Pallas wrapped his way in darkness, lest someone among the sons of the Phaeacians with unmannerly words might call to him or ask him who he was. And just as he was entering that fair town, the blue-eyed Pallas met him in the form of a young virgin with an urn. She stood before him, and Ulysses thus inquired, "Wilt thou, my daughter, guide me to the house where dwells Alcinoüs, he who rules this land? I am a stranger who have come from far after long hardships, and of all who dwell within this realm I know not even one." Pallas, the blue-eyed goddess, thus replied, "Father and stranger, I will show the house. The dwelling of my own good father stands close by it. Follow silently, I pray, and I will lead. Look not on any man, nor ask a question, for the people here affect not strangers, nor do oft receive with kindly welcome him who comes from far. They trust in their swift barks, which to and fro, by Neptune's favor, cross the mighty deep. Their galleys have the speed of wings or thought." Thus Pallas spake, and quickly led the way. He followed in her steps. They saw him not, those trained Phaeacian seamen, For the power that led him, Pallas of the amber hair, forbade the sight, and threw a friendly veil of darkness over him. Ulysses saw, wondering, the haven and the gallant ships, the marketplace where heroes thronged, the walls long, lofty, and beset with palisades, a marvel to the sight. But when they came to the king's stately palace, thus began the blue-eyed goddess speaking to the chief. Father and stranger, here thou seest the house, which thou hast bid me show thee. Thou wilt find the princes, nurslings of the gods within, royally feasting. Enter and fear not. The bold man ever is the better man, although he come from far. Thou first of all wilt see the queen. Arete is the name the people give her. She is of a stock the very same from which Alcinoüs the king derives his lineage. For long since Nausicaä, its founder, was brought forth to Neptune, the great shaker of the shores, by Peribea, fairest of her sex, and youngest daughter of Eurymedon, the large of soul who ruled the arrogant brood of giants, and beheld that guilty race cut off and perished by a fate like theirs. Her Neptune wooed, she bore to him a son, large-souled Nausicaä, whom Phaeacia owned its sovereign. To Nausicaä were born Rhexenor and Alcinoüs. He who bears the silver bow, Apollo, smote to death Rhexenor, newly wedded, in his home. He left no son, and but one daughter named Arete. Her Alcinoüs made his wife, and honored her as nowhere else on earth is any woman honored who bears charge over a husband's household. From their hearts her children pay her reverence, and the king and all the people, for they look on her as if she were a goddess. When she goes abroad into the streets, all welcome her with acclamations. Never does she fail in wise discernment, but decides disputes kindly and justly between man and man. And if thou gain her favor, there is hope that thou mayest see thy friends once more, and stand in thy tall palace on thy native soil. The blue-eyed Pallas, having spoken thus, departed o'er the barren deep. She left the pleasant isle of Scheria, and repaired to Marathon and to the spacious streets of Athens, entering there the massive halls where dwelt Erechtheus, while Ulysses toward the gorgeous palace of Alcinoüs turned his steps, yet stopped and pondered ere he crossed the threshold. For on every side beneath the lofty roof of that magnanimous king, a glory shone as of the sun or moon. There from the threshold on each side were walls of brass that led towards the inner rooms, with blue steel cornices. The doors within the massive building were of gold, and posts of silver on the brazen threshold stood. And silver was the lintel, and above its architrave was gold. And on each side stood gold and silver mastiffs, the rare work of Vulcan's practiced skill, placed there to guard the house of great Alcinoüs, and endowed with deathless life that knows no touch of age. Along the walls within, on either side, and from the threshold to the inner rooms, were firmly planted thrones on which were laid delicate mantles, woven by the hands of women. The Phaeacian princes here were seated, here they ate and drank and held perpetual banquet. Slender forms of boys in gold upon the shapely altars stood, with blazing torches in their hands to light at eve the palace guests, while 50 maids waited within the halls, where some in querns ground small the yellow grain, some wove the web or twirled the spindle, sitting with a quick light motion like the aspen's glancing leaves. The well-wrought tissues glistened as with oil. As far as the Phaeacian race excel in guiding their swift galleys o'er the deep, so far the women in their woven work surpass all others. Pallas gives them skill in handiwork and beautiful design. Without the palace court and near the gate, a spacious garden of 4 acres lay. A hedge enclosed it round, and lofty trees flourished in generous growth within, the pear and the pomegranate and the apple tree with its fair fruitage, and the luscious fig and olive always green. The fruit they bear falls not, nor ever fails in wintertime nor summer, but is yielded all the year. The ever-blowing west wind causes some to swell and some to ripen. Pear succeeds to pear, to apple, grape to grape, fig ripens after fig. A fruitful field of vines was planted near, In part it lay open and basking in the sun, which dried the soil, and here men gathered in the grapes, and there they trod the winepress. Farther on were grapes unripened yet, which just had cast the flower, and others still which just began to redden. At the garden's furthest bound were beds of many plants that all the year bore flowers. There gushed 2 fountains. One of them ran wandering through the field, the other flowed beneath the threshold to the palace court, and all the people filled their vessels there. Such were the blessings which the gracious gods bestowed on King Alcinoüs and his house. Ulysses, the great sufferer, standing there, admired the sight, and when he had beheld the whole in silent wonderment, he crossed the threshold quickly, entering the hall where the Phaeacian peers and princes poured wine from their goblets to the sleepless one, the Argus queller, to whose deity they made the last libations when they thought of slumber. The great sufferer, concealed in a thick mist which Pallas raised and cast around him, hastened through the hall and came close to Arete and Alcinoüs, the royal pair. Then did Ulysses clasp Arete's knees, when suddenly the cloud raised by the goddess vanished. All within the palace were struck mute as they beheld the man before them. Thus Ulysses prayed, "Arete, daughter of the godlike chief Rhexenor, to thy husband I am come, and to thy knees, from many hardships born, and to these guests, to whom may the good gods grant to live happily and to hand down, each one to his own children in his home, the wealth and honors which the people's love bestowed upon him. Grant me, I entreat, an escort that I may behold again and soon my own dear country. I have passed long years in sorrow, far from all I love." He ended and sat down upon the hearth among the ashes, near the fire, and all were silent utterly. At length outspake Echeneus, oldest and most eloquent chief of the Phaeacians. Large his knowledge was of things long past. With generous intent, in speaking to the assembly, he began, "Alcinoüs, this is not a seemly sight, a stranger sitting on the hearth among the cinders. All the others here await thy order and move not. I pray thee, raise the stranger up and seat him on a throne studded with silver. Be thy heralds called, and bid them mingle wine, which we may pour to Jove, the god of thunders, who attends and honors every suppliant. Let the dame who oversees the palace feast provide our guest a banquet from the stores within." This when the reverend King Alcinoüs heard, forthwith he took Ulysses by the hand, that man of wise devices, raised him up and seated him upon a shining throne, from which he bade Laodamas arise, his manly son, whose seat was next to his. "Now mingle wine, Protonoüs, in a vase, for all within the palace to be poured to Jove, the god of thunders, who attends and honors every suppliant." As he spake, Protonoüs mingled the delicious wines, and passed from right to left, distributing the cups to all. And when they all had poured a part to Jove, and all had drunk their fill, Alcinoüs took the word, and thus he said, "Princes and chiefs of the Phaeacians, hear, I speak as my heart bids me. Since the feast is over, take your rest within your homes. Tomorrow shall the senators be called in larger concourse. We will pay our guest due honor in the palace, worshipping the gods with solemn sacrifice, and then will we bethink us how to send him home, that with no hindrance and no hardship borne under our escort he may come again, gladly and quickly to his native land, though far away it lie, and that no wrong or loss may happen to him ere he set foot on its soil, and there must he endure whatever when his mother brought him forth. Fate and the unrelenting sisters spun for the newborn. But should he prove to be one of the immortals who has come from heaven, then have the gods a different design. For hitherto the gods have shown themselves visibly at our solemn hecatombs, and sat with us and feasted like ourselves. And when the traveler meets with them alone, they never hide themselves. For we to them are near of kin, as near as is the race of Cyclops and the savage giant brood." Ulysses the sagacious answered him, "Nay, think not so, Alcinoüs. I am not in form or aspect as the immortals are, whose habitation is the ample heaven. But I am like whomever thou mayst know, among mankind, inured to suffering. To them shouldst thou compare me. I could tell of bitterer sorrows yet, which I have borne. Such was the pleasure of the gods. But now leave me, whatever have my hardships been, to take the meal before me. Naught exceeds the impatient stomach's importunity, when even the afflicted and the sorrowful are forced to heed its call. So even now, midst all the sorrow that is in my heart, it bids me eat and drink and put aside the thought of my misfortunes till itself be satiate. But ye princes, with the dawn provide for me, in my calamity, the means to reach again my native land, for, after all my hardships, I would die willingly could I look on my estates, my servants, and my lofty halls once more. He ended, they approved his words, and bade set forward on his homeward way the guest who spake so wisely. When they all had made libations and had drunk, they each withdrew to sleep at home, and left the noble chief Ulysses in the palace, where with him Arete and her godlike husband sat, while from the feast the maidens bore away the chargers. The white-armed Arete then began to speak, for when she cast her eyes on the fair garments which Ulysses wore, she knew the mantle and the tunic well, wrought by herself and her attendant maids, and thus with winged words bespake the chief. Stranger, I first must ask thee who thou art, and of what race of men, from whom hast thou received those garments? Sure thou dost not say that thou art come from wandering o'er the sea. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, 'Twere hard, O sovereign lady, to relate in order all my sufferings, for the gods of heaven have made them many. Yet will I tell all thou askest of me, and obey thy bidding. Far within the ocean lies an island named Ogygia, where abides Calypso, artful goddess, with bright locks, daughter of Atlas and of dreaded power. No god consorts with her, nor anyone of mortal birth. But me in my distress, some god conveyed alone to her abode, when, launching his white lightning, Jupiter had cloven in the midst of the Black Sea my galley. There my gallant comrades all perished, but I in both my arms held fast the keel of my good ship, and floated on 9 days, till on the 10th, in the dark night, the gods had brought me to Ogygia's isle, where dwells Calypso of the radiant hair and dreaded might, who kindly welcomed me and cherished me and would have made my life immortal and beyond the power of age in all the coming time. And there I wore, 7 years away, still moistening with my tears the ambrosial raiment which the goddess gave. But when the 8th year had begun its round, she counseled my departure, whether Jove had so required or she herself had changed her purpose. On a raft made strong with clamps, she placed me, sent on board an ample store of bread and pleasant wine, and made me put ambrosial garments on, and gave a soft and favorable wind. For 17 days I held my steady course across the deep, and on the 18th day the shadowy heights of your own isle appeared, and then my heart, ill-fated as I was, rejoiced. Yet still was I to struggle with calamities sent by earth-shaking Neptune, who called up the winds against me, and withstood my way, and stirred the boundless ocean to its depths. Nor did the billows surfer me to keep my place, but swept me, groaning, from the raft, whose planks they scattered. Still I labored through the billowy depth, and swam, till wind and wave drove me against your coast. As there I sought to land, I found the surges hurrying me against huge rocks that lined the frightful shore. But turning back, I swam again and reached a river and the landing place I wished. Smooth, without rocks, and sheltered from the wind. I swooned, but soon revived. Ambrosial night came on. I left the Jove-descended stream and slept among the thickets, drawing round my limbs the withered leaves, while on my lids a deity poured bounteously the balm of slumber. All night long among the leaves I slept, with all that sorrow in my heart, till morn, till noon. Then as the sun went down, the balmy slumber left me, and I saw thy daughter's handmaids sporting on the shore, and her among them, goddess-like. To her I came a suppliant, nor did she receive my suit unkindly as a maid so young might do, for youth is foolish. She bestowed food and red wine abundantly, and gave, when I had bathed, the garments I have on. Thus is my tale of suffering truly told. And then Alcinoüs answered him and said, Stranger, one duty hath my child o'erlooked, to bid thee follow hither with her maids, since thou didst sue to her the first of all. Ulysses the sagacious thus replied, Blame not for that, O hero, I entreat, thy faultless daughter. She commanded me to follow with her maids, but I refrained for fear and awe of thee, lest at the sight thou mightest be displeased, for we are prone to dark misgivings, we, the sons of men. Again Alcinoüs spake, The heart that beats within my bosom is not rashly moved to wrath, and better is the temperate mood. This must I say, O Father Jupiter, and Pallas, and Apollo, I could wish that, being as thou art, and of like mind with me, thou wouldst receive to be thy bride my daughter, and be called my son-in-law, and here abide. A palace I would give, and riches, shouldst thou willingly remain. Against thy will let no Phaeacian dare to keep thee here, may Father Jove forbid. And that thou mayst be sure of my intent, I name tomorrow for thy voyage home. Sleep in thy bed till then, and they shall row o'er the calm sea thy galley, till thou come to thine own land and home, or wheresoe'er thou wilt, though further off the coast should be than far Euboea, most remote of lands. So do the people of our isle declare, who saw it when they oversea conveyed the fair-haired Rhadamanthus on his way to visit Tityus, son of Earth. They went thither, accomplishing with little toil their voyage in the compass of a day, and brought the hero to our isle again. Now shalt thou learn, and in thy heart confess, how much our galleys and our youths excel with bladed oars to stir the whirling brine. So spake the king, and the great sufferer Ulysses heard with gladness, and preferred a prayer, and called on Jupiter and said, Grant, Father Jove, that all the king has said may be fulfilled. So shall his praise go forth over the foodful earth and never die, and I shall see my native land again. So they conferred. White-armed Arete spake, and bade her maidens in the portico place couches, and upon them lay fair rugs of purple dye, and tapestry on these, and for the outer covering shaggy cloaks. Forth from the hall they issued, torch in hand, and when with speed the ample bed was made, they came and summoned thus the chief to rest. Rise, stranger, go to rest, thy bed is made. Thus spake the maidens, and the thought of sleep was welcome to Ulysses. So that night, on his deep couch, the noble sufferer slumbered beneath the sounding portico. Alcinoüs laid him down in a recess within his lofty palace, near to whom the queen his consort graced the marriage bed. Book VIII, Festivals in Honor of Ulysses. A general council of the Phaeacians, in which it is determined to send Ulysses home to Ithaca. A solemn feast, lay of the Trojan War sung by Demodocus the minstrel. Public games, Ulysses conquers in throwing the discus. The amour of Mars and Venus, sung by Demodocus. His song of the Trojan horse and the fall of Troy. When morn appeared, the rosy-fingered child of dawn, Alcinoüs, mighty and revered, rose from his bed. Ulysses, noble chief, spoiler of cities, also left his couch. Alcinoüs, mighty and revered, went forth before, and led him to the marketplace of the Phaeacians, built beside the fleet. And there on polished stones they took their seats, near to each other. Pallas, who now seemed a herald of the wise Alcinoüs, went through all the city, planning how to send magnanimous Ulysses to his home, and came and stood by every chief and said, Leaders and chiefs of the Phaeacians, come speedily to the marketplace, and there hear of the stranger who from wandering o'er the deep has come where wise Alcinoüs holds his court. In aspect he is like the gods. She spake, and every mind and heart was moved, and all the marketplace and all its seats were quickly filled with people. Many gazed admiring on Laertes' well-graced son, for on his face and form had Pallas shed a glory, and had made him seem more tall, and of an ampler bulk, that he might find favor with the Phaeacians, and be deemed worthy of awe, and able to achieve the many feats which the Phaeacian chiefs, to try the stranger's prowess, might propose. And now, when all the summoned had arrived, Alcinoüs to the full assembly spake, Princes and chiefs of the Phaeacians, hear. I speak the promptings of my heart. This guest, I know him not, has come to my abode, a wanderer haply from the tribes who dwell in the far east or haply from the west, and asked an escort and safe conduct home, and let us make them ready as our wont has ever been. No stranger ever comes across my threshold who has suffered long to pine for his departure. Let us draw a dark-hulled ship down to the holy sea on her first voyage. Let us choose her crew among the people, 52 youths of our best seamen. Then make fast the oars beside the benches, leave them there, and come into our palace and partake in haste, a feast which I will liberally spread for all of you. This I command the youths. But you, ye sceptred princes, come at once to my fair palace, that we there may pay the honors due our guest. Let none refuse. Call also the divine Demodocus, the bard on whom a deity bestowed in ample measure the sweet gift of song. Delightful when the spirit prompts the lay. He spake and led the way, the sceptred train of princes followed him. The herald sought, meantime, the sacred bard. The chosen youths, 52, betook them to the marge of the unfruitful sea, and when they reached the ship and beach, they drew the dark hull down to the deep water, put the mast on board and the ship's sails, and fitted well the oars into the leathern rings, and having moored their bark in the deep water, went with speed to their wise monarch in his spacious halls. Their portico and court and hall were thronged with people, young and old, and multitude. And there Alcinoüs sacrificed 12 sheep, 8 white-toothed swine, and 2 splay-footed beeves. And these they flayed and duly dressed, and made a noble banquet ready. Then appeared the herald, leading the sweet singer in, him whom the muse with an exceeding love had cherished and had visited with good and evil, quenched his eyesight, and bestowed sweetness of song. Pontonous mid the guests placed for the bard a silver-studded throne. Against a lofty column hung his harp above his head, and taught him how to find and take it down. Near him the herald set a basket and fair table, and a cup of wine that he might drink when he desired. Then all put forth their hands and shared the feast. And when their thirst and hunger were allayed, the muse inspired the bard to sing the praise of heroes. 'Twas a song whose fame had reached to the high heaven, a story of the strife between Ulysses and Achilles, son of Peleus, wrangling at a solemn feast made for the gods. They strove with angry words, and Agamemnon, king of men, rejoiced to hear the noblest of the Achaean host contending. For all this had been foretold to him in sacred Pythia by the voice of Phoebus, when the monarch to inquire at the oracle had crossed the rock which formed its threshold. Then began the train of woes which at the will of sovereign Jupiter befell the sons of Ilium and of Greece. So sang renowned Demodocus. Meanwhile Ulysses took into his brawny hands an ample veil of purple, drawing it around his head to hide his noble face, ashamed that the Phaeacians should behold the tears that flowed so freely from his lids. But when the sacred bard had ceased his song, he wiped the tears away and laid the veil aside, and took a double beaker filled with wine, and poured libations to the gods. Yet when again the minstrel sang, and all the chiefs of the Phaeacian people, charmed to hear his music, bade the strain proceed, again Ulysses hid his face and wept. No other eye beheld the tears he shed. Alcinoüs only watched him and perceived his grief, and heard the sighs he drew, and spake to the Phaeacians, lovers of the sea. Now that we all to our content have shared the feast and heard the harp whose notes so well suit with a liberal banquet, let us forth and try our skill in games, that this our guest, returning to his country, may relate how in the boxing and the wrestling match, in leaping and in running, we excel. He spake and went before, they followed him. Then did the herald hang the clear-toned harp again on high, and taking by the hand Demodocus, he led him from the place, guiding him in the way which just before the princes of Phaeacia trod to see the public games. Into the marketplace they went, a vast innumerable crowd pressed after. Then did many a valiant youth arise, Acroneus and Ocealus, Elatrius, Nautius, Primnius, after whom Up stood Aeolus, and by his side Eretmeus, Pontius, Proreus, Thoon, rose, Anabassineus and Amphialus, a son of Polyneus, Tecton's son. Then rose the son of Naubolus, like Mars in warlike port, Euryalus by name, and goodliest both in feature and in form of all Phaeacia's sons, save one alone, Laodamas the faultless. Next 3 sons of King Alcinoüs rose, Laodamas, Halius, and Clytoneus, like a god in aspect. Some of these began the games, contending in the race. For them a course was marked from goal to goal. They darted forth at once and swiftly, raising as they ran the dust along the plain. The swiftest there was Clytoneus in the race. As far as mules, in furrowing the fallow ground, gain on the steers, he ran before the rest, and reached the crowd, and left them all behind. Others in wrestling strove laboriously, and here Euryalus excelled them all. But in the leap Amphialus was first. Elatrius flung the quoit with firmest hand, and in the boxer's art Laodamas, the monarch's valiant son, was conqueror. This when the admiring multitude had seen, thus spake the monarch's son, Laodamas. And now, my friends, inquire we of our guest if he has learned and practiced feats like these. For he is not ill-made in legs and thighs, and in both arms, in firmly planted neck and strong-built frame, nor does he seem to lack a certain youthful vigor, though impaired by many hardships. For I know of naught that more severely tries the strongest man, and breaks him down, than perils of the sea. Euryalus replied, Laodamas, well hast thou said, and rightly. Go thou now and speak to him thyself, and challenge him. The son of King Alcinoüs, as he heard, came forward, and bespake Ulysses thus, Thou also, guest and father, try these feats, if thou perchance wert trained to them. I think thou must be skilled in games, since there is not a greater glory for a man while yet he lives on earth than what he hath wrought out, by strenuous effort with his feet and hands. Try then thy skill, and give no place to grief. Not long will thy departure be delayed. Thy bark is launched, the crew are ready here. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, Why press me, O Laodamas, to try these feats when all my thoughts are of my woes, and not of games? I, who have borne so much of pain and toil, sit pining for my home in your assembly, supplicating here your king and all the people of your land. Then spake Euryalus with chiding words, Stranger, I well perceive thou canst not boast, as many others can, of skill in games, but thou art one of those who dwell in ships with many benches, rulers or a crew of sailors, a mere trader looking out for freight and watching o'er the wares that form the cargo. Thou hast doubtless gathered wealth by rapine, and art surely no athlete. Ulysses the sagacious frowned and said, Stranger, thou speakest not becomingly, but like a man who recks not what he says. The gods bestow not equally on all the gifts that men desire, the grace of form, the mind, the eloquence. One man to sight is undistinguished, but on him the gods bestow the power of words. All look on him gladly. He knows whereof he speaks. His speech is mild and modest. He is eminent in all assemblies, and whene'er he walks the city, men regard him as a god. Another in the form he wears is like the immortals, yet has he no power to speak becoming words. So thou hast comely looks. A god would not have shaped thee otherwise than we behold thee. Yet thy wit is small, and thy unmannerly words have angered me even to the heart. Not quite unskilled am I in games as thou dost idly talk, and once, when I could trust my youth and my strong arms, I think that in these contests I was deemed among the first. But I am now pressed down with toil and sorrow. Much have I endured in wars with heroes and on stormy seas. Yet even thus, a sufferer as I am, will I essay these feats, for sharp have been thy words, and they provoke me to the proof. He spake, and rising with his mantle on, he seized a broader, thicker, heavier quoit, by no small odds than the Phaeacians used, and swinging it around with vigorous arm he sent it forth. It sounded as it went, and the Phaeacians, skillful with the oar and sail, bent low as o'er them from his hand flew the swift stone beyond the other marks. And Pallas, in a human form, set up a mark where it descended and exclaimed, "Stranger, a blind man groping here could find thy mark full easily, since it is not among the many, but beyond them all. Then fear thou nothing in this game at least, for no Phaeacian here can throw the quoit as far as thou, much less exceed thy cast." She spake. Ulysses, the great sufferer, heard and rejoiced to know he had a friend in that great circle. With a lighter heart, thus said the chief to the Phaeacian crowd, "Follow that cast, young men, and I will send another stone at once as far, perchance, or further still. If there are others yet who feel the wish, let them come forward here. For much your words have chafed me. Let them try with me the boxing or the wrestling match, or foot race. There is naught that I refuse. Any of the Phaeacians, I accept Laodamas. He is my host, and who would enter such a contest with a friend? A senseless, worthless man is he who seeks a strife like this with one who shelters him in a strange land. He mars the welcome given. As for the rest, there is no rival here whom I reject or scorn, for I would know their prowess and would try my own with theirs before you all. At any of the games practiced among mankind I am not ill, whatever they may be. The polished bow I well know how to handle. I should be the first to strike a foe by arrows sent among a hostile squadron, though there stood a crowd of fellow warriors by my side, and also aimed their shafts. The only one whose skill in archery excelled my own, when we Achaeans drew the bow at Troy, was Philoctetes. To all other men on earth that live by bread I hold myself superior. Yet I claim no rivalry with men of ancient times, with Hercules and Eurytus, the Oechalian, who defied the immortals to a contest with the bow. Therefore was mighty Eurytus cut off. Apollo, angry to be challenged, slew the hero. I can hurl a spear beyond where others send an arrow. All my fear is for my feet, so weakened have I been among the stormy waves with want of food at sea, and thus my limbs have lost their strength." He ended here, and all the assembly sat in silence. King Alcinoüs only spake, "Stranger, since thou dost speak without offense, and but to assert the prowess of thine arm, indignant that amid the public games this man should rail at thee, and since thy wish is only that all others who can speak becomingly may not in time to come dispraise that prowess, now then heed my words, and speak of them within thy palace halls to other heroes when thou banquetest, beside thy wife and children, and dost think of things that we excel in, arts which Jove gives us, transmitted from our ancestors. In boxing and in wrestling small renown have we, but we are swift of foot. We guide our galleys bravely o'er the deep, we take delight in feasts, we love the harp, the dance, and change of raiment, the warm bath and bed. Rise then, Phaeacian masters of the dance, and tread your measures, that our guest may tell his friends at home how greatly we surpass all other men in seamanship, the race, the dance, the art of song. Go, one of you, and bring Demodocus his clear-toned harp, that somewhere in our palace has been left." Thus spake the godlike king. The herald rose to bring the sweet harp from the royal house. Then the 9 umpires also rose, who ruled the games. They smoothed the floor and made the ring of gazers wider. Next the herald came and brought Demodocus the clear-toned harp. The minstrel went into the midst, and there gathered the graceful dancers. They were youths in life's first bloom. With even steps they smote the sacred floor. Ulysses, gazing, saw the twinkle of their feet and was amazed. The minstrel struck the chords and gracefully began the lay. He sang the loves of Mars and Venus of the glittering crown, who first had met each other stealthily beneath the roof of Vulcan. Mars with many gifts won her, and wronged her spouse, the king of fire. But from the sun, who saw their guilt, there came a messenger to Vulcan. When he heard the unwelcome tidings, planning his revenge, he hastened to his smithy, where he forged chains that no power might loosen or might break, made to hold fast forever. When the snare in all its parts was finished, he repaired, angry with Mars, to where the marriage bed stood in his chamber. To the posts he tied the encircling chains on every side, and made fast to the ceiling many, like the threads spun by the spider, which no eye could see, not even of the gods, so artfully he wrought them. Then, as soon as he had wrapped the snare about the bed, he feigned to go to Lemnos nobly built, most dear to him of all the lands. But Mars, the god who holds the shining reins, had kept no careless watch. And when he saw the great artificer depart, he went with speed to Vulcan's house, drawn thither by the love of her who wears the glittering crown. There Cytherea sat, arrived that moment from a visit paid. Entering, he took her by the hand and said, "Come, my beloved, let us to the couch. Vulcan is here no longer, he is gone, and is among the Sintians, men who speak a barbarous tongue in Lemnos far away." He spake, and she approved his words, and both lay down upon the bed, when suddenly the network, wrought by Vulcan's skillful hand, caught them and clasped them round, nor could they lift or move a limb, and saw that no escape was possible. And now approached the king of fire, returning ere he reached the isle of Lemnos, for the sun in his behalf kept watch and told him all. He hastened home in bitterness of heart, but when he reached the threshold stopped. A fury without bounds possessed him, and he shouted terribly, and called aloud on all the gods of heaven, "O Father Jove, and all ye blessed ones, and deathless, come, for here is what will move your laughter, yet is not to be endured. Jove's daughter Venus thus dishonors me, lame as I am, and loves the butcher Mars, for he is well to look at and is sound of foot, while I am weakly. But for this are none but my two parents to be blamed, who never should have given me birth. Behold, where lie embraced the lovers in my bed, a hateful sight, yet they will hardly take even a short slumber there, though side by side, enamored as they are, nor will they both be drowsy very soon. The net and chains will hold them till her father shall restore all the large gifts which, on our marriage day, I gave him to possess the impudent minx, his daughter, who is fair indeed, but false." He spake, and to the brazen palace flocked the gods. There Neptune came, who shakes the earth. There came beneficent Hermes. There too came Apollo, archer god. The goddesses, through womanly reserve, remained at home. Meantime the gods, the givers of all good, stood in the entrance, and as they beheld the cunning snare of Vulcan, there arose infinite laughter from the blessed ones. And one of them bespake his neighbor thus, "Wrong prospers not. The slow o'ertakes the swift. Vulcan the slow has trapped the fleetest god upon Olympus. Mars, though lame himself, his net has taken the adulterer, who now must pay the forfeit of his crime." So talked they with each other. Then the son of Jove, Apollo, thus to Hermes said, "Hermes, thou son and messenger of Jove, and bountiful of gifts, couldst thou endure, fettered with such strong chains as these, to lie upon a couch with Venus at thy side?" The herald god, the Argus queller, thus made answer, "Nay, I would that it were so, O archer king, Apollo. I could bear chains thrice as many and of infinite strength, and all the gods and all the goddesses might come to look upon me. I would keep my place with golden Venus at my side." He spake, and all the immortals laughed to hear. Neptune alone laughed not, but earnestly prayed Vulcan, the renowned artificer, to set Mars free, and spake these winged words, "Release thy prisoner, what thou dost require I promise here, that he shall make to thee due recompense in presence of the gods." Illustrious Vulcan answered, "Do not lay, earth-shaking Neptune, this command on me, since little is the worth of pledges given for worthless debtors. How could I demand my right from thee among the assembled gods, if Mars set free escape from debt and chains?" Again the god who shakes the earth replied, "Vulcan, though Mars deny the forfeit due, and take to flight, it shall be paid by me." Again illustrious Vulcan said, "Thy word I ought not, and I seek not to decline." He spake, and then the might of Vulcan loosed the net, and freed from those strong fetters both the prisoners sprang away. Mars flew to Thrace, and laughter-loving Venus to the isle of Cyprus, where at Paphos stand her grove and perfumed altar. Here the Graces gave the bath, anointed with ambrosial oil her limbs, such oil as to the eternal gods lends a fresh beauty, and arrayed her last in graceful robes, a marvel to behold. So sang the famous bard, while inly pleased Ulysses heard, and pleased were all the rest, Phaeacius' sons, expert with oar and sail. Alcinoüs called his sons Laodamas and Halius forth, and bade them dance alone, for none of all the others equaled them. Then taking a fair purple ball, the work of skillful Polybus, and bending back, one flung it toward the shadowy clouds on high. The other, springing upward easily, grasped it before he touched the ground again. And when they thus had tossed the ball a while, they danced upon the nourishing earth, and oft changed places with each other, while the youths that stood within the circle filled the air with their applauses. Mighty was the din. Then great Ulysses to Alcinous said, O King Alcinous, mightiest of the race, for whom thou hast engaged that they excel all others in the dance. What thou hast said is amply proved. I look and am amazed. Well pleased Alcinoüs the mighty heard, and thus to his seafaring people spake, Leaders and chiefs of the Phaeacians, hear, wise seems the stranger, haste we to bestow gifts that may well beseem his liberal hests. 12 honored princes in our land bear sway, the 13th prince am I. Let each one bring a well-bleached cloak, a tunic, and beside, of precious gold, a talent. Let them all be brought at once, that having seen them here, our guest may with a cheerful heart partake the evening meal. And let Euryalus, who spake but now so unbecomingly, appease him both with words and with a gift. He spake, they all approved, and each one sent his herald with a charge to bring the gifts. And thus Euryalus addressed the king. O King Alcinous, mightiest of our race, I will obey thee, and will seek to appease our guest. This sword of brass will I bestow, with hilt of silver and an ivory sheath new wrought, which he may deem a gift of price. He spake, and gave the silver-studded sword into his hand, and spake these winged words. Stranger and father, hail! If any word that hath been uttered gave offense, may storms sweep it away forever. May the gods give thee to see thy wife again, and reach thy native land, where all thy sufferings and this long absence from thy friends shall end. Ulysses the sagacious thus replied, Hail also, friend, and may the gods confer on thee all happiness, and may the time never arrive when thou shalt miss the sword placed in my hands with reconciling word. He spake, and slung the silver-studded sword upon his shoulders. Now the sun went down, and the rich presents were already brought. The noble heralds came and carried them into the palace of Alcinoüs, where his blameless sons received and ranged them all in fair array before the queenly dame, their mother. Meantime had the mighty king Alcinoüs to his palace led the way, where they who followed took the lofty seats, and thus Alcinoüs to Arete said, Bring now a coffer hither fairly shaped, the best we have, and lay a well-bleached cloak and tunic in it. Set upon the fire a brazen cauldron for our guest, to warm the water of his bath, that having bathed and viewed the gifts which the Phaeacian chiefs have brought him, ranged in order, he may sit delighted at the banquet and enjoy the music. I will give this beautiful cup of gold that he, in memory of me, may daily in his palace pour to Jove libations and to all the other gods. He spake. Arete bade her maidens haste to place an ample tripod on the fire. Forthwith upon the blazing fire they set a laver with 3 feet, and in it poured water, and heaped fresh fuel on the flames. The flames crept up the vessel's swelling sides, and warmed the water. Meantime from her room Arete brought a beautiful chest, in which she laid the presents destined for her guest, garments and gold which the Phaeacians gave, and laid the cloak and tunic with the rest, and thus in winged words addressed the chief. Look to the lid thyself, and cast a cord around it, lest upon thy voyage home thou suffer loss, when haply thou shalt take a pleasant slumber in the dark-hulled ship. Ulysses the sagacious heard, and straight he fitted to its place the lid, and wound and knotted artfully around the chest a cord, as queenly Circè long before had taught him. Then to call him to the bath the housewife of the palace came. He saw gladly the steaming laver, for not oft had he been cared for thus since he had left the dwelling of the nymph with amber hair, Calypso, though attended while with her as if he were a god. Now when the maids had seen him bathed, and had anointed him with oil, and put his sumptuous mantle on and tunic, forth he issued from the bath, and came to those who sat before their wine. Nausicaa, goddess-like in beauty, stood beside a pillar of that noble roof, and looking on Ulysses as he passed, admired, and said to him in winged words, "Stranger, farewell, and in thy native land remember thou hast owed thy life to me." Ulysses, the sagacious, answering said, "Nausicaä, daughter of the large-souled King Alcinoüs, so may Jove, the thunderer, husband of Juno, grant that I behold my home returning safe, as I will make to thee as to a goddess day by day my prayer, for lady thou hast saved my life." He spake, and near Alcinoüs took his place upon a throne, and now they served the feast to each and mingled wine. A herald led thither the gentle bard Demodocus, whom all the people honored. Him they placed amidst the assembly, where he leaned against a lofty column. Sage Ulysses then carved from the broad loin of a white-tusked boar a part, where yet a mass of flesh remained, bordered with fat, and to the herald said, "Bear this, O herald, to Demodocus, that he may eat. Him even in my grief will I embrace, for worthily the bards are honored and revered o'er all the earth by every race of men. The Muse herself hath taught them song, she loves the minstrel tribe." He spake, the herald laid the flesh before Demodocus the hero, who received the gift well pleased. Then all the guests put forth their hands and shared the viands on the board. And when their thirst and hunger were allayed, thus to the minstrel sage Ulysses spake, "Demodocus, above all other men I give thee praise, for either has the Muse, Jove's daughter, or Apollo visited and taught thee. Truly hast thou sung the fate of the Achaean warriors, what they did and suffered, all their labors as if thou hadst been among them, or hadst heard the tale from an eyewitness. Now, I pray, proceed, and sing the invention of the wooden horse made by Epeius with Minerva's aid, and by the chief Ulysses artfully conveyed into the Trojan citadel, with armed warriors in its womb to lay the city waste. And I, if thou relate the story rightly, will at once declare to all that largely hath some bounteous god bestowed on thee the holy gift of song." He spake. The poet felt the inspiring god, and sang, beginning where the Argives hurled firebrands among their tents, and sailed away in their good galleys, save the band that sat beside renowned Ulysses in the horse, concealed from sight amid the Trojan crowd, who now had drawn it to the citadel. So there it stood, while sitting round it talked the men of Troy, and wist not what to do. By turns 3 counsels pleased them, to hew down the hollow trunk with the remorseless steel, or drag it to a height and cast it thence headlong among the rocks, or lastly leave the enormous image standing and unharmed, an offering to appease the gods. And this at last was done, for so had fate decreed that they should be destroyed whene'er their town should hold within its walls the horse of wood, in which the mightiest of the Argives came among the sons of Troy to smite and slay. Then sang the bard how, issuing from the womb of that deceitful horse, the sons of Greece laid Ilium waste, how each in different ways ravaged the town, while terrible as Mars, Ulysses, joined with Menelaus, sought the palace of Deiphobus, and there maintained a desperate battle, till the aid of mighty Pallas made the victory his. So sang renowned Demodocus. The strain melted to tears Ulysses, from whose lids they dropped and wet his cheeks, as when a wife weeps her beloved husband, slain before his town and people, fighting to defend them and his own dear babes from deadly harm. She sees him gasp and die, and at the sight she falls with piercing cries upon his corpse. Meantime the victors beat her on the back and shoulders with their spears, and bear her off to toil and grieve in slavery, where her cheeks in that long bitter sorrow lose their bloom. So from the eyelids of Ulysses fell the tears, yet fell unnoticed by them all, save that Alcinoüs, sitting at his side, saw them, and heard his heavy sighs, and thus bespake his people, masters of the oar. Princes and chiefs of the Phaeacian race, give ear. Let now Demodocus lay by his clear-toned harp. The matter of his song delights not all alike. Since first we sat at meat, and since our noble bard began his lay, our guest has never ceased to grieve. Some mighty sorrow weighs upon his heart. Now let the bard refrain, that we may all enjoy the banquet, both our guest and we who welcome him. For it is fitting thus. And now are all things for our worthy guest made ready, both the escort and these gifts, the pledges of our kind regard. A guest, a suppliant, is a brother, even to him who bears a heart not easy to be moved. No longer, then, keep back with studied art what I shall ask. 'Twere better far to speak with freedom. Tell the name thy mother gave, thy father, and all those who dwell within and round thy city. For no living man is nameless from the time that he is born. Humble or high in station, at their birth the parents give them names. Declare thy land, thy people, and thy city, that our ships may learn and bear thee to the place. For here in our Phaeacian ships no pilots are, nor rudders as in ships of other lands. Ours know the thoughts and the intents of men. To them all cities and all fertile coasts inhabited by men are known. They cross the great sea scudding fast, involved in mist and darkness, with no fear of perishing or meeting harm. I heard Nausicaä, my father, say that Neptune was displeased with us for safely bearing to their homes so many men, and that he would destroy in after time some good Phaeacian ship, returning from a convoy in the waves of the dark sea, and leave her planted there, a mountain huge and high before our town. So did the aged chieftain prophesy, the god, as best may please him, will fulfill my father's words, or leave them unfulfilled. Now tell me truly whither thou hast roamed, and what the tribes of men that thou hast seen. Tell which of them are savage, rude, unjust, and which are hospitable and revere the blessed gods. Declare why thou didst weep and sigh when hearing what unhappy fate befell the Argive and Achaean host and town of Troy. The gods decreed it, they ordained destruction to the sons of men, a theme of song thereafter. Hadst thou not some valiant kinsman who was slain at Troy, a son-in-law, the father of thy wife? Nearest of all are they to us, save those of our own blood. Or haply might it be some bosom friend, one eminently graced with all that wins our love, for not less dear than if he were a brother should we hold, the wise and gentle man who is our friend. Book 9, The Ciconians, Lotus-Eaters, and Cyclops. The adventures of Ulysses after the fall of Troy, related by him at the request of Alcinoüs. His attack on the Ciconians and the destruction of their city. Rally and reinforcement of the Ciconians, who slaughter many of the companions of Ulysses. The Lotus-Eaters, who subsist on flowers. Arrival of Ulysses at the land of the Cyclops. Polyphemus and his barbarities. Revenge of Ulysses, who puts out the single eye of Polyphemus and escapes. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, O King Alcinoüs, most renowned of men, a pleasant thing it is to hear a bard like this endowed with such a voice, so like the voices of the gods. Nor can I deem aught more delightful than the general joy of a whole people when the assembled guests, seated in order in the royal halls, are listening to the minstrel, while the board is spread with bread and meats, and from the jars the cupbearer draws wine and fills the cups. To me there is no more delightful sight. But now thy mind is moved to ask of me the story of the sufferings I have borne, and that will wake my grief anew. What first, what next shall I relate? What last of all? For manifold are the misfortunes cast upon me by the immortals. Let me first declare my name, that ye may know, and I, perchance, before my day of death shall come, may be your host, though dwelling far away. I am Ulysses, and my father's name Laertes. Widely am I known to men as quick in shrewd devices, and my fame hath reached to heaven. In sunny Ithaca I dwell, where high Neritus, seen afar, rustles with woods. Around are many isles, well peopled near each other. Samos there lies with Dulichium, and Zacynthus dark with forests. Ithaca, with its low shores, lies highest toward the setting sun. The rest are on the side where first the morning breaks. A rugged region 'tis, but nourishes nobly its youths, nor have I ever seen a sweeter spot on earth. Calypso late, that glorious goddess, in her grotto long detained me from it, and desired that I should be her husband. In her royal home, Circè, mistress of strange arts, detained me also, and desired that I should be her husband. Yet they could not move the purpose of my heart. For there is naught more sweet and dear than our own native land and parents. Though perchance our lot be cast in a rich home, yet far from our own kin and in a foreign land. Now let me speak of the calamitous voyage which the will of Jove ordained on my return from Troy. The wind that blew me from the Trojan shore bore me to the Ciconians, who abode in Ismarus. I laid the city waste and slew its dwellers, carried off their wives and all their wealth, and parted them among my men, that none might want an equal share. And then I warned them with all haste to leave the region. Madmen, they obeyed me not. And there they drank much wine, and on the beach slew many sheep and many slow-paced steers with crumpled horns. Then the Ciconians called to their Ciconian neighbors, braver men than they, and more in number, whose abode was on the mainland, trained to fight from steeds, or, if need were, on foot. In swarms they came, thick as new leaves or morning flowers in spring. Then fell on our unhappy company an evil fate from Jove, and many griefs. They formed their lines and fought at our good ships, where man encountered man with brazen spears. While yet 'twas morning, and the holy light of day waxed brighter, we withstood the assault and kept our ground, although more numerous they. But when the sun was sloping toward the west, the enemy prevailed, the Achaean band was routed and was made to flee. That day there perished from each galley of our fleet 6 valiant men, the rest escaped with life. Onward we sailed, lamenting bitterly our comrades slain, yet happy to escape from death ourselves. Nor did we put to sea in our good ships until we thrice had called aloud by name each one of our poor friends, who fell in battle by Ciconian hands. The cloud compeller Jove against us sent the north wind in a hurricane, and wrapped the earth and heaven in clouds, and from the skies fell suddenly the night. With stooping masts our galleys scudded, the strong tempest split and tore the sails. We drew and laid them down within the ships, in fear of utter wreck, and toward the mainland eagerly we turned the rudders. There we lay 2 days and nights, worn out with grief and hardship. When at length the fair-haired morning brought the 3rd day round, we raised the masts, and spreading the white sails to take the wind, we sat us down. The wind carried us forward with the pilot's aid, and then should I have reached my native land safely, had not the currents and the waves of ocean and the north wind driven me back, what time I strove to pass Menelaus Cape, and swept me to Cythera from my course. Still onward driven before those baleful winds, across the fishy deep for 9 whole days, on the 10th day we reached the land where dwell the Lotus-Eaters, men whose food is flowers. We landed on the mainland, and our crews near the fleet galleys took their evening meal. And when we all had eaten and had drunk, I sent explorers forth, 2 chosen men. A herald was the 3rd, to learn what race of mortals nourished by the fruits of earth possessed the land. They went and found themselves among the Lotus-Eaters soon, who used no violence against their lives, but gave into their hands the lotus plant to taste. Whoever tasted once of that sweet food wished not to see his native country more, nor give his friends the knowledge of his fate. And then my messengers desired to dwell among the Lotus-Eaters and to feed upon the lotus, never to return. By force I led them weeping to the fleet, and bound them in the hollow ships beneath the benches. Then I ordered all the rest of my beloved comrades to embark in haste, lest, tasting of the lotus, they should think no more of home. All straightway went on board, and on the benches took their place. and smote the hoary ocean with their oars. Onward we sailed with sorrowing hearts, and reached the country of the Cyclops, an untamed and lawless race, who, trusting to the gods, plant not nor plow the fields, but all things spring for them untended, barley, wheat, and vines, yielding large clusters filled with wine, and nursed by showers from Jove. No laws have they hold no councils. On the mountain heights they dwell in vaulted caves, where each one rules his wives and children as he pleases. None give heed to what the others do. Before the port of that Cyclopean land there is an isle, low-lying, neither near nor yet remote, a woodland region where the wild goats breed innumerable, for the foot of man disturbs them not, and huntsmen toiling through thick woods or wandering over mountain heights enter not here. The fields are never grazed by sheep nor furrowed by the plow, but lie untilled, unsown, and uninhabited by man, and only feed the bleating goats. The Cyclops have no barks with crimson prows, nor shipwrights skilled to frame a galley's deck with benches for the rowers and equipped for any service, voyaging by turns to all the cities, as is often done by men who cross the deep from place to place, and make a prosperous region of an isle. No meager soil is there. It well might bear all fruits in their due time. Along the shore of the gray deep are meadows smooth and moist. The vine would flourish long, the plowman's task is easy, and the husbandman would reap large harvests, for the mold is rich below. And there is a safe haven, where no need of cable is, no anchor there is cast, nor hawsers fastened to the strand, but they who enter there remain until it please the mariners, with favorable wind to put to sea again. A limpid stream flows from a fount beneath a hollow rock into that harbor at its further end, and poplars grow around it. Thither went our fleet. Some deity had guided us through the dark night, for nothing had we seen. Thick was the gloom around our barks. The moon shone not in heaven, the clouds had quenched her light. No eye discerned the isle, nor the long waves that rolled against the shore, till our good ships touched land, and, disembarking there, we gave ourselves to sleep upon the waterside, and waited for the holy morn to rise. And when at length the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morn, appeared, we walked around the isle, admiring as we went. Meanwhile the nymphs, the daughters of the god who bears the aegis, roused the mountain goats, that so our crews might make their morning meal. And straightway from our ships we took in hand our crooked bows and our long-bladed spears. Let all the rest of my beloved friends remain, while I, with my own bark and crew, go forth to learn what race of men are these, whether ill-mannered, savage, and unjust, or kind to guests and reverent toward the gods. I spake, and having ordered all my crew to go on board and cast the hawsers loose, embarked on my own ship. They all obeyed, and manned the benches, sitting there in rows, and smote the hoary ocean with their oars. But when we came upon that neighboring coast, we saw upon its verge, beside the sea, a cave high vaulted, overbrowed with shrubs of laurel. There much cattle lay at rest, both sheep and goats. Around it was a court, a high enclosure of hewn stone and pines tall-stemmed and towering oaks. Here dwelt a man of giant bulk, who by himself alone was wont to tend his flocks. He never held converse with others, but devised apart his wicked deeds. A frightful prodigy was he, and like no man who lives by bread, but more like a huge mountain summit, rough with woods, that towers alone above the rest. Then, bidding all the others stay and guard the ship, I chose among my bravest men 12 whom I took with me. I had on board a goatskin of dark wine, a pleasant sort, which Maron late, Ivanthus' son, a priest of Phoebus, guardian god of Ismarus, gave me when, moved with reverence, we saved him and his children and his wife from death. For his abode was in the thick-grown grove of Phoebus. Costly were the gifts he gave, 7 talents of wrought gold, a chalice all of silver, and he drew for me, besides, into 12 jars, a choice rich wine, unspoiled by mixtures, and a beverage for gods. No one within his dwellings, maids or men, knew of it, save the master and his wife, and matron of the household. Whensoe'er they drank this rich red wine, he only filled a single cup with wine, and tempered that with 20 more of water. From the cup arose a fragrance that might please the gods, and hard it was to put the draught aside. Of this I took a skin well filled, besides food in a hamper, for my thoughtful mind misgave me, lest I should encounter one of formidable strength and savage mood, and with no sense of justice or of right. Soon were we at the cave, but found not him within it. He was in the fertile meads, tending his flocks. We entered, wondering much at all we saw. Around were baskets heaped with cheeses, pens were thronged with lambs and kids, each in a separate fold. The elder ones, the younger, and the newly yeaned had each their place apart. The vessels swam with whey, pails smoothly wrought, and buckets into which he milked the cattle. My companions then begged me with many pressing words to take part of the cheeses, and returning, drive with speed to our good galley lambs and kids from where they stabled, and set sail again on the salt sea. I granted not their wish, far better if I had. 'Twas my intent to see the owner of the flocks and prove his hospitality. No pleasant sight was that to be for those with whom I came. And then we lit a fire, and sacrificed, and ate the cheeses, and within the cave sat waiting, till from pasturing his flocks he came. A heavy load of well-dried wood he bore, to make a blaze at supper time. Without the den he flung his burden down, with such a crash that we in terror slunk into a corner of the cave. He drove his well-fed flock, all those whose milk he drew, under that spacious vault of rock, but left the males, both goats and rams, without the court. And then he lifted a huge barrier up, a mighty weight, not 22 wains, four-wheeled and strong, could move it from the ground. Such was the enormous rock he raised and placed against the entrance. Then he sat and milked the ewes and bleating goats, each one in turn, and gave to each its young. Next, half the milk he caused to curdle, and disposed the curd in woven baskets, and the other half he kept in bowls to be his evening drink. His tasks all ended thus, he lit a fire, and saw us where we lurked, and questioned us. Who are ye, strangers? Tell me whence ye came across the ocean. Are ye men of trade, or wanderers at will, like those who roam the sea for plunder, and with their own lives in peril carry death to distant shores? He spake, and we who heard, with sinking hearts, trembled at that deep voice and frightful form. And thus I answered, We are Greeks who come from Ilium, driven across the mighty deep by changing winds, and while we sought our home, have made a different voyage, and been forced upon another course. Such was the will of Jupiter. We boast ourselves to be soldiers of Agamemnon, Atreus' son, whose fame is now the greatest under heaven. So mighty was the city which he sacked, so many were the warriors whom he slew. And now we come as suppliants to thy knees, and ask thee to receive us as thy guests, or else bestow the gifts which custom makes the strangers due. Great as thou art, revere the gods, for suitors to thy grace are we, and hospitable Jove, whose presence goes with every worthy stranger, will avenge suppliants and strangers when they suffer wrong. I spake, and savagely he answered me, Thou art a fool, O stranger, or art come from some far country, thou who biddest me fear or regard the gods. We little care, we Cyclops, for the aegis-bearer Jove, or any other of the blessed gods. We are their betters. Think not I would spare thee or thy comrades to avoid the wrath of Jupiter, unless it were my choice. But say, for I would know, where hast thou left thy gallant bark in landing? Was it near or in some distant corner of the isle? He spake to tempt me, but I well perceived his craft, and answered with dissembling words. Neptune, who shakes the shores, hath wrecked my bark on rocks that edge thine island, hurling it against the headland. From the open sea the tempest swept it hitherward, and I, with these, escaped the bitter doom of death. I spake, the savage answered not, but sprang, and laying hands on my companions, seized two, whom he dashed like whelps against the ground. Their brains flowed out, and weltered where they fell. He hewed them limb from limb for his repast, and, like a lion of the mountain wilds, devoured them as they were, and left no part, entrails nor flesh nor marrowy bones. We wept to see his cruelties, and raised our hands to Jove, and hopeless misery filled our hearts. And when the Cyclops now had filled himself, devouring human flesh and drinking milk unmingled, in his cave he laid him down, stretched out amid his flocks. The thought arose in my courageous heart to go to him, and draw the trenchant sword upon my thigh, and where the midriff joins the liver deal a stroke to pierce his breast. A second thought restrained me, that a miserable death would overtake us, since we had no power to move the mighty rock which he had laid at the high opening. So all night we grieved, waiting the holy morn, and when at length that rosy-fingered daughter of the dawn appeared, the Cyclops lit a fire, and milked his fair flock one by one, and brought their young, each to its mother's side. When he had thus performed his household tasks, he seized again 2 of our number for his morning meal. These he devoured, and then he moved away with ease the massive rock that closed the cave, and, driving forth his well-fed flock, he laid the massive barrier back as one would fit the lid upon a quiver. With loud noise the Cyclops drove that well-fed flock afield, while I was left to think of many a plan to do him mischief and avenge our wrongs, if haply Pallas should confer on me that glory. To my mind, as I revolved the plans, this seemed the wisest of them all. Beside the stalls there lay a massive club of olive wood, yet green, which from its stalk the Cyclops hewed, that he might carry it when seasoned. As it lay, it seemed to us the mast of some black galley, broad of beam, with 20 oarsmen, built to carry freight across the mighty deep. Such was its length and thickness. Standing by it, I cut off a fathom's length, and gave it to my men, and bade them smooth its sides, and they obeyed, while I made sharp the smaller end, and brought the point to hardness in the glowing fire, and then I hid the weapon in a heap of litter, which lay thick about the cave. I bade my comrades now decide by lot, which of them all should dare, along with me, to lift the stake, and with its point bore out our enemy's eye, when softly wrapped in sleep. The lot was cast, and fell on those whom most I wished with me, 4 men, and I the 5th. At eve the keeper of these fair-wooled flocks returned, and brought his well-fed sheep and goats into the spacious cavern, leaving none without it, whether through some doubt of us, or through the ordering of some god. He raised the massive rock again, and laid it close against the opening. Then he sat and milked the ewes and bleating goats, each one in turn, and gave to each her young. When he had thus performed his household tasks, he seized again 2 of our number for his evening meal. Then drew I near, and bearing in my hand a wooden cup of dark red wine, I said, "Take this, O Cyclops, after thy repast of human flesh, and drink, that thou mayst know what liquor was concealed within our ship. I brought it as an offering to thee, for I had hoped that thou wouldst pity us and send us home. Yet are thy cruelties beyond all limit. Wicked as thou art, hereafter who of all the human race will dare approach thee guilty of such wrong?" As thus I spake, he took the cup and drank. The luscious wine delighted mightily his palate, and he asked a second draught. "Give me to drink again, and generously, and tell thy name, that I may make a gift such as becomes a host. The fertile land in which the Cyclops dwell yields wine, 'tis true, and the large grapes are nursed by rains from Jove, but nectar and ambrosia are in this." He spake. I gave him of the generous juice again, and thrice I filled and brought the cup, and thrice the Cyclops in his folly drank. But when I saw the wine begin to cloud his senses, I bespake him blandly thus: "Thou hast inquired, O Cyclops, by what name men know me. I will tell thee, but do thou bestow in turn some hospitable gift, as thou hast promised. No man is my name. My father and my mother gave it me, and no man am I called by all my friends." I ended, and he answered savagely, "No man shall be the last of all his band whom I will eat, the rest will I devour before him. Let that respite be my gift." He spake, and sinking backward at full length, lay on the ground with his huge neck aside. All-powerful sleep had overtaken him. Then from his mouth came bits of human flesh mingled with wine, and from his drunken throat rejected noisily. I put the stake among the glowing coals to gather heat, and uttered cheerful words encouraging my men that none might fail me through their fears. And when the olive wood began to blaze, for though yet green it freely took the lyre, I drew it from the embers. Round me stood my comrades, whom some deity inspired with calm, high courage. In their hands they took and thrust into his eye the pointed bar, while perched upon a higher stand than they, I twirled it round. As when a workman bores some timber of a ship, the men who stand below him with a strap on either side twirl it, and round it spins unceasingly. So, thrusting in his eye that pointed bar, we made it turn. The blood came streaming forth on the hot wood. The eyelids and the brow were scalded by the vapor, and the roots of the scorched eyeball crackled with the fire. As when a smith in forging axe or adze plunges to temper it the hissing blade into cold water, strengthening thus the steel, so hissed the eyeball of the Cyclops round that olive stake. He raised a fearful howl, the rocks rang with it, and we fled from him in terror. Plucking from his eye the stake, all foul and dripping with the abundant blood, he flung it madly from him with both hands. Then called he to the Cyclops, who in grots dwelt on that breezy height. They heard his voice, and came by various ways, and stood beside the cave, and asked the occasion of his grief. What hurts thee, Polyphemus, that thou thus dost break our slumbers in the ambrosial night with cries? Hath any of the sons of men driven off thy flocks in spite of thee, or tried by treachery or force to take thy life? Huge Polyphemus answered from his den, O friends, 'tis Nomen who is killing me. By treachery Nomen kills me, none by force. Then thus with winged words they spake again, If no man does thee violence, and thou art quite alone, reflect that none escape diseases, they are sent by Jove. But make thy prayer to Father Neptune, Ocean's king. So spake they, and departed. In my heart I laughed to think that by the name I took, and by my shrewd device, I had deceived the Cyclops. Meantime, groaning and in pain, and groping with his hands, he moved away the rock that barred the entrance. There he sat, with arms outstretched, to seize whoever sought to issue from the cavern with the flock. So dull of thought he deemed me. Then I planned how best to save my comrades and myself from death. I framed 1,000 stratagems and arts, for here was life at stake, and great the danger was. At last I fixed on this. The rams were plump and beautiful, and large with thick dark fleeces. These I silently bound to each other, 3 and 3, with twigs of which that prodigy of lawless guilt, the Cyclops, made his bed. The middle ram of every 3 conveyed a man. The 2, one on each side, were there to make him safe. Thus each of us was borne by 3, but I chose for myself the finest one of all, and seized him by the back, and slipping down beneath his shaggy belly, stretched myself at length, and clung with resolute heart in hands that firmly clenched the rich abundant fleece. Then sighed we for the holy morn to rise. And when again the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morn, looked forth, the males went forth to pasture, while the ewes remained within the stables, bleating, yet unmilked, for heavy were their udders. Carefully the master handled, though in grievous pain, the back of every one that rose and passed, yet, slow of thought, perceived not that my men were clinging hid beneath their woolly breasts. As the last ram of all the flock went out, his thick fleece heavy with my weight, and I in agitated thought, he felt his back, and thus the giant Polyphemus spake. My favorite ram, how art thou now the last to leave the cave? It hath not been thy wont to let the sheep go first, but thou didst come earliest to feed among the flowery grass, walking with stately strides, and thou wert first at the fresh stream, and first at eve to seek the stable. Now thou art the last of all. Grievest thou for thy master, who has lost his eye, put out by a deceitful wretch, and his vile crew, who stupefied me first with wine, this no man, who, if right I deem, has not escaped from death. Oh, didst thou think as I do, and hadst but the power of speech, to tell me where he hides from my strong arm, Then should his brains, dashed out against the ground, be scattered here and there. Then should my heart be somewhat lighter, even amid the woes which no man, worthless wretch, has brought on me. He spake, and sent him forth among the rest. And when we were a little way beyond the cavern and the court, I loosed my hold upon the animal and unbound my men. Then quickly we surrounded and drove off, fat sheep and stately paced, a numerous flock, and brought them to our ship, where joyfully our friends received us, though with grief and tears for those who perished. Yet I suffered not that they should weep, but frowning gave command by signs to lift with speed the fair-wooled sheep on board, and launch our ship on the salt sea. They went on board, where each one took his place upon the benches, and with diligent oars smote the grey deep. And when we were as far as one upon the shore could hear a shout, thus to the Cyclops tauntingly I called, "Ha, Cyclops, those whom in thy rocky cave thou in thy brutal fury hast devoured, were friends of one not unexpert in war. Amply have thy own guilty deeds returned upon thee, cruel one, who didst not fear to eat the strangers sheltered by thy roof. Jove and the other gods avenge them thus." I spake, the anger in his bosom raged more fiercely. From a mountain peak he wrenched its summit, hurling it to fall beside our galley, where it almost touched the helm. The rock dashed high the water where it fell, and the returning billow swept us back and toward the shore. I seized a long-stemmed pike and pushed it from the shore, encouraging the men to bend with vigor to their oars and so escape. With nods I gave the sign. Forward to vigorous strokes the oarsmen leaned, till we were out at sea as far from land as when I spake before. And then again I shouted to the Cyclops, though my crew strove to prevent it with beseeching words. And one man first and then another said, "O most unwise, why chafe that savage man to fury? Him who just has cast his bolt into the sea, and forced us toward the land where we had well nigh perished. Should he hear a cry from us, or even a word of speech, then would he fling a rock to crush our heads and wreck our ship, so fatal is his cast." He spake, but moved not my courageous heart. And then I spake again, and angrily, "Cyclops, if any man of mortal birth, note thine unseemly blindness, and inquire the occasion. Tell him that Laertes' son, Ulysses, the destroyer of walled towns, whose home is Ithaca, put out thine eye." I spake, he answered with a wailing voice, "Now woe is me, the ancient oracles concerning me have come to pass. Here dwelt a seer named Telemachus, Eurymedes, great, good, and eminent in prophecy, and prophesying he grew old among the Cyclops. He foretold my coming fate, that I should lose my sight, and by the hand and cunning of Ulysses. Yet I looked for one of noble presence, mighty strength, and giant stature landing on our coast. Now a mere weakling, insignificant and small of stature, has put out my eye, first stupefying me with wine. Yet come hither, I pray, Ulysses, and receive the hospitable gifts which are thy due, and I will pray to Neptune and entreat the mighty god to guide thee safely home. His son am I, and he declares himself my father. He can heal me if he will, and no one else of all the immortal gods or mortal men can give me back my sight." He spake, I answered, "Rather would I take thy life and breath, and send thee to the abode of Hades, where thou wouldst be past the power of even Neptune to restore thine eye." As thus I said, the Cyclops raised his hands and spread them toward the starry heaven, and thus prayed to the deity who rules the deep. "Hear, dark-haired Neptune, who dost swathe the earth, if I am thine, and thou dost own thyself my father, grant that this Ulysses ne'er may reach his native land. But if it be the will of fate that he behold again his friends, and enter his own palace halls in his own country, late and sorrowful be his return, with all his comrades lost, and in a borrowed ship, and may he find in his own home new griefs awaiting him." He prayed, and Neptune hearkened to his prayer. And then the Cyclops seized another stone, far larger than the last, and swung it round, and cast it with vast strength. It fell behind our black-prowed galley, where it almost struck the rudder's end. The sea was dashed on high beneath the falling rock, and bore our ship on toward the shore we sought. When we reached the island where together in a fleet our other galleys lay, we found our friends sitting where they had waited long in grief. We touched the shore and drew our galley up on the smooth sand and stepped upon the beach, and taking from on board the sheep that formed part of the Cyclops flock, divided them, that none might be without an equal share. When all the rest were shared, my warrior friends decreed the ram to me. Of him I made upon the beach a sacrifice to Jove, the cloud compeller, Saturn's son, whose rule is over all. To him I burned the thighs. He heeded not the offering. Even then he planned the wreck of all my gallant ships, and death of my dear comrades. All that day, till set of sun, we sat and feasted high upon the abundant meats and delicate wine. But when the sun went down and darkness crept over the earth, we slumbered on the shore. And when again the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morn, looked forth, I called my men with cheerful words to climb the decks and cast the hawsers loose. With speed they went on board and manned the benches, took in hand the oars and smote with them the hoary deep. Onward in sadness, glad to have escaped, we sailed, yet sorrowing for our comrades lost. Book 10 Aeolus, the Lestrigonians and Circè, arrival of Ulysses at the land of Aeolus, who gives him the winds in a bag, folly of the seamen, who untie the bag while Ulysses is asleep, a tempest, disastrous encounter with the gigantic Lestrigonians, arrival at the island of Circè, transformation of the Greeks to swine, and recovery of their former shape, preparations for a journey to the region of the dead. We reached the Aeolian Isle, where Aeolus, dear to the gods, a son of Hippotas, made his abode. It was a floating isle. A wall of brass enclosed it, and smooth rocks edged it around. 12 children in his halls were born, 6 daughters and 6 blooming sons. He gave his daughters to his sons for wives, and they with their dear father and his queen banquet from day to day with endless change of meats before them. In his halls all day the sound of pipes is in the perfumed air. At night the youths beside their modest wives sleep on fair couches spread with tapestry. So coming to his town and fair abode, I found a friendly welcome. 1 full month the monarch kept me with him and inquired of all that might concern the fate of Troy, the Argive fleet, and the return to Greece. And just as it befell, I told him all. And when I spake to him of going thence, and prayed him to dismiss me, he complied, and helped to make us ready for the sea. The bladder of a bullock 9 years old he gave, in which he had compressed and bound the stormy winds of air, for Saturn's son had given him empire o'er the winds, with power to calm them or to rouse them at his will. This in our roomy galley he made fast with a bright chain of silver, that no breath of ruder air might blow. He only left the west wind free to waft our ships and us upon our way. But that was not to be. We perished by a folly of our own. 9 days we held our way, both day and night, and now appeared in sight our native fields on the 10th night, where on the shore we saw men kindling fires. Meantime a pleasant sleep had overcome my weary limbs, for long had I been guiding with incessant toil the rudder, nor would trust it to the hand of any other. Such was my desire, to reach our country by the shortest way. Then talked my crew among themselves and said that I had brought with me from Aeolus, the large-souled son of Hippotas, rich gifts of gold and silver. Standing side by side and looking at each other, thus they said, "How wonderfully is our chief revered and loved by all men, wander where he will, into what realm soever. From the coast of Troy he sailed with many precious things, his share of spoil, while we who with him went and with him came are empty-handed yet. And now hath Aeolus, to show how much he prizes him, bestowed the treasures here. Come, let us see them, let us know how much of gold and silver is concealed in this." Thus speaking to each other, they obeyed the evil counsel. They untied the sack, and straight the winds rushed forth and seized the ship, and swept the crews, lamenting bitterly, far from their country out upon the deep. And then I woke, and in my noble mind bethought me whether I should drop at once into the deep and perish or remain, and silently endure and keep my place among the living. I remained, endured, and covered with my mantle lay within my galley, while the furious whirlwind bore back to the Aeolian isle our groaning crews. We landed on the coast, and to our barks brought water. Then my men prepared a meal beside the fleet, and having tasted food and wine, I took a herald and a friend, and hastening to the sumptuous palace halls of Aeolus, I found him with his wife and children banqueting. We sat us down upon the threshold at the palace doors, and they were all astonished and inquired, "Why art thou here? What god thine enemy pursues thee, O Ulysses, whom we sent so well prepared to reach thy native land, thy home or any place that pleased thee most?" They spake, and sorrowfully I replied, "The fault is all with my unthinking crew and my own luckless slumber. Yet, my friends, repair the mischief, for ye have the power." Thus with submissive words I spake, but they sat mute. The father only answered me, "Hence with thee, leave our island instantly, vilest of living men. It may not be that I receive or aid as he departs one who is hated by the blessed gods, and thou art hated by the gods. Away." He spake and sent us from the palace door lamenting. Sorrowfully went we on, and now with rowing hard and long, the fruit of our own folly, all our crews lost heart, and every hope of safe return was gone. 6 days and nights we sailed. The 7th we came to lofty Lestrigoni with wide gates, the city of Lamos, where on going forth the shepherd calls to shepherd entering in. There might a man who never yields to sleep earn double wages, first in pasturing herds and then in tending sheep. For there the fields grazed in the daytime are by others grazed at night. We reached its noble haven, girt by towering rocks that rise on every side, and the bold shores run out to form its mouth, a narrow entrance. There the other crews stationed their barks and moored them close beside each other in that hill-encircled port. No billow, even the smallest, rises there. The water glimmers with perpetual calm. I only kept my dark-hulled ship without and bound its cable to a jutting rock. I climbed a rugged headland and looked forth. No marks of tilth appeared, the work of men or oxen, only smokes that from below rose in the air. And then I sent forth scouts to learn what race of men who live by bread inhabited the land. 2 chosen men I sent, a herald made the 3rd, and these went inland by a level path, on which the wains brought fuel from the woody heights into the city. On their way they met, before the town, a damsel with an ewer, the stately daughter of Antiphates, the Lestrigonian, who was coming down to where Artasia's smoothly flowing fount gave water for the city. They drew near, and spake, and asked her who was sovereign there, and who his people. Straight she pointed out a lofty pile in which her father dwelt. They entered that proud palace, and beheld, tall as a mountain peak, the monarch's wife, and shuddered at the sight. With eager haste she called her husband, King Antiphates, from council. With a murderous intent he came, and, seizing one of my poor friends, devoured him, while the other 2 betook themselves to sudden flight and reached the ships. And then he raised a fearful yell that rang through all the city. The strong Lestrigons rushed forth by thousands from all sides, more like to giants than to common men. They hurled stones of enormous weight from cliffs above, and cries of those who perished and the crash of shattered galleys rose. They speared our friends like fishes for their horrid feasts, and thus bore them away. While those within the port were slaughtered, drawing my good sword, I cut the hawsers fastened to my ship's blue prow, and cheered my men, and bade them fling themselves upon the oars, that so we might escape our threatened fate. They heard, and plied their oars like men who rowed for life. The galley shot forth from these beetling rocks into the sea full gladly. All the others perished there. Onward we sailed, with sorrow in our hearts, for our lost friends, though glad to be reprieved from death. And now we landed at an isle, Aea, where the fair-haired Circè dwelt, a goddess high in rank and skilled in song, own sister of the wise Aeetes. Both were children of the source of light, the sun, and Circè, ocean's daughter, brought them forth. We found a haven here where ships might lie, and guided by some deity we brought our galley silently against the shore, and disembarked and gave 2 days and nights to rest, unmanned with hardship and with grief. When bright-haired morning brought the 3rd day round, I took my spear and my good sword and left the ship, and climbed a height in hope to spy some trace of human toil or hear some voice. On a steep precipice I stood and saw from the broad earth below a rising smoke, where midst the thickets in the forest ground stood Circè's palace. Seeing that dark smoke, the thought arose within my mind that there I should inquire. I pondered till at last this seemed the wisest, to return at once to my good ship upon the ocean side, and give my crew their meal, and send them forth to view the region. Coming to the spot where lay my well-oared bark, some pitying god, beneath whose eye I wandered forth alone, sent a huge stag into my very path, high-horned, which from his pasture in the wood descended to the riverside to drink. For grievously he felt the hot sun's power. Him as he ran I smote, the weapon pierced, just at the spine, the middle of his back. The brazen blade passed through, and with a moon he fell amid the dust and yielded up his life. I went to him and set my foot against him and plucked forth the brazen spear and left it leaning there. And then I broke lithe osiers from the shrubs and twined of these a rope, which doubled was an ell in length. With that I tied the enormous creature's feet and slung him on my neck and brought him thus to my black ship. I used the spear to prop my steps, since he no longer could be borne upon the shoulder, aided by the hand, such was the animal's bulk. I flung him down before the ship, encouraging my men with cheerful words, and thus I said to each, "My friends, we will not, wretched as we are, go down to Pluto's realm before our time. While food and wine are yet within the hold of our good galley, let us not forget our daily meals and famine-stricken pine." I spake, they all obeyed, and at my word came forth, and standing by the barren deep admired the stag, for he was huge of bulk. And when their eyes were tired with wondering, my people washed their hands and soon had made a noble banquet ready. All that day, till set of sun, we sat and feasted there, upon the abundant meat and delicate wine. And when the sun went down and darkness came, we slept upon the shore. But when the morn, the rosy-fingered child of dawn, looked forth, I called a council of my men and spake, "Give ear, my friends, amid your sufferings, to words that I shall say. We cannot here know which way lies the west, nor where the east, nor where the sun, that shines for all mankind, descends below the earth, nor where again he rises from it. Yet will we consult, if room there be for counsel, which I doubt. For when I climbed that height, I overlooked an isle surrounded by the boundless deep, an isle low-lying. In the midst I saw smoke rising from a thicket of the wood. I spake. Their courage died within their hearts, as they remembered what Antiphates, the Lestrigonian, had done, and what foul deeds the cannibal Cyclops, and they wept aloud. Tears flowed abundantly, but tears were now of no avail to our unhappy band. Numbering my well-armed men, I made of them 2 equal parties, giving each its chief. Myself commanded one, Eurylochus, the hero, took the other in his charge. Then in a brazen helm we shook the lots. The lot of brave Eurylochus leaped forth, and he with 22 of our men went forward with quick steps and yet in tears, while we as sorrowful were left behind. They found the fair abode where Circè dwelt, a palace of hewn stone within the vale, yet nobly seated. There were mountain wolves and lions round it, which herself had tamed with powerful drugs, yet these assaulted not the visitors, but wagging their long tails, stood on their hinder feet and fawned on them, like mastiffs on their master when he comes from banqueting and brings them food. So fawned the strong-clawed wolves and lions on my men. With fear my men beheld those beasts of prey, yet went, and standing in the portico of the bright-haired divinity, they heard her sweet voice singing as within she threw the shuttle through the wide immortal web, such as is woven by the goddesses, delicate, bright of hue, and beautiful. Polites then, a chief the most beloved and most discreet of all my comrades, spake. Someone is here, my friends, who sweetly sings, weaving an ample web, and all the floor rings to her voice. Whoever she may be, woman or goddess, let us call to her. He spake, aloud they called, and forth she came, and threw at once the shining doors apart, and bade my comrades enter. Without thought they followed her. Eurylochus alone remained without, for he suspected guile. She led them in and seated them on thrones, then mingling for them Pramnian wine with cheese, meal, and fresh honey, and infusing drugs into the mixture. Drugs which made them lose the memory of their home. She handed them the beverage, and they drank. Then instantly she touched them with a wand and shut them up in sties, transformed to swine in head and voice, bristles and shape, though still the human mind remained to them. Thus sorrowing they were driven into their cells, where Circè flung to them acorns of oak and ilex, and the fruit of cornel, such as nourish wallowing swine. Back came Eurylochus to our good ship, with news of our poor comrades and their fate. He strove to speak, but could not. He was stunned by that calamity. His eyes were filled with tears, and his whole soul was given to grief. We marveled greatly. Long we questioned him, and thus he spake of our lost friends at last. Through yonder thickets, as thou gavest command, illustrious chief, we went, until we reached a stately palace of hewn stones, within a vale, yet nobly seated. Someone there, goddess or woman, weaving busily an ample web, sang sweetly as she wrought. My comrades called aloud, and forth she came, and threw at once the shining doors apart, and bade us enter. Without thought the rest followed, while I alone, suspecting guile, remained without. My comrades from that hour were seen no more, not one of them again came forth, though long I sat and watched for them. He spake, I slung my silver-studded sword upon my shoulders, a huge blade of brass, and my bow with it, and commanded him to lead the way. He seized and clasped my knees with both his hands in attitude of prayer, and sorrowfully said these winged words, Take me not thither, force me not to go, O foster child of Jove, but leave me here. For thou wilt not return, I know, nor yet deliver one of our lost friends. Our part is to betake ourselves to instant flight with these who yet remain, and so escape. He spake, and I replied, Eurylochus, remain thou here, beside our roomy ship, eating and drinking, I shall surely go. A strong necessity is laid on me. I spake, and from the ship and shore went up into the isle. And when I found myself within that awful valley, and not far from the great palace in which Circè dwelt, the sorceress, there met me on my way a youth. He seemed in manhood's early prime, when youth has most of grace. He took my hand and held it, and, accosting me, began, Rash mortal, whither art thou wandering thus alone among the hills, where every place is strange to thee? Thy comrades are shut up in Circè's palace in close cells like swine. Comest thou to set them free? Nay, thou, like them, wilt rather find thyself constrained to stay. Let me bestow the means to make thee safe against that mischief. Take this potent herb, and bear it with thee to the palace halls of Circè, and it shall avert from thee the threatened evil. I will now reveal the treacherous arts of Circè. She will bring a mingled draught to thee and drug the bowl, but will not harm thee thus. The virtuous plant I gave thee will prevent it. Hear yet more. When she shall smite thee with her wand, draw forth thy good sword from thy thigh and rush at her as if to take her life, and she will crouch in fear and will solicit thine embrace. Refuse her not, that so she may release thy comrades and may send thee also back to thine own land. But first exact of her the solemn oath which binds the blessed gods, that she will meditate no other harm to thee, nor strip thee of thy manly strength. The Argus queller spake, and plucked from earth the potent plant, and handed it to me, and taught me all its powers. The root is black, the blossom white as milk. Among the gods its name is moly. Hard it is for men to dig it up, the gods find nothing hard. Back through the woody island Hermes went toward high Olympus, while I took my way to Circè's halls, yet with a beating heart. There, as I stood beneath the portico of that bright-haired divinity, I called aloud. The goddess heard my voice and came, and threw at once the shining doors apart, and prayed me to come in. I followed her, yet grieving still. She led me in and gave a seat upon a silver-studded throne, beautiful, nobly wrought, and placed beneath a footstool, and prepared a mingled draught within a golden chalice, and infused a drug with mischievous intent. She gave the cup, I drank it off, the charm wrought not, and then she smote me with her wand and said, Go to the sty, and with thy fellows sprawl. She spake, but drawing forth the trusty sword upon my thigh, I rushed at her as if to take her life. She shrieked, and stooping low, ran underneath my arm and clasped my knees, and uttered piteously these winged words, Who art thou, of what race and of what land, and who thy parents? I am wonderstruck to see that thou couldst drink that magic juice and yield not to its power. No living man, whoever he might be, that tasted once those drugs, or passed them o'er his lips, has yet withstood them. In thy breast a spirit dwells not to be thus subdued. Art thou not then Ulysses, master of wise stratagems, whose coming hither on his way from Troy in his black galley oft has been foretold by Hermes of the golden wand? But sheathe thy sword and share my couch, that joined in love each may hereafter trust the other's faith. She spake, and I replied, How canst thou ask, O Circè, that I gently deal with thee, since thou in thine own palace hast transformed my friends to swine, and plottest even now to keep me with thee, luring me to pass into thy chamber and to share thy couch, that thou mayst strip me of my manly strength. I come not to thy couch till thou engage, O goddess, by a solemn oath that thou wilt never seek to do me further harm. I spake, she straightway took the oath required, and after it was uttered and confirmed, up to her sumptuous couch I went. Meanwhile 4 diligent maidens ministered within the palace, servants of the household they, who had their birth from fountains and from groves, and sacred rivers flowing to the sea. One spread the thrones with gorgeous coverings. Above was purple arras, and beneath were linen webs. Another, setting forth the silver tables just before the thrones, placed on them canisters of gold. A third mingled the rich wines in a silver bowl, and placed the golden cups. And last, the fourth brought water from the fountain, and beneath a massive tripod kindled a great fire, and warmed the water. When it boiled within the shining brass, she led me to the bath, and washed me from the tripod. On my head and shoulders pleasantly she shed the streams that from my members took away the sense of weariness, unmanning body and mind. And when she thus had bathed me and with oil anointed me, she put a princely cloak and tunic on me, led me in and showed my seat, a stately silver-studded throne, high wrought, and placed a footstool for my feet. Then came a handmaid with a golden ewer, and from it poured pure water from my hands into a silver laver. Next she placed a polished table near to me, on which the matron of the palace laid the feast, with many delicacies from her store, and bade me eat. The banquet pleased me not, my thoughts were elsewhere, dark imaginings were in my mind. When Circè marked my mood, as in a gloomy reverie I sat, and put not forth my hands to touch the feast, she came to me and spake these winged words. Why sittest thou like one who has no power of speech, Ulysses, wrapped in thoughts that gnaw thy heart, and tasting neither food nor wine? Still dost thou dream of fraud. It is not well that thou shouldst fear it longer, since I pledged myself against it with a mighty oath. She spake, and I replied, What man whose heart is faithful could endure to taste of food or wine till he should see his captive friends once more at large? If with a kind intent thou bidst me eat and drink, let me behold with mine own eyes my dear companions free. I spake, and Circè took her wand and went forth from her halls, and opening the gate that closed the sty, drove forth what seemed a herd of swine in their 9th year. They ranged themselves before her, and she went from each to each and shed on them another drug. Forthwith fell from their limbs the bristles which had grown all over them when mighty Circè gave at first the baleful potion. Now again my friends were men, and younger than before, and of a nobler mien and statelier growth. They knew me all, and each one pressed my hand in his, and there were tears and sobs of joy that sounded through the palace. Circè too was moved, the mighty goddess. She drew near and stood by me and spake these winged words. Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, Ulysses, go to thy good ship beside the sea, and draw it up the beach, and hide the goods and weapons in the caverns there, and come thou back and bring with thee thy friends. She spake, and easily my generous mind was moved by what she said. Forthwith I went to my good ship beside the sea, and found my friends in tears, lamenting bitterly. As in some grange the calves come leaping round a herd of kine returning to the stall from grassy fields where they have grazed their fill. Nor can the stall contain the young which spring around their mothers with continual bleat. So when my comrades saw me through their tears, they sprang to meet me, and their joy was such as if they were in their own native land, in their own city, on the rugged coast of Ithaca where they were born and reared. And as they wept, they spake these winged words. O foster child of Jove, we welcome thee on thy return with a delight as great as if we all had reached again the land that gave us birth, our Ithaca. And now tell by what death our other friends have died. They spake, I answered with consoling words. First draw our galley up the beach, and hide our goods and all our weapons in the caves, and then let all make haste to follow me, and see our friends in Circè's sacred halls, eating and drinking at the plenteous board. I spake, and cheerfully my men obeyed, save that Eurylochus alone essayed to hold them back, and spake these winged words. Ah, whither are we going, wretched ones? Are ye so eager for an evil fate, that ye must go where Circè dwells, who waits to turn us into lions, swine, or wolves, forced to remain and guard her spacious house? So was it with the Cyclops, when our friends went with this daring chief to his abode, and perished there through his foolhardiness. He spake, and then I thought to draw my sword from my stout thigh, and with the trenchant blade strike off his head and let it fall to earth, though he were my near kinsman. Yet the rest restrained me, each one speaking kindly words. Nay, foster child of Jove, if thou consent, this man shall stay behind and with the ship, and he shall guard the ship, but lead us thou to where the sacred halls of Circè stand. They spake, and from the ship and shore went up into the land, nor was Eurylochus left with the ship. He followed, for he feared my terrible threat. Meantime had Circè bathed my comrades at the palace, and with oil anointed them and robed them in fair cloaks and tunics. There we found them banqueting, when they and those who came with me beheld each other, and the memory of the past came back to them. They wept abundantly, and all the palace echoed with their sobs. And then the mighty goddess came and said, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, prolong thou not these sorrows. Well I know what ye have suffered on the fishy deep, and all the evil that malignant men have done to you on land. Now take the food before you, drink the wine, till ye receive into your hearts the courage that was yours when long ago ye left your fatherland, the rugged Ithaca. Ye are unnerved and spiritless with thinking constantly on your long wanderings, and your minds allow no space for mirth, for ye have suffered much. She spake. Her words persuaded easily our generous minds, and there from day to day we lingered a full year, and banqueted nobly on plenteous meats and delicate wines. But when the year was ended, and the hours renewed their circle, my beloved friends from Circè's palace called me forth and said, Good chief, do not forget thy native land, if fate indeed permit that ever thou return in safety to that lofty pile, thy palace in the country of thy birth. So spake they, and my generous mind was moved. All that day long until the set of sun, we sat and feasted on the abundant meats and delicate wines, and when the sun went down, they took their rest within the darkened halls, while I to Circè's sumptuous couch went up, a suppliant at her knees. The goddess heard my prayer, as thus in winged words I said, O Circè, make, I pray, the promise good which thou hast given. to send me to my home. My heart is pining for it, and the hearts of all my friends who weary out my life, lamenting round me when thou art not nigh. I spake, the mighty goddess thus replied, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, Ulysses, ye must not remain with me unwillingly, but ye have yet to make another voyage, and must visit first the abode of Pluto and of Proserpine, his dreaded queen, and there consult the soul of the blind seer Tiresias, him of Thebes, whose intellect was spared, for Proserpine gave back to him in death the power of mind, that only he might know of things to come. The rest are shades that flit from place to place. Thus spake the goddess, and my heart was wrung with sorrow, and I sat upon the couch and wept, nor could I longer wish to live and see the light of day. But when my grief, with shedding tears and tossing where I sat, was somewhat spent, I spake to Circè thus, O Circè, who will guide me when I make this voyage? For no galley built by man has ever yet arrived at Pluto's realm. I spake, the mighty goddess answered me, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, take thou no thought of who shall guide thy bark, but raise the mast and spread the glimmering sail, and seat thyself, and let the north wind waft thy galley on. As soon as thou shalt cross Oceanus and come to the low shore and groves of Proserpine, the lofty groups of poplars and the willows that let fall their withered fruit, moor thou thy galley there in the deep eddies of Oceanus, and pass to Pluto's comfortless abode. There into Acheron are poured the streams of Pyriphlegethon and of that arm of Styx, Cocytus. At the place where meet the ever-roaring waters stands a rock. Draw near to that, and there I bid thee scoop in earth a trench, a cubit long and wide, and round about it pour to all the dead libations, milk and honey first, and next rich wine, and lastly water, scattering white meal upon them. Offer there thy prayer fervently to that troop of airy forms, and make the vow that thou wilt sacrifice, when thou at last shalt come to Ithaca, a heifer without blemish, barren yet, in thine own courts, and heap the altar pyre with things of price, and to the seer alone, Tiresias by himself, a ram whose fleece is wholly black, the best of all thy flocks. And after thou hast duly offered prayer to all the illustrious nations of the dead, then sacrifice a ram and a black ewe, their faces turned toward Erebus, but thine the other way, and toward the river streams. Thither the souls of those who died will flock in multitudes. Then call thy friends and give command to flay in haste the sheep that lie slain by the cruel brass, and burning there the carcasses pay worship to the gods, the powerful Pluto and dread Proserpine. Draw then the sword upon thy thigh and sit, and suffer none of all those airy forms to touch the blood until thou first bespeak Tiresias. He will come, and speedily, the leader of the people, and will tell what voyage thou must make, what length of way thou yet must measure, and will show thee how thou mayst return across the fishy deep. She spake, and while she spake, the morn looked forth upon her golden throne. The nymph bestowed on me a cloak and tunic, and arrayed herself in a white robe with ample folds, a delicate web and graceful. Round her loins she clasped a shining zone of gold, and hung a veil upon her forehead. Forth I went throughout the palace, and aroused my friends, and thus I said in cheerful tones to each, No longer give yourselves to idle rest and pleasant slumber. We are to depart. The gracious Circè counsels us to go. I spake, and easily their generous minds inclined to me. Yet brought I not away all my companions safely from the isle. Elpenor was the youngest of our band. Not brave in war was he, nor wise in thought. He, overcome with wine, and for the sake of coolness, had lain down to sleep, apart from all the rest, in Circè's sacred house. And as my friends bestirred themselves, the noise and tumult roused him. He forgot to come by the long staircase. Headlong from the roof he plunged, his neck was broken at the spine, and his soul went to the abode of death. My friends came round me, and I said to them, Haply your thought may be that you are bound for the dear country of your birth, but no, that Circè sends us elsewhere to consult the Theban seer Tiresias in the abode of Pluto and the dreaded Proserpine. I spake, and their hearts failed them as they heard. They sat them down and wept and tore their hair, but fruitless were their sorrow and their tears. Thus as we sadly moved to our good ship upon the seashore, weeping all the while, Circè meantime had visited its deck, and there had bound a ram and a black ewe by means we saw not. For what eye discerns the presence of a deity who moves from place to place and wills not to be seen? Book 11, Visit of Ulysses to the Land of the Dead, Voyage to the Land of the Dead, Interview with Tiresias, the seer, the heroes and heroines whom Ulysses saw there, interview with his mother and with Agamemnon, Achilles, and others, occupations of the dead, punishments of the guilty. Now, when we reached our galley by the shore, we drew it first into the mighty deep, and set the mast and sails, and let on board the sheep, and sorrowfully and in tears embarked ourselves. The fair-haired and august Circè, expert in music, sent with us a kindly fellow voyager, a wind that breathed behind the dark proud bark and swelled the sails. And now, with all things in their place throughout the ship, we sat us down, the breeze and helmsman guiding us upon our way. All day our sails were stretched, as o'er the deep our vessel ran. The sun went down, the paths of the great sea were darkened, and our bark reached the far confines of Oceanus. There lies the land, and there the people dwell of the Cimmerians in eternal cloud and darkness. Never does the glorious sun look on them with his rays when he goes up into the starry sky, nor when again he sinks from heaven to earth. Unwholesome night o'erhangs the wretched race. We touched the land, and drawing up our galley on the beach, took from on board the sheep and followed on beside the ocean stream until we reached the place of which the goddess Circè spake. Here Perimedes and Eurylochus held in their grasp the victims, while I drew the trusty sword upon my thigh and scooped a trench in earth a cubit long and wide, round which we stood, and poured to all the dead libations, milk and honey first, and next rich wine, and lastly water, scattering white meal upon them. Then I offered prayer fervently to that troop of airy forms, and made a vow that I would sacrifice, when I at last should come to Ithaca, a heifer without blemish, barren yet, in my own courts, and heap the altar pyre with things of price, and to the seer alone, Tiresias by himself, a ram whose fleece was wholly black, the best of all my flocks. When I had worshipped thus with prayer and vows the nations of the dead, I took the sheep and pierced their throats above the hollow trench. The blood flowed dark, and thronging round me came souls of the dead from Erebus, young wives and maids unwedded, men worn out with years and toil, and virgins of a tender age in their new grief, and many a warrior slain in battle, mangled by the spear and clad in bloody armor, who about the trench flitted on every side, now here, now there, with gibbering cries, and I grew pale with fear. Then calling to my friends, I bade them flay the victims lying slaughtered by the knife, and, burning them with fire, invoke the gods, the mighty Pluto and dread Proserpine. Then from my thigh I drew the trusty sword, and sat me down, and suffered none of all those airy phantoms to approach the blood, until I should bespeak the Theban seer. And first the soul of my companion came, Elpenor, for he was not buried yet in earth's broad bosom. We had left him dead in Circè's halls, unwept and unentombed. We had another task, but when I now beheld I pitied him, and shedding tears I said these winged words, "How earnest thou, Elpenor, hither into these abodes of night and darkness? Thou hast made more speed, although on foot, than I in my good ship." I spake, the phantom sobbed and answered me, "Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, Ulysses, 'twas the evil doom decreed by some divinity, and too much wine, that wrought my death. I laid myself to sleep in Circè's palace, and, remembering not the way to the long stairs that led below, fell from the roof, and by the fall my neck was broken at the spine. My soul went down to Hades. I conjure thee now, by those whom thou hast left behind and far away, thy consort and thy father, him by whom thou when a boy wert reared, and by thy son Telemachus, who in thy palace halls is left alone, For well I know that thou, in going hence from Pluto's realm, wilt moor thy gallant vessel in the Iaean isle. That there, O king, thou wilt remember me, and leave me not, when thou departest thence, unwept, unburied, lest I bring on thee the anger of the gods. But burn me there with all the armor that I wore, and pile, close to the hoary deep, a mound for me, a hapless man of whom posterity shall hear. Do this for me, and plant upright upon my tomb the oar with which I rode, while yet a living man among thy friends. He spake, and I replied, Unhappy youth, all this I duly will perform for thee. And then the soul of Anticlea came, my own dead mother, daughter of the king Autolycus, large-minded. Her I left alive what time I sailed for Troy, and now I wept to see her there, and pitied her, and yet forbade her, though with grief, to come near to the blood till I should first accost Tiresias. He too came, the Theban seer Tiresias, bearing in his hand a wand of gold. He knew me and bespake me thus, Why, O unhappy mortal, hast thou left the light of day to come among the dead, and to this joyless land? Go from the trench, and turn thy sword away, that I may drink the blood, and speak the word of prophecy. He spake, withdrawing from the trench, I thrust into its sheath my silver-studded sword, and after drinking of the dark red blood, the blameless prophet turned to me and said, Illustrious chief Ulysses, thy desire is for a happy passage to thy home, yet will a god withstand thee. Not unmarked by Neptune shalt thou, as I deem, proceed upon thy voyage. He hath laid up wrath against thee in his heart, for that thy hand deprived his son of sight. Yet may ye still return, though after many hardships borne, if thou but hold thy appetite in check, and that of thy companions, when thou bring thy gallant bark to the Trinacrian isle, safe from the gloomy deep. There will ye find the beeves and fading weathers of the sun, the all-beholding and all-hearing sun. If these ye leave unharmed, and keep in mind the thought of your return, ye may go back, though sufferers, to your home in Ithaca. But if thou do them harm, the event will be destruction to thy ship and to its crew, and thou, if thou escape it, wilt return late to thy country, all thy comrades lost, and in a foreign bark, and thou shalt find wrong in thy household, arrogant men who waste thy substance, wooers of thy noble wife, and offering bridal gifts. On thy return thou shalt avenge thee of their violent deeds, and when thou shalt have slain them in thy halls, whether by stratagem or by the sword in open fight, then take a shapely oar and journey on until thou meet with men who have not known the sea nor eaten food seasoned with salt, nor ever have beheld galleys with crimson prows, nor shapely oars, which are the wings of ships. I will declare a sign by which to know them, nor canst thou mistake it. When a traveler, meeting thee, shalt say that thou dost bear a winnowing fan upon thy sturdy shoulder, stop and plant thy shapely oar upright in earth, and there pay to King Neptune solemn sacrifice, a ram, a bull, and from his herd of swine a boar. And then returning to thy home, see that thou offer hallowed hecatombs to all the ever-living ones who dwell in the broad heaven, to each in order due. So at the last thy death shall come to thee far from the sea, and gently take thee off in a serene old age that ends among a happy people. I have told thee true. He spake, and thus I answered him. The gods, Tiresias, have decreed as thou hast said. But tell, and tell me truly. I behold the soul of my dead mother. There she sits, in silence by the blood, and will not deign to look upon her son, or speak to him. Instruct me, mighty prophet, by what means to make my mother know me for her son. I spake, and instantly the seer replied, Easily that is told. I give it thee to bear in mind. Whoever of the dead thou sufferest to approach and drink the blood will speak the truth. Those whom thou dost forbid to taste the blood will silently withdraw. The soul of King Tiresias, saying this, passed to the abode of Pluto. He had given the oracle I asked. I waited still until my mother, drawing near again, drank the dark blood. She knew me suddenly, and said in piteous tones these winged words, How didst thou come, my child, a living man, into this place of darkness? Difficult it is for those who breathe the breath of life to visit these abodes, through which are rolled great rivers, fearful floods. The first of these Oceanus, whose waters none can cross on foot or save on board a trusty bark. Hast thou come hither on thy way from Troy, a weary wanderer with thy ship and friends? And hast thou not been yet at Ithaca, nor in thine island Pallas seen thy wife? She spake, I answered, 'Tis necessity, dear mother, that has brought me to the abode of Pluto to consult the Theban seer Tiresias. Not to the Achaean coast have I returned, nor reached our country, yet continually I wander. Everywhere I meet misfortune, even from the time when in the noble Agamemnon's train I came to Ilium, famed for steeds, and made war on its dwellers. Tell me now, I pray, and truly, how it was that fate on thee brought the long sleep of death by slow disease? Or stealing on thee did the archer queen Diana slay thee with her silent shafts? And tell me of my father and the son left in my palace. Rests the sway I bore on them, or has another taken it, since men believe I shall return no more? And tell me of my wedded wife, her thoughts and purposes, and whether she remains yet with my son. Is she the guardian still of my estates, or has the noblest chief of those Achaeans led her thence a bride? I spake, my reverend mother answered thus. Most certain is it that she sadly dwells still in thy palace. Weary days and nights and tears are hers. No man has taken yet thy place as ruler, but Telemachus still has the charge of thy domain, and gives the liberal feasts which it befits a prince to give. For all invite him. In the fields thy father dwells, and never in the town is seen. Nor beds nor cloaks has he, nor mats of rich device, but all the winter through. He sleeps where sleep the laborers, on the hearth, amid the dust, and wears a wretched garb. And when the summer comes, or autumn days ripen the fruit, his bed is on the ground, and made of leaves that everywhere are shed in the rich vineyards. There he lies and grieves, and cherishing his sorrow mourns thy fate, and keenly feels the miseries of age. And thus I underwent my fate, and died, for not the goddess of the unerring bow stealing upon me smote me in thy halls with silent arrows, nor did slow disease come o'er me, such as wasting cruelly the members takes at last the life away, but constant longing for thee, anxious thoughts of thee, and memory of thy gentleness, Ulysses, made an end of my sweet life. She spake, I longed to take into my arms the soul of my dead mother. Thrice I tried, moved by a strong desire, and thrice the form passed through them like a shadow or a dream. And then did the great sorrow in my heart grow sharper, and in winged words I said, Beloved mother, why wilt thou not keep thy place, that I may clasp thee, so that here, in Pluto's realm and in each other's arms, we each might in the other soothe the sense of misery? Hath mighty Proserpine sent but an empty shade to meet me here, that I might only grieve and sigh the more? I spake, and then my reverend mother said, Believe not that Jove's daughter Proserpine deceives thee. 'Tis the lot of all our race when they are dead. No more the sinews bind the bones and flesh, when once from the white bones the life departs. Then like a dream the soul flies off and flits about from place to place. But haste thou to the light again, and mark what I have said, that thou in after days mayst tell it to thy wife on thy return. Thus we conferred. Meantime the women came around me, moved by mighty Proserpine. In throngs they gathered to the dark red blood. Then, as I pondered how to question each, this seemed the wisest. From my sturdy thigh I plucked the trenchant sword, and suffered not all that were there to taste the blood at once. So one by one they came, and each in turn declared her lineage. Thus I questioned all. Then saw I high-born Tyro first, who claimed to be the daughter of that blameless man Salmoneus, and who called herself the wife of Cretheus, son of Aeolus. She loved Enipeus' hallowed river, fairest stream of all that flow on earth, and often walked beside its pleasant waters. He whose arms surround the islands, Neptune, once put on the river's form, and at its gulfy mouth met her. The purple waters stood upright around them like a wall and formed an arch, and hid the god and woman. There he loosed the virgin zone of Tyro, shedding sleep upon her. Afterward he took her hand and said, "Rejoice, O maiden, in our love, for with the year's return shalt thou bring forth illustrious sons. The embraces of the gods are not unfruitful. Rear them carefully, and now return to thy abode, and watch thy words, and keep thy secret. Thou must know that I am Neptune, he who shakes the earth." He spake, and plunged into the billowy deep. And she became a mother, and brought forth Peleus and Neleus, valiant ministers of mighty Jupiter. On the broad lands of Iolcos Peleus dwelt, and reared vast flocks of sheep, while Neleus made his home in Pylos midst the sands. The queenly dame, his mother, meanwhile brought forth other sons to Cretheus, Aeson first and Pheres next, and Amethyon, great in horsemanship. And after her I saw Antiope, the daughter of Asopus, her who made a boast that she had slumbered in the arms of Jove. 2 sons she bore, Amphion one, the other Zethus, and they founded Thebes, with its 7 gates, and girt it round with towers. For valiant as they were, they could not dwell safely in that great town unfenced by towers. And after her I saw Amphitryon's wife, Alcmena, her who brought forth Hercules, the dauntless hero of the lion heart, for she had given herself into the arms of mighty Jupiter. I also saw Megara there, a daughter of the house of haughty Creon. Her Amphitryon's son, unamable in strength, had made his wife. The mother, too, of Oedipus I saw, beautiful Epicaste, who in life had done unwittingly a heinous deed, had married her own son, who, having slain her father first, espoused her. But the gods published abroad the rumor of the crime. He in the pleasant town of Thebes bore sway o'er the Cadmeans, yet in misery he lived, for so the offended gods ordained. And she went down to Hades and the gates that stand forever barred, for wild with grief, she slung a cord upon a lofty beam and perished by it, leaving him to bear woes without measure, such as on a son the furies of a mother might inflict. And there I saw the dame supremely fair, Chloris, whom Neleus with large marriage gifts wooed, and brought home a bride, the youngest she among the daughters of Aeolus' son, Amphion, ruler o'er Orchomenus, the Minyaean town, and o'er the realm of Pylos. 3 illustrious sons she bore to Neleus, Nestor, Chromius, and a chief of lofty bearing, Periclymenus. She brought forth Pero also, marvelous in beauty, wooed by all the region round, but Neleus would bestow the maid on none, save him who should drive off from Phylace the beeves, broad-fronted and with crooked horns, of valiant Iphicles, a difficult task. 1 man alone, a blameless prophet, dared attempt it, but he found himself withstood by fate and rigid fetters and a force of rustic herdsmen. Months and days went by, and the full year, led by the hours, came round. The valiant Iphicles, who from the seer had heard the oracles explained, took off the shackles, and the will of Jove was done. Then saw I Leda, wife of Tyndarus, who bore to Tyndarus 2 noble sons, Castor the horseman, Pollux skilled to wield the cestus. Both of them have still a place upon the fruitful earth, for Jupiter gave them such honor that they live by turns, each one a day, and then are with the dead, each one by turns. They rank among the gods. The wife of Aeolus next appeared, Iphidomeia, who, as she declared, had won the love of Neptune. She brought forth 2 short-lived sons, one like a god in form, named Otus, and the other far renowned, named Ephialtes. These the bounteous earth nourished to be the tallest of mankind and goodliest, save Orion. When the twain had seen but 9 years of their life, they stood in breadth of frame 9 cubits, and in height 9 fathoms. They against the living gods threatened to wage upon the Olympian height fierce and tumultuous battle, and to fling Ossa upon Olympus, and to pile Pelion with all its growth of leafy woods on Ossa, that the heavens might thus be scaled. And they, if they had reached their prime of youth, had made their menace good. the son of Jove and amber-haired Latona took their lives ere yet beneath their temples sprang the down, and covered with its sprouting tufts the chin. Phaedra I saw, and Procris, and the child of the wise Minos, Ariadne famed for beauty, whom the hero Theseus once from Crete to hallowed Athens' fertile coast led, but possessed her not. Diana gave ear to the tale which Bacchus brought to her, and in the isle of Dia slew the maid. And Maera I beheld, and Clymene, and Eriphyle hateful in her guilt, who sold her husband for a price in gold. But vainly might I think to name them all, the wives and daughters of heroic men, whom I beheld, for first the ambrosial night would wear away, and now for me the hour of sleep is come, at my good ship among my friends, or haply here. Meantime the care for my return is with the gods and you. He spake, and all were silent. All within the shadows of those palace halls were held motionless by the charm of what he said, and thus the white-armed queen Arete spake. Phaeacians, how appears this man to you, in form, in stature, and well-judging mind? My guest he is, but each among you shares the honor of the occasion. Now, I pray, dismiss him not in haste, nor sparingly bestow your gifts on one in so much need, for in your dwellings is much wealth bestowed upon you by the bounty of the gods. Then also Echeneus, aged chief, the oldest man of the Phaeacians, spake. My friends, the word of our sagacious queen errs not, nor is ill-timed, and yours it is to hearken and obey. But all depends upon Alcinoüs, both the word and deed. And then in turn Alcinoüs spake, That word shall be fulfilled, if I am ruler here o'er the Phaeacians, skilled in seamanship. But let the stranger, though he long for home, bear to remain till morning, that his store of gifts may be complete. To send him home shall be the charge of all, but mostly mine, since mine it is to hold the sovereign power. And then the wise Ulysses said, O King Alcinoüs, eminent o'er all thy race, shouldst thou command me to remain with thee, even for a 12-month, and at length provide for my return, and give me princely gifts, even that would please me, for with fuller hands the happier were my lot on my return to my own land. I should be honored then, and meet a kinder welcome there from all who see me in my Ithaca once more. And then again in turn Alcinoüs spake, Ulysses, when we look on thee, we feel no fear that thou art false, or one of those, the many whom the dark earth nourishes, wandering at large and forging lies that we may not suspect them. Thou hast grace of speech and noble thoughts, and fitly hast thou told, even as a minstrel might, the history of all thy Argive brethren and thy own. Now say, and frankly, didst thou also see any of those heroic men who went with thee to Troy, and in that region met their fate? A night immeasurably long is yet before us. Let us have thy tale of wonders. I could listen till the break of hallowed morning, if thou canst endure so long to speak of hardships thou hast borne. He spake, and wise Ulysses answered thus, O King Alcinoüs, eminent beyond all others of thy people, for discourse there is a time for sleep. If more thou yet wouldst hear, I will not spare to give the story of the greater woes of my companions, who were afterward cut off from life, and though they had escaped the cruel Trojan war, on their return, they perished by a woman's fraud and guilt. When chaste Proserpina had made the ghosts of women scatter right and left, there came the soul of Agamemnon, Atreus' son. He came attended by a throng of those who in the palace of Aegisthus met a fate like his and died. When he had drunk the dark red blood, he knew me at a look, and wailed aloud, and bursting into tears, stretched out his hands to touch me. But no power was there of grasp or pressure, such as once dwelt in those active limbs. I could not help but weep at sight of him, for from my heart I pitied him, and spake these winged words. Most glorious son of Atreus, king of men, how Agamemnon has the fate that brings to man the everlasting sleep of death, taken thee? Did Neptune, calling up the winds in all their fury, make thy fleet a wreck? Or did thine enemies on land smite thee as thou wert driving off their beeves and their fair flocks, or fighting to defend some city and the helpless women there? I spake, and Agamemnon thus replied, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, 'twas not that Neptune calling up the winds in all their fury wrecked me in my fleet, nor hostile warriors smote me on the land, but that Aegisthus, bent upon my death, plotted against me with my guilty wife, and bade me to his house and slew me there, even at the banquet, as a hind might slay a bullock at the stall. With me they slew my comrades, as a herd of white-toothed swine are slaughtered for some man of large estates, who makes a wedding or a solemn feast. Thou hast seen many perish by the sword in the hard battle, one by one, and yet thou wouldst have pitied us, hadst thou beheld the slain beside the wine jar and beneath the loaded tables, while the pavement swam with blood. I heard Cassandra's piteous cry, the cry of Priam's daughter stricken down by treacherous Clytemnestra at my side, and there I lay, and dying raised my hands to grasp my sword. The shameless woman went her way, nor stayed to close my eyes, nor press my mouth into its place, although my soul was on its way to Hades. There is naught that lives more horrible, more lost to shame, than is the woman who has brought her mind to compass deeds like these, the wretch who planned so foul a crime, the murder of the man whom she a virgin wedded. I had looked for a warm welcome from my children here, and all my household in my ancient home. This woman, deep in wickedness, hath brought disgrace upon herself and all her sex, even those who give their thoughts to doing good. He spake, and I replied, Oh, how the god who wields the thunder, Jupiter, must hate the house of Atreus for the women's sake. At first we fell by myriads in the cause of Helen. Clytemnestra now hath planned this guile against thee while thou wert afar. I spake, and instantly his answer came. Therefore be not compliant to thy wife, nor let her hear from thee whatever lies within thy knowledge. Tell her but a part, and keep the rest concealed. Yet is thy life, Ulysses, in no danger from thy spouse. For wise and well instructed in the rules of virtuous conduct is Penelope, the daughter of Icarius. When we went to war, we left her a young bride. A babe was at her breast, a boy, who now must sit among grown men. And fortunate is he, for certainly his father will behold the youth on his return, and he embrace his father as his meat. But as for me, my consort suffered not my eyes to feed upon the sight of my own son, for first she slew me. This then I admonish thee, heed thou my words. Bring not thy ship to land openly in thy country, but by stealth, since now no longer can we put our trust in woman. Meantime, tell me of my son, and faithfully, if thou hast heard of him as living, whether in Orchomenus, or sandy Pylos, or in the broad realm of Menelaus, Sparta. For not yet has my Orestes passed from earth and life. He spake, and I replied, Why ask of me that question, O Atrides? I know not whether thy son be living or be dead, and this is not a time for idle words. Thus in sad talk we stood, and freely flowed our tears. Meanwhile the ghosts of Peleus' son Achilles, and Patroclus, excellent Antilochus, and Ajax all drew near. Ajax for form and stature eminent o'er all the Greeks, save Peleus' faultless son. Then did the soul of fleet Aeacides know me, and thus in winged words he said, Ulysses, what hath moved thee to attempt this greatest of thy labors? How is it that thou hast found the courage to descend to Hades, where the dead, the bodiless forms of those whose work is done on earth, abide? He spake, I answered, Greatest of the Greeks, Achilles, son of Peleus, 'twas to hear the counsel of Tiresias that I came, if haply he might tell me by what means to reach my rugged Ithaca again. For yet have I not trod my native coast, nor even have drawn nigh to Greece. I meet misfortunes everywhere. But as for thee, Achilles, no man lived before thy time, nor will hereafter live more fortunate than thou. For while alive we honored thee as if thou wert a god, and now again in these abodes thou rulest o'er the dead. Therefore, Achilles, shouldst thou not be sad. I spake, Achilles quickly answered me, Noble Ulysses, speak not thus of death, as if thou couldst console me. I would be a laborer on earth, and serve for hire some man of mean estate who makes scant cheer, rather than reign o'er all who have gone down to death. Speak rather of my noble son, whether or not he yet has joined the wars to fight among the foremost of the host. And tell me also if thou aught hast heard of blameless Peleus, whether he be yet honored among his many Myrmidons, or do they hold him now in small esteem in Hellas and in Phthia, since old age unnerves his hands and feet, and I no more am there beneath the sun to give him aid, strong as I was on the wide plain of Troy, when warring for the Achaean cause I smote that valiant people. Could I come again but for a moment with my former strength into my father's palace, I would make that strength and these unconquerable hands a terror to the men who do him wrong, and rob him of the honor due a king. He spake, I answered, nothing have I heard of blameless Peleus, but I will relate the truth concerning Neoptolemus, thy son, as thou requirest. Him I took from Scyros in a gallant bark to join the well-armed Greeks. Know then that when we sat in council, planning to conduct the war against the city of Troy, he always rose the first to speak, nor were his words unwise. The godlike Nestor and myself alone rivaled him in debate, and when we fought about the city walls, he loitered not among the others in the numerous host, but hastened on before them, giving place to no man there in valor. Many men he slew in desperate combat, whom to name were past my power, so many were they all whom in the cause of Greece he struck to earth. Yet one I name, Eurypylus, the son of Telephus, who perished by his sword with many of his band, Ciconians led to war because of liberal gifts bestowed upon their chieftain's wife, the noblest he of men in form whom I have ever seen, save Memnon. When into the wooden steed, framed by Epeius, we the chiefs of Greece ascended, and to me was given the charge of all things there, to open and to shut the close-built fraud, while others of high rank among the Greeks were wiping off their tears, and their limbs shook. I never saw thy son turn pale in his fine face, or brush away a tear, but he besought me earnestly that he might leave our hiding place, and grasped his falchion's hilt, and lifted up his spear heavy with brass, for in his mind he smote the Trojan crowd already. When at last we had o'erthrown and sacked the lofty town of Priam, he embarked upon a ship, with all his share of spoil, a large reward, unhurt, not touched in combat hand to hand, nor wounded from afar, as oftentimes must be the fortune of a fight, for Mars is wont to rage without regard to men. I spake, the soul of swift Aeacides, over the meadows thick with asphodel, departed with long strides, well pleased to hear from me the story of his son's renown. The other ghosts of those who lay in death stood sorrowing by, and each one told his griefs. But that of Ajax, son of Telamon, kept far aloof, displeased that I had won the victory contending at the fleet, which should possess the arms of Peleus' son. His goddess mother laid them as a prize before us, and the captive sons of Troy and Pallas were the umpires to award the victory. And now how much I wish I had not conquered in a strife like that, since for that cause the dark earth hath received the hero Ajax, who in nobleness of form and greatness of exploits excelled all other Greeks, except the blameless son of Peleus. Then I spake in soothing words, O Ajax, son of blameless Telamon, wilt thou not even in death forget the wrath caused by the strife for those accursed arms? The gods have made them fatal to the Greeks. For thou, the bulwark of our host, didst fall, and we lamented thee as bitterly when thou wert dead as we had mourned the son of Peleus. Nor was any man to blame. 'Twas Jupiter who held in vehement hate the army of the warlike Greeks, and laid this doom upon thee. Now, O king, draw near, and hear our voice and words, and check, I pray, the anger rising in thy generous breast. I spake, he answered not, but moved away to Erebus among the other souls of the departed. Yet would I have had speech of him, angry as he was, or else have spoken to him further. But my wish was strong to see yet others of the dead. Then I beheld the illustrious son of Jove, Minos, a golden scepter in his hand, sitting to judge the dead who round the king pleaded their causes. There they stood or sat in Pluto's halls, a pile with ample gates. And next I saw the huge Orion drive across the meadows green with asphodel, the savage beast whom he had slain. He bore the brazen mace which no man's power could break. And Tityus there I saw, the mighty earth his mother, overspreading as he lay, 9 acres with 2 vultures at his side, that plucking at his liver plunged their beaks into the flesh. Nor did his hands avail to drive them off, for he had offered force to Jove's proud wife Latona as she went to Pytho through the pleasant Panopeus. And next I looked on Tantalus, a prey to grievous torments, standing in a lake that reached his chin. Though painfully athirst, he could not drink. As often as he bowed his aged head to take into his lips the water, it was drawn away and sank into the earth, and the dark soil appeared around his feet. A god had dried it up. And lofty trees drooped o'er him, hung with fruit, pears and pomegranates, apples fair to sight, and luscious figs and olives green of hue. And when that ancient man put forth his hands to pluck them from their stems, the wind arose and whirled them far among the shadowy clouds. There I beheld the shade of Sisyphus amid his sufferings. With both hands he rolled a huge stone up a hill. To force it up, he leaned against the mass with hands and feet. But ere it crossed the summit of the hill, a power was felt that sent it rolling back, and downward plunged the unmanageable rock before him to the plain. Again he toiled to heave it upward, while the sweat in streams ran down his limbs and dust begrimed his brow. Then I beheld the mighty Hercules, the hero's image, for he sits himself among the deathless gods, well pleased to share their feasts, and Hebe of the dainty feet, a daughter of the mighty Jupiter, and golden-sandaled Juno is his wife. Around his image flitted to and fro the ghosts with noise, like fear-bewildered birds. His look was dark as night. He held in hand a naked bow, a shaft upon the string, and fiercely gazed, like one about to send the arrow forth. Upon his breast he wore the formidable baldric, on whose band of gold were sculptured marvels, forms of bears, wild boars, grim lions, battles, skirmishings, and death by wounds and slaughter. He who wrought that band had never done the like before, nor could thereafter. As I met his eye, the hero knew me, and beholding me with pity, said to me in winged words, "Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, and yet unhappy, surely thou dost bear a cruel fate, like that which I endured, while yet I saw the brightness of the sun. The offspring of Saturnian Jupiter am I, and yet was I compelled to serve one of a meaner race than I, who set difficult tasks. He sent me hither once, to bring away the guardian hound. He deemed no harder task might be. I brought him hence, I led him up from Hades, with such aid as Hermes and the blue-eyed Pallas gave. Thus having spoken, he withdrew again into the abode of Pluto. I remained and kept my place, in hope there yet might come heroes who perished in the early time, and haply I might look on some of those, the ancients, whom I greatly longed to see, on Theseus and Pirithous, glorious men, the children of the gods. But now there flocked already round me, with a mighty noise, the innumerable nations of the dead, and I grew pale with fear, lest from the halls of Pluto the stern Proserpine should send the frightful visage of the monster maid, the Gorgon. Hastening to my ship, I bade the crew embark, and cast the hawsers loose. Quickly they went on board, and took their seats upon the benches. Through Oceanus the current bore my galley, aided first by oars and then by favorable gales.